A church is more than just a building. It is a sanctuary of light, reverence, and community. A place where architecture meets spirituality. Bathed in the soft embrace of sunlight, the facade stands as a beacon of hope. Its glass panels reflecting the world outside while inviting the divine within. Curved forms mimic the gentle waves of faith, while textured stones whispers the stories of tradition. Each element, stained glass windows casting colorful shadows, a towering bell that calls the faithful, enhances not just the architecture but also the spiritual journey, creating a sanctuary where community and reverence thrive. This seamless blend of statement and poetic description highlights how modern church design not only elevates architectural beauty but also enriches the user experience, fostering a deep connection to both space and the spirit. Hello, my name is Henry, and in this project we are going to be using Revit to execute this church you're seeing here. Okay, so I'm going to start by defining what Revit is. So Revit is a building information modeling software, BIM. So what this does is that it gives you seamless interaction between information on the modeling file and information on site. So it gives this interrelationship between them, and it allows the seamless flow of information between projects. For this tutorial, we are going to be covering the conceptual stage, the drafting stage, the modeling stage, and the presentation stage of this project, and we're going to be doing all of that using Autodesk Revit. Okay, so in the description you're going to find a link to get the template file. So this file is very important, as in the video I'm going to be showing you how to use this template file. So you are going to use the template from the template file and work to execute this project. You can also support the channel by going to access the project file. It costs a token, but I think you'll find a lot of resources there. You can also become a member of this channel. It's a way of showing support and telling me take a coffee for all your work. So I'll really appreciate if you support me via that medium. So don't forget to share this video with your friends, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell to get notifications on more videos like this. With that said and done, let's get into the main stuff. Alright, so welcome to Autodesk Revit. In Autodesk Revit, you're going to see something like this. So this side shows the recent files. So it shows the top 10 most recent files we've opened. So if you haven't opened anything, I think you're just going to see like 4 default files here. So this is just to easily help you open some recent files you have opened before. So the same thing for these families, it shows the recent families you have opened before. So this is where you can create new models or open previous models. So you can do the same for families, to create new families or open previous one. So for this, we are going to click on new to open a new project. So we are going to click on this drop down and select metric multidiscipline. So in some Revit 2024, depending on the installation, you are going to see an architectural template. Sometimes you are going to see option of construction, architectural. So in the case of that, I'll say you should select architectural. But if you see this metric and imperial, I'll say for this video metric multidiscipline. So if you work in a part of the world that they use in the imperial system, you should select imperial multidiscipline. So that is just by the way. So you are just going to make sure this project is checked on, not this project template. I'm still going to come into what templates are shortly, but for now let's just click OK and create a new file in Revit. So it's going to take a little bit of time depending on the kind of system, but I think it's open in a few minutes or seconds. Okay, so now this is the Revit interface. So over here you have the project browser. So what this project browser does is, that is by the right here, is that it gives you the opportunity to navigate through the different views of your project. So you can access the elevations, floor plans, site plans, sections and all. So this is the properties panel. This properties panel tells you what anything you select is, or helps you control the properties of elements. So if, for instance, if I select this reference plane here, you see the properties panel is going to change, giving me the ability to change it or change some parameters I can change from here. Then I'm just going to click off. So in Revit, you mainly work with the left click and right click button. Mainly left click. Left click is to select, right click is to right click, and also right click and select depending on the function you want to achieve. Then to scroll is to zoom in and zoom out. So if you want to zoom in, you scroll your mouse, you scroll your mouse out, scroll your mouse forward, scroll your mouse out. That is how to zoom in. So if you want to move the whole interface, you can hold the scroll button and just move it. Once you hold it and move it and move your mouse around, you are going to see it's going to move. So that is just the basic navigation tools using your mouse in Autodesk Revit. So you are now going to go to this top tab. So this top tab basically contains the tools of Revit. This file first gives you the opportunity to open new files, create new files, open previous files, save as, export, print, and so much more. Then you now have this architecture tab. This architecture tab gives you architectural related tools like walls, floors, roofs and all, and even rooms and model text, and maybe some further editing tools like grids and maybe some vertical wall tools and stuff. So you have the structure. The structure contains structural tools in Revit like beams, structural walls, columns, structural floors. You have the steel, also some structural tools in Autodesk Revit, some welding, some corner cuts and all those stuff. We have the precast, some precast tools in Revit. We have the systems where you can create piping systems and modify air vent systems and all. You have this insert. So this insert icon is very important because it gives you tools to bring in things from other softwares or other Autodesk softwares. For example, you can link other Revit files to another Revit file here. You can import IFC files. You can import AutoCAD files. You can even link AutoCAD files and link PDF files as well. The annotate tool, very important tool. Here you can dimension, you can put some spot elevation dimensions, you can use some detail line and do some graphic work with the field region. You can also give color field legends just for more presentation details, and you can even add staircase pattern, just basically annotating tools. So the analyze is for more in-depth analysis of your systems in Revit. The massing and site, so in this massing and site you can create topo solid. You can also place site components like trees and parking components. You can even use the property lines, which is a very good tool. You can see how I went into that in detail in my site plan videos. You can now even go to the massing interface. In this massing interface, you can create non-conventional shapes and non-conventional forms and mass it parametrically. So in this collaborate tool, this collaborate is basically in Revit, you can actually, many people can actually work on a project simultaneously. So this collaborate tool enables that. So like two people, once they are connected to a single network, they can work on a single Revit file and be saving simultaneously. So this is the view. So this view tab basically contains the view tools like how to create 3Ds, sections, create view templates and all. So this manage tab basically works with the inventory of Revit. In this manage tab, you can purge the file, you can transfer project standards. We'll come back to that later when we're discussing templates. You can create new line types and all. These add-ins, you can convert RFA to format. In this D5 render, it doesn't come with Revit by default. It's me that installed the D5 render to Revit Live Sync. If you don't know what D5 render is, it's a real-time rendering software. So you can check, I've done some videos of it. So this is just the link for you to be able to export to D5 render from Revit seamlessly. The same thing for this Lumion tab here. This is the Lumion Live Sync. So this modifier is basically like, well, like say the control system or the CPU of your work. Like any drafting you're doing, you always go back to the modify tool because you're always using the modify tools like trim and copy to do a lot of stuff. So this is basically the interface of Revit in a nutshell. Of course, I don't expect you to keep all those things in mind. We are going to work on a project practically and you see how we can use those tools as we work on them. So now I want to talk about templates. So it's very important that you use the right template in Revit files. If not, it's going to take you much longer than usual. So what are template files in the first place? Template files are presets or foundation files that gives you an advantage on an already existing file. For instance, if you open your Word file now, your Microsoft Word, you are going to see different templates. These templates can help you. Let me just open it here. So these templates can help you, like for example, if you want to create a resume, this is a resume template. So it's going to make things easier for creating a resume. You don't need to create everything from scratch. The same thing for a report. It's going to make this faster and it's going to make it easier for you to just edit a few things and start from there. So that is the same thing in Revit, because by Revit default templates, you need to work on a lot of things and edit a lot of things. So it's very important that you use an already existing template to make your work faster. So in the course of this work, we used the Revit default template, but I did it on purpose because I don't really have a template file per se. So I usually transfer templates from an already existing project I've done before, which I'm going to show you how to do. So if you go to the description below, you are going to see a link where I kept the free template file. So you can get the template file for absolutely free. If you have not yet done that, just do it right now and download the file. So once you have gotten the template file, we're now going to open the template file and transfer the template from that project to the one we are working on currently. So what we are going to do now is we are going to click on this file icon, then we are going to click on open to open an existing file. So we are going to be opening the template file. If you have saved it, you are going to open whatever folder you saved it in. Then remember, I told you the link to it is at the description below, so it's totally free of charge, so you can go and get it and use it for this work. So once you open the template file, you're going to see this Revit mini project, and we're just going to open this. So note that this is not a template file itself. This is just a normal Revit file, but we're going to transfer the template from this project to the current one we're working in. So as you can see now, once you have brought in two different files in the same Revit, you're going to see something like tabs appearing, similar to the way your browser tabs work. So you can use these tabs to switch between projects. So we're going to go back to the project we want to transfer the template to. Mind you, we haven't saved this project yet. Then we're just going to go to manage. We are going to go to this transfer project standard here. Then you are going to see copy from. You are now going to see this file we opened, Revit mini. Then we are just going to click on OK, and we are going to transfer the template. So this duplicate types icon will come out. We are going to click on override. So it's going to override similar things on the two files, but it's going to override the one we are transferring from as the priority. So let's just give it a bit of wait, and it should be ready in a few seconds to minutes. Okay, so now the template transfer is done. We are going to set up some things in this our views. Okay, so we are going to go over to these two reference lines here, reference planes, and we are going to delete them. I'm also going to delete this section and click OK and delete this. Then I'm going to select this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. After doing this now, I'm now going to click on this box here. I'm going to go over to this properties panel here. Then I'm just going to left click on this scope box, click on this drop down, change it from view overall to none. Then I'm going to click on no clip and change it to clip without line and click OK. Then I'm just going to drag this here, drag this here, drag this here, and drag this here. So after doing this now, the reason why I'm doing this is that the project we are going to be working on is quite large. So I want the scope of view, the view scope, to be as big as possible. So we are going to be seeing everything. So after doing this now, we are going to click out. You are going to left click, hold, and select everything surrounding this elevation point. Specifically, just select the elevation point. The reason why I don't want to click it is that this elevation point consists of two components. By the way, these are elevation points, but I digress. So if I click on this, I've not completely selected it. So in order to select it properly, I'm going to left click, hold, and select this like this. Then I'm going to click on this move icon here, select the thing I want to move at any point, maybe at this point as the point I want to start to move from. Then I can move it by a distance of, let's say this is 70 meters, which is fine. Do the same for this. Move this by, let's say, 84 meters. Do the same for this. Select it, left click, hold, select it, move, and move this here. Left click, hold, select this, click on this, move, and move this here. So after we have done this, we can delete this not arrow here, and I can now hit Ctrl S and save this project. So I'm going to be saving this project. It's going to open our file explorer. I'm going to give the project a name. I'm going to call this church tutorial. So I had a little bit of issue with the recording, but I saved the project name as church tutorial. As you can see, the name appears at the top. So now what we're going to do now is we're now going to talk about levels. So what are levels? Because levels are one of the key things you place at the beginning of a Revit project. So it's very important. So levels are vertical reference points. So these vertical reference points are what creates the floor plans. For instance, the vertical reference point in a building can be the foundation, the natural ground level, the DPC, the first floor, the lintel, and so on, the ceiling and roof, all those stuff. So in Revit, you need to create those vertical reference planes so it can create the floor plans for each of them. Okay, so now what we're going to do is that we're now going to go to an elevation view in order to create this. So you can click on any elevation. We can even click on north elevation, east elevation, any of them. The thing is that in north elevation, we're not seeing anything. And why is the reason for this? Even if you click on east elevation, we're not yet seeing anything. So we are going to go back to this L1, which is one of the two current levels. We are going to left click and double click on it. Then we are going to go over here and we are going to click on this reveal hidden element. Remember that we hid this scope box by category. So we're just going to click on it, extend this to beyond this elevation point. We're also going to extend this to go beyond this elevation point. Do the same here. Then after doing this, we're going to click on this second scope box, do the same here, extend this here as well, extend this, and push this here. Then I'm going to click on close review hidden element. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select one of these elevation points, right click. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to left click from this point, hold and select everything, because if I just zoom in and left click on a single one, it's not going to select this one. So these are like two components, including this plane here, which serves as the elevation point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to left click, hold and select only this encompass only this elevation point, then right click, hide in view by category. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this review hidden element. Then I'm going to go to this annotate, click on detail line. So the reason why I want to click on detail line is I'm just going to click on this rectangle tool, and I'm going to draw a hypothetical rectangle, just using it to denote the central point of this project. It doesn't need to be too accurate. You will just use your visual prowess to get something close, I think like this. Then I'm going to click on this and turn it off. Then I'm going to click escape to stop using the detail line tool. So after I've done this, I'm now going to go over to this hide crop view, and I'm going to click on hide crop view. Then I'm going to hide it. So now we have set this view in place. We can click Ctrl S to save this project. Then we're going to go to one of the elevation views, and we're now going to work on the levels. So we can go to this east elevation, and you're going to see something like this. So currently you can see this L2 and L1. So those are the two levels that come with Revit. So we're going to click on this L2 and we're going to delete it. Let me just hit Ctrl Z and show you something. So if I click on this and delete this, it's going to ask, along with this selection, 20 elements and 10 views will be deleted, meaning that as you create each level, it creates floor plan to represent each of the level, especially in the lighting floor plan, working floor plan, the reflector ceiling plan and all. So I'm just going to click on OK. So now we have this L1 here. We can't delete this L1 because Revit doesn't allow you to delete all the levels. So what we are going to do is we're going to edit this one. So I'm just going to double click on the text and change it to 01 NGL. So the reason why I'm attaching this numerical value to it is that Revit detects numerical and alphabetical values. So if you, for example, you create different levels, it's going to arrange them in alphabetical order or numerical order, depending on how you name them. So if it's in alphabetical order, if you don't put these numeric values, for instance, F comes before N. So if you create a first floor that is supposed to be after the natural ground level, it's going to place it in the order of arrangement. It's going to place the first floor first because it starts with F. So it's always good to add this numerical value. So it's going to help you control the organization of your work more. So after we have created this, we have edited this one. Normally it's meant to ask whether we want to change the corresponding name of these other views. So it didn't ask it for this default level. So it's fine. We can still go to this L1, click on right click, hover around this floor plan L1, right click, rename and just call this 01 NGL as well. So after giving it this name, we are going to create new levels. To create new levels in Revit is very simple and straightforward. We are going to go to architecture. Under this architecture, you are going to go to this top right side. Then you are going to see this icon called level. So once we click on this level, since we have transferred the template, we are going to go to this properties panel. We are going to click on this drop down and we are going to make sure we select 8mm level head. So after doing this, you are going to see this blue temporal dimension. So what this blue temporal dimension does is that it gives you like a temporal dimension guide to give you an idea of where your level will be. So I want the DPC to be 600mm, that is 0.6 meter above the natural ground level. So I'm just going to click here, left click here, and I'm just going to drag it till it somewhat matches here and place this here. So now we have a problem now. So these two levels are kind of clustered into each other. So what we are going to do to solve this is we are going to click on one of this level. We are going to zoom in. You are going to see this zigzag kind of icon. Then we're just going to click on it. So it's going to graphically displace the head of this level. So we can click or left click on this point and drag it down or drag it up depending on what you want to do. You get hold and drag it. So after doing this now, we are going to give this L3 a new name. We are going to double click on the name. Then we're just going to call this 02 DPC. So it's going to ask us, will you like to rename corresponding views? I'm going to click yes. All right. So we are going to create subsequent levels and we're still going to be using the same pattern. So I'm going to click on levels. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to be creating the first floor next. So remember I said this is going to be a church design. So it's always good to be considering your levels very well in tandem with the design. So in this church design, I want the level of the headroom of the first floor to be very high, up to 4.2. So after adding this 4.2, I'm also going to add the thickness of the floor, because the reason why you add the thickness of the floor dimension is that once you create a floor in a level, Revit offsets the thickness downward. So you factor in that thickness. So for instance, you want to create a headroom of 4.2. So if you add 150 millimeter, that is the thickness of slab in this part of the world, specifically West Africa. We are now going to put 4,350. That is 4.2 plus 150 millimeters. So after putting in this dimension, we're just going to drag it and we're just going to create the first floor. So we're going to click on escape and I'm going to call this 04 first floor. Okay, so of course you might be asking that the reason why did I call this 04 instead of 03, since this is 02. The reason is that I'm still planning to create an intermediate level between each of these floors, which is the lintel level, but I don't like creating it while I'm creating until I finish creating the main levels. So I'm just going to create all the main levels first before now creating the lintel level. So I'm going to click on level again. So the subsequent floors after this, since the floors is this, is not going to be the nave, so we're going to be creating the subsequent floors because this is not going to be occupied by the masses. So this is going to be for administrative purpose, so it won't be as high as this ground to first floor. So for this, we're going to give it a height of 3.3. If you add the thickness of the floor, it's going to sum up to 3,450 millimeter. Then I'm going to impute that value. Then I'll just hover there, then imputed 3,450. Click on enter. Then I'm just going to create the level and drag it till it gets to this point. Then I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to call this 06 second floor. So after calling this 06 second floor, I'm going to click on level again. I'm just going to do the same thing. Another thing we can do if we're creating many floors, you can even copy levels. So for instance, if I click on escape, I can just go here, click on this second floor, click on this normal copy tool, select this point here. Since it's the reference point here, I can select this point here and select this point here. So it's just going to copy this way. So if I click on escape, I don't think you people will get this at this point. So let me just hit Ctrl Z. So I'm just going to be creating the more conventional and safer way for now. So until we master copy, we can now use the copy tool for more advanced stuff and quicker stuff. But for now, let's just follow the basics. So I'm going to click on level again, and I'm just going to put the value 3,450. Click enter. Then I'm just going to I don't need to hold though. I'm just going to drag it randomly without clicking on anything. Then once I get to this point, I'm going to left click on escape. So I'm just going to double click this name, and I'm going to call this 08 third floor. So after giving this third floor, I'm going to click on yes. So I'm going to give these names up until, let's say, the 6th floor. So because it's going to be somewhat of a high rise at the rear end. So I'm just going to click on level again. I'm going to do the same thing, 3,450. Click enter. Click here. Click escape. Double click and give this name 010 4th floor. Let me just use number 4th and click on this yes. Then I'm just going to click on level again, 3,450. Click on escape, and I'm going to call this 5th floor. Yeah. Okay, so I don't think this should be called 5th floor. I think this is where the ceiling should now be. So I'm just going to click on this level here. So even after you have placed levels, you can always edit the dimension between them. So I'm just going to click on this level here, and I'm going to change this dimension to 3,300. That is 3.3. And I'm going to change this name from 5th floor. I'm going to change this to ceiling level. So I'm going to click on yes. So after creating the ceiling level, I'm going to click on level again, and I'm going to create a level 600 millimeter above it, and I'm going to call that the roof level. Up to this point, click on escape, click on the level, click on this zigzag icon, drag this up, and I'm going to click on this and call this 13 roof level. So after giving it this name, I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on levels again. Then I'm going to go and create a level 1.8 meter above the roof level, and I'm going to be calling this the parapet level. Double click, call this 14 parapet. Then I'm going to click yes. So I'm going to click on this zigzag icon and drag it up again for it to make sense graphically. So after giving all these levels, all these names, we're now going to create the lintel level. So what we're going to do is we're just going to click on one of these levels. Now we can start copying. So to copy in Revit is all about picking a point of where you want to copy, of what you want to copy, and just putting a distance, or picking a point of what you want to copy and picking another reference point. You are going to see what I mean by this practically. So for instance, we want to copy this level here, that is this DPC. We want to copy it 2.4 meter above, or let's say 2.8 meter above this current level, or let me just use 2.4. So I'm just going to click on this level, click on copy to, select a point here, and just drag it. But when you select a point, you don't click, you just remove your hand from the click button and move upwards or downwards depending on where you want to copy. So in this case, I'm moving upwards, then I'm just going to move it or impute the value of 2.4, or you can move it manually till you reach 2.4 if it permits. So let me just impute the value of 2.4 meter, that is 2400, and click OK. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to, just in the same sense, I'm going to rename this level as 03 lintel 1. So after giving this level name, we are going to do the same thing here. So I'm going to click on this, click on copy it from this up to 2.4 meter, click on escape. Then I'm just going to click on this and going to rename it. So you see automatically rename this lintel 2, but it didn't give it the numerical value we wanted. So because this is 3, 4, this one is now meant to be 5. So what I can now do now to make things faster is I can select this level. Remember what I said, copying about and using reference point. So I'm going to click on copy. Instead of picking the point of the object I want to copy, I'm going to pick a reference point which I want to use to duplicate it. So if I pick this level as this base level as a reference point, I'm just going to copy it to this next reference, and I'm going to make sure, mind you, I'm going to make sure this multiple copies is checked on. So I'm going to select go vertically direct. Revit is going to help us maintain a vertical movement. Click here, then we have copied it here. Still hold vertical, click. We're not holding any key, we're just moving it. Click, and we have copied them. So now we're just going to adjust the name of all this level. I'm going to do this lintel 3 correct, but I'm going to change this to 07 since the level under it is 6 and the level above it is 8. This one I'm going to make it 09 since the level below it is 10, 8, and the level above it. So this one is now going to be 11, lintel 5. Okay, so we can click on this zigzag to drop them a bit. The same for this, so graphically it will not be interfering. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl S and I'm going to save this project. So we have done a wonderful work creating all these levels. And if you go to this floor plan, you are supposed to see everything, all the levels we've created. But for some reason, we are not seeing all the levels. To solve this, we are just going to click on views. We are going to click on floor plan views, click on this drop down, click on floor plan. Then we're just going to hold shift and select the last one. So all of them is going to select, and just going to click on OK. So all the levels is going to appear. So we are going to go back to this natural ground level. So in this natural ground level, we are going to be outlining our site. Okay, so this site outline will be very important, and the size we are going to give the site is going to be also very important because we need to be housing a lot of facilities in this church design. So for this natural ground level, we are going to be using what we call model lines, because the reason why we are using model lines is because model lines will not only appear in 2D, they are also going to appear in 3D. So to use model lines, we are going to go to architecture and we're just going to click on model lines. Then we can select the type of line we want. In this case, if we click on this drop down, we're going to see a line type called sight lines. At least we're supposed to see. But if you haven't seen the sight lines, we are going to create them. So we're going to be creating our own custom lines used for site boundaries. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on manage. Then I'm just going to click on these additional settings. Then I'm now going to click on line styles. So now I'm going to click on this new icon here and I'm going to call this 00 sight line. So after creating the sight line, I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to go to where this sight line is. I'm going to click on this line projection thickness to 9mm. I'm going to click on this color and change it to red and click OK. Then I'm going to click on this line pattern from solid to dash dot, which is how site and boundaries are represented. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm now going to go back to architecture. I'm now going to go back to model line. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select this sight line. So now I'm now going to start drafting. So I'm just going to click on this reveal hidden element and I'm going to draft from this point here up to, so I'm going to be giving this site a site of let's say 150 meter in width, just because of how big the facilities we are going to be creating are. Then I'm going to drag it down to 125mm in height, and I'm going to just drag it and join this here. So the reason why I'm drawing why this review hidden element is checked on is because I just want to make sure that this doesn't go outside the boundaries of this. So I'm going to click on this to turn it off, and we're going to see this site. So now we're not going to delete this since we already have our site. So in this site, we're going to outline our brief now and just look at outline the spaces we want to create. All right, so we're going to start. We're going to go to annotate this time and we're going to just click on this normal text. Then we're going to click on this drop down here. Let's just use this one. We're going to click on edit type. We're going to click on duplicate and we're just going to call this text 00 brief. So this is just a separate text for this brief outline. So we're going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to change this to Source Sans Pro. So you can get it, go and download the TTF file. So you'll be able to see this text, but you can use whatever text font you like. Then I'm going to change this size to 6. Click on apply, click OK. So I'm just going to start by naming the brief. So we're going to start 1000 capacity church. Okay, and yes, it's just going to be a generic church, not any specific kind of church. Okay, even though some churches have specific design, but this one is going to be as generic as possible because this is just for a tutorial purpose. So we're just going to click again. After we have named this, we're going to click on this on another part of the project and we're going to start giving the spaces we need. We're going to need an entrance. Okay, let's start from the outdoor spaces. Let's go type outdoor. Okay, we are going to need, of course, an access. We are going to need a security post. We are going to need a power room or a powerhouse. Okay, depending on which country you are. We are going to need public parking. And in this access, we are also going to need both vehicular. Let me name this vehicular access. And pedestrian access. Then after public parking, we are going to need private parking. Then we're also going to need the children's church or children's daycare or church, children's church. Let me just call this children's church. So note that most of these external spaces, we're only going to be designing the main building. We're not going to take time and design the other buildings. We're just going to provide spaces for them. We can add like an outdoor garden. And we can add maybe a prayer garden. Then we can add a staff accommodation. Okay, now I think that should be all for the site, at least for now, for the outdoor spaces. Then I'm just going to click on another part again, and I'm just going to call this indoor spaces. So for this indoor spaces, I'm just going to click enter 2 times to give spacing between the title. I'm still going to edit that on the other one I created. So I'm going to start. We are going to need an entrance. Okay, another outdoor space we forgot. I'm just going to click out, click escape, double click on this one. I'm first going to go here, click at this point here, click on enter to give space between this, then click on this ending, click on enter again. Then I'm also going to provide public convenience, because I don't like convenience spaces being in proximity. It will be in proximity to the main building, but it will not be within the main building. So I'm just going to call this public convenience. So I'm going to go to this indoor spaces. I'm going to call entrance, reception, display shop, steps or stairs, public stairs, and I'm also going to create, let's say, private stairs too. Then I'm going to create the nave, the gallery, the altar. Then I'm now going to start creating the backstage rehearsal room, private conveniences, technical room, office spaces. So these other spaces can be in subsequent floor, conference room, maybe meeting rooms, lounges, and maybe accommodate. Okay, I think the accommodation space will be outside. So I think for now, this is all I can think for the church. Okay, if you have more spaces you want to add, you can write it in the comment section so we can learn from there. Alright, so now we have outlined this brief. We are going to be doing a little bit of brief site planning or non-detailed site planning. So we're going to start by defining our access route. So for this site planning, we're going to just be using the model line. So the model lines also translate to 3D views, and you can also see it on different levels. Okay, if you turn on the underlay. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on model lines. So this time, instead of selecting site line, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select 10 lines. So I'm going to draw a line from here off this road off by, let's say, 3 meters. Then I'm just going to extend this up to 150 millimeters or 150,000 millimeters. That is 150 meters. So after doing it, I'm just going to click on escape. Then I'm going to go over to this icon and click on do not crop view. So it's going to show everything in its entirety. So I'm going to go to model line again. Then I'm going to continue my draft. So I'm going to draw a line up to, let's use 8 meters here. And I'm going to draw another line up to this point here. And another one up to 150 meters. Then I'm going to extend it upwards and make it match the other line. Then just drag it and connect it here. Then I'm going to click on this and delete this. So now I'm just going to click on this model line again. Then I'm also going to draw another road from this side here. So this is now going to be like as a secondary road. So I'm going to draw another line 3 meters from here. Draw another line from this 3 meter to 8 meters up to this point. Then I'm going to click on this and delete this. So I can click on this line, drag it and extend it. Then I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split here. Then I'm just going to click on this trim tool here, trim and extend, select this line and select this line to trim it. Also select this line and select this line to trim here as well. So after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line again. Okay, sorry, I'm using model lines. I'm just used to annotate. So I'm going to click on model line. I'm going to draw another line, creating a green buffer and creating a 4-lane road. So I'm just going to draw another line from here up to 8 meters here. Then draw it to this point, then join it here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go and click on this fillet arc line. Then I'm going to select this line and this line. Then I'm going to form a fillet arc at. Then I'm just going to do the same here. Click on this, form a fillet arc. The dimension will be random for now. So now we are finished placing this fillet arc. I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to click on this arc here and I'm going to impute a dimension of 6 meters. I'm going to click on this and do the same, put a dimension of 6 meters. Then I'm going to click on this line here and delete it. Okay, so now after doing this now, I'm now going to click on architecture, model line again. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to 15 meters. And then I'm just going to put a hypothetical pedestrian entrance. I'm going to draw another line from here, extend this by 6 meters or extend this by 4.5. Here as well, extend this by 3 meters. Then extend this by 4.5 again. So after doing this and outlining this road, I'm also going to go over to this point. So for this point, I'll stop using the model lines for now. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm just going to click on this, delete this, then click on modify, click on split. Then I'm going to split here and split here. So I'm now going to click on this trim and extend. I'm going to select this line and trim this. The same for this. The same for this and the same for this. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to click on architecture again, model line. Then I'm going to click on fillet arc tool. I'm going to select this and just create a small arc here. The same for this. Then put a value of 2.1 meter here and put another value here of 2.1 meter. Okay, so now this is done. We're just going to stop here with the model lines. So we're now going to go to this normal annotate tool and we're going to click on detail line. So in this detail line, we'll need to outline where our building is going to be on this site, and we're going to also outline some other things that are going to be there, because it's always good to plan your building from the site plan. So we're going to draw a line from here, a normal 10 lines. We're going to make sure this is our 10 lines. So I'm going to draw a line from here. Then I'm going to extend it to this point. Also this point here, this point, and this point. So after drawing this line, I'm now going to click on this icon here, which means offset. So we're going to be offsetting that line by a distance. Okay. Then I'm just going to put a value of this offset, and I'm going to be putting a value of let me use 4.5. Or let me just use 3 meters. So this 3 meters is going to be like a green buffer that should go around the site. So I'm going to uncheck this copy, so it's not going to copy the line. So I'm just going to offset the line here, offset the line here. So now we have offset this line. I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm not going to click on offset again. So this time I'm going to be offsetting 6 meters from the side as well as 6 meters from the back. So this 6 meters is like a potential movement access pathway. So I'm just going to do this 6 meters here. So after doing this now, I'm going to trim this here. Okay, and trim this here as well. Okay, for this rear region, I'm also going to give another offset again, and this offset is going to be of 8 meters. So this 8 meters is going to be only at the back. But this time, after putting the offset of 8 meters, I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. So I'm going to offset this here. Then I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm now going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to click on this line here and draw a line here up to 15 meters. So after drawing a line, I'm going to from this point of this 15 meters. Okay, from this point of this 15 meters, I'm just going to draw a line here up to 30 meters. Then I'm going to join it here. So I'm also going to click on this and draw another line here, and this line is going to go down up till 60 meters. Up to this point. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on split, trim, and I'm going to just trim this to this point here. And I'm going to trim this here, and I'm just going to trim this here. So now I'm going to go to annotate detail line. So this box basically is going to be where the main building is going to be. So we're just going to click on escape, click on modify, click on this offset tab and change this offset value to 6 meter. Then make sure we uncheck this copy and offset this from this side. So click on annotate detail line. So in total we have about 36 meter by I think 75 meter in total for this main church building. Then we're also going to draw another line from here, and this line, the distance from here, this point to this point, is going to be 9 meters. Then we're going to draw a line up to this 15 meters, and we're going to draw it up to 30 meters here and stop it here. Then we're going to click on this and we're going to click on delete. Then after this, I'm going to click on detail line and I'm going to draw a line here, demarcating here, and I'm also going to draw another line up to this point, up to, let's use 6 meter or 9 meter. Then draw another line here, then draw another line here. Okay, so now we're now going to start. I'm going to start explaining the idea of this planning now. So this box here is going to be the main building. So this other small box at this side is going to be the I think children's church. Oh yeah, children's church here. So that is what this is going to be. So this whole space is going to comprise the parking, the public parking. At this back, we're going to create space for the staff park. So after doing this now, we're going to start extending a line from here. So this line is going to form the main pedestrian entrance of this church. So we're just going to extend this line first. Remember that in this site plan stage, we're not doing anything to detail. We're just kind of highlighting the main access points and just the main stuff, understanding how the flow is going to be. Then when we go into the main site plan proper, we're not going to detail it. So we're also going to draw a line from here, offsetting by 6 meter. So we're going to create a good buffer zone here between this staff, between this church, between this children's church and this parking lot. So this whole portion is now going to be parking lot. So I'm going to click on detail line and I'm just going to go draw a line from here and draw another line from here. So I'm going to do some trimming just to define these spaces more. So I'm going to click on this and trim this here as well, trim this here, and then maybe trim this here. And okay, let me click on cancel. Okay, so after doing this now, we have a pretty good idea of this our site plan and what is going to be and how these buildings are going to be placed. Okay, so we also know that some stuff like we also didn't plan some important space, outdoor spaces. So we can always go back to this place and we can deduce where other spaces like this private and public, I think we have this. So the power station, we're going to create the spaces for the power station somewhere here. We're going to draw a box from here up to, let's use 20 meters to this point. Click on escape. Then we're just going to this pedestrian access, I think we have it. Then this outdoor garden. So this outdoor garden, I think the best place will be here. So this is going to be where the outdoor garden is. Then this is going to be the parking space for the whole church. Then after this outdoor garden, I think the convenience space. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a convenience space between. I'm going to place a convenience space somewhere here. I'm going to draft a space here somewhere around here and by 6 meter. And this will be spaces for the convenience for the church. Then this children's church maybe can have its own convenience. Then here can be parking. So I think with this, our site drafting is out of the way. I think we don't have much problems here. So when we go further in the project, we're now going to now detail the site zoning and all. So now we're going to start creating the main stuff. So we're going to be detailing what we want to do on this natural ground level. So from what I want to know, so it's always good that if you are starting a project in Revit, and especially when the project is not really conventional, instead of starting to draw walls, you can start with massing. So for this massing, we are going to be using the model in place interface, and this is going to enable us create normal shapes like geometric shapes that we can use to kind of test out the forms and how they function and how they relate together. Alright, so we're going to start the massing. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on component, this drop down icon. Then I'm going to select this model in place interface. Then I'm going to be using this casework. So after using this casework, I'm going to start with extrusion. So in massing, let me just click on cancel. In model in place, you have 5 main tools, and then there are void forms. So this void form still contains those 5 main tools. It's just that void is like the inverse of the normal tools. So this is extrusion, blend, revolve, sweep, and swept blend. So the function of these tools are very basic. Extrusion is to extrude, blend is to blend two shapes, revolve is to revolve a profile, sweep is to sweep the cross section profile of a part through a part. So a swept blend is basically a combination of sweep and blend. So of course all this stuff I just spoke is grammar, but you are going to see we are going to be using these tools practically, and you are going to see how we are going to use them. So we are going to start from extrusion, which means drawing a shape and extruding it. So the things to put in mind in extrusion is these parameters here under this properties panel. You have the extrusion stance and the extrusion end. So this extrusion end, you set it to determine where you want your height to be. For instance, if we want our height to be 6 meters, I'm going to click OK. Then we are now going to set this material. We can set the material to anything we want. For this massing, I'll just look for a white material. I'm just going to search for white. So to get material, I just clicked on this 3 dots here under this material icon. Click on this search tab and search white. So after searching this white, I'm just going to maybe scroll up or scroll down. Then I'm just going to select this one here, this clad white. Then I'm going to click on OK. So after doing this, I'm just going to draw the profile with this tool. So I'm going to start from this point up to here. I'm going to draw this up to 4.5 meters. Click enter. Then I'm going to just draw a box like this. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on finish. Then if I go to 3D view, I'm now going to rotate this to the front. So by rotating this to the front, the reason why I did it is that I'm going to click on this box and I'm going to drag it to this highest level. Or rather, sorry, I'm going to go back to NGO. So I'm just going to click on this edit extrusion, and I'm just going to drag this up to this point, up to, let me use, so since this is 36 meters, I'm going to draw a line from this middle to this point. So drawing a line from here now, this is 80 meters. So I'm now going to calculate. I'm going to draw another line from here up to 3 meters here. Up to, or let me make the line up to 3.6 meters and stop it here. Then I'm now going to draw another line up to this point. So this is 14.4. So I'm now going to calculate 14.4 divided by 3. So I'm going to get calculator and click on calculate. And I'm going to just hit 14.4 divided, or 14,400 divided by 3. That is 4,800. So I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm just going to click on this point here, and I'm going to impute the value of 4,800. Then I'm going to click finish. So I'm going to click on cancel since I can't finish it because of these lines, and I'm going to delete these two center lines. So note that these two center lines were just reference points for me to get that division and get the measurement I want to do. So I'll select all of this, click on mirror, and just mirror it backwards here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click finish. Then I'm going to go to 3D view. I'm not going to click this finish second time. So the inspiration of this project, of this shot, I was thinking of Asgard in Thor, if you have watched the MCU. So I'm going to click on this top part, and I'm going to drag it down to this first floor. Then I'm going to go back to NGO, and I'm going to click on create again, and I'm going to click on extrusion. So this time I'm going to draw another line here up to this point, and draw another line here up to 4.8. Then I'm going to click on enter. So I'm going to draw a line to this point and close this here. Then I'm just going to select these 3 lines here, click on mirror, select this center point here and mirror it to this side. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 1.5 meters from this approach here. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to make sure this copy is checked off. So I'm going to offset this, and click on finish. So I'm going to go to 3D view, and I'm just going to click on this, and I'm just going to drag this up until this first floor. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to NGL again. Then I'm going to click on create extrusion. Then I'm going to draw another profile up to this point, up to 4.8, and click on enter. Then I'm just going to do the same here. Do the same here, 4.8. Click enter. Then I'm just going to close the loop here and I'm going to click on finish. So if I go to 3D view, I'm going to click on this and drag it up to this point. So clearly from this conceptualization, I didn't plan this well. So I wanted this to actually be higher. So, but let's just continue for now. I'm going to go to NGL. I'm now going to click on this and I'm going to click on edit extrusion. Then I'm going to click on this offset and also offset 1.5 meter from here. So it's going to form like this kind of build up at this region. So I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to go to 3D view. So I'm going to go back to this NGL. I'm going to click on create, click on extrusion, click on this box and draw another box, just completing this loop. Then I'm going to click on offset and offset this by 1.5 again. So I'm going to click finish and go to 3D view, click on this and drag this up to this point. So clearly this is not what I want exactly. So I'm just going to solve this by clicking on this, dragging this here first, clicking on this, dragging this to this. I think this is the 4th floor. So I'm going to drag this to this 4th floor. Click on this, drag this here, click on this and drag this here. So after doing this now, I think this now is kind of something looking like what I have in mind. Then I'm now going to go to this part here and I'm now going to go to create again. Then I'm going to click extrusion. Then for this now, I'm just going to go over to this 3D view. Then I'm just going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick work plane and I'm going to pick this surface here. Then I'm going to rotate this to the front and I'm just going to draw a line from here to this point. So we are going to, after we have picked this surface as the plane we are working with, that is this surface, we are going to rotate this to the front. Then we are going to start giving some line works. Then we are going to draw a line from this point up to this point here, just somewhere here, from somewhere randomly around here. Then we are going to go to this edge and pick a diagonal line at 45 degrees till the thing matches this line here, and also go to this point and pick another diagonal line to match this. So we are going to go here and close this loop at this bottom. Then we're going to click on escape, click on this line and delete it. Then we're just going to click finish. So we're going to rotate this now and we're going to go back to this NGL. Then we're going to click on this and drag this extrusion to this point here. So we're just going to look at this and look at something like this. So this is something similar to what I want to do. It's just, I'm just going to refine this a bit now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this extrusion and I'm going to be adding one more meter each to 1 more meter in each of these extrusions. So I'm going to make this 9.4. I'm going to click on this and make this 12. I'm going to click on this and make this 16. Then I'm now going to click on a void form to start using the void forms to detail this more. So I'm going to click on create. I'm now going to click on void forms. Then I'm going to click on void extrusion. So I'm just going to click on set and I'm going to click on pick work plane. Then I'm going to be picking this foremost big work plane here. So now I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to draw a line from here to this point and do the same here. Draw a diagonal line and just join it here. Do the same here up to this point here. Draw another line from here to this point. Then draw a line up to this point here and draw another line here. So after doing this, I'm just going to select everything here. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror it to this point here. Then I'm just going to drag this line upwards. Click on this line and delete this. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here. So it's going to form one comprehensive unit. So I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to set the void end to be 16 or 15,000 millimeter. That is 15 meter. So I'm just going to click on finish. And we are going to see it's going to form something like this, which is part of the plan. Then I'm going to rotate this. So now this is done. We're not yet done yet. So I'm just going to rotate this to this top view. So what I want to do is I'm going to go back to this NGL. So I'm going to create another void extrusion because it's not like from this conceptual you're seeing a triangle, but I'm still going to create some normal vertical walls here. So it's just going to be this front part that is going to be showing this diagonal effect here. So I'm going to go to this NGL and I'm going to click on create and I'm going to click on these void forms, and I'm going to create void extrusion. So I'm just going to draw a line from this point up to here, up to this point, up to this point, draw it back. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter. That is approximately the thickness of a parapet wall, and offset it. Make sure I check this copy, then offset it here. So I'm just going to select this whole profile, click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this other point. Then I'm going to click finish. So if you go to 3D view now, you are now going to see something like this. So I think this is the whole idea of the church here. Then I'm also going to do some extrusions here. So I'm also going to form the entrance point, because this massing has to have an entrance point. So I'm just going to go to create. I'm going to click on extrusion, and I'm going to click on set, pick plane, and I'm going to be picking the front of this part as our reference plane. So I'm going to click on set, click on pick plane, then I'm just going to select here and rotate this to the front. So I'm going to go over here, search for the central point, draw a line from here up to this point here. Then I'm just going to draw another line here up to 4.5, draw another line here up to 4.5 as well. Click on enter. Then I'm just going to draw a triangle here, a line 45 degrees to this point, 45. So looking at this, if I draw a height here, this is 4.5. I don't think it's grand enough. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting. I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to delete this line first. So I'm going to click on this line and extend it to 6 meters. Then I'm going to click on this line too, extend it to 6 meters. Then I'm just going to draw another line here and draw another line here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on this, and I'm going to click on delete. Then I'm just going to set the material to this cloud white, and I'm going to set the extrusion at, let me use 6 meters. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I'm also going to go over here, click on this, click on edit extrusion. Then I'm going to just click and draw a line from here up to 3 meters. So this extrusion is still very small. So I'm just going to click on offset and offset another 3 meters from each side. Offset here, offset here. So it's going to be bigger like this. Or I'm just going to click on line work, and I'm going to offset 3 meters from each side. So instead of forming a triangle, I'm going to form kind of something like this. Then I'm going to click on escape and delete this. So I'm now going to click on this offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter, not 6,000, from here, here, and here. Then I'm going to click on trim this here, trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, then I'm just going to rotate this to the front. Then I'm just going to go to create. I'm going to click on void forms, click on void extrusion, click on set, pick work plane, set this plane as our reference plane, draw a line from here up to 3 meters, join it with this point here, and drag it down. Then I'm just going to click on finish for the void to cut through. So we have something like this for the main entrance. So I'm just going to click on finish and save this project. So this massing gives us a very clear idea of what we are looking for, even though we have not yet detailed this, or we have not yet created the different kind of forms. So we're just going to copy this massing form elsewhere, and we're going to use it as a guide while modeling, using the walls, the roofs, and the floors in modeling the design we want for this church. But this is a conceptual draft of what we want to achieve. So this is very important while using Revit, because some designs that are non-conventional, you will need to mass it and explore forms to just see how it works and whether it will go further before using detailed elements and going much further with in Revit. Okay, so now this conceptual massing is done. We're now going to enter into the proper model. So we're going to go to this NGL. We're going to select this mass form. We're going to click on this normal copy tool, pick any point here and just copy it out of here, then click escape. So we can now click on this one and delete this. So we're now going to be using this as a guide to be drawing some walls here and be using walls to create what we want to create. Alright, so we're going to start the main drafting and modeling. So we're going to start off with walls. So to create walls in Revit, you're going to make sure you click on architecture. Then you're going to click on this wall. So the first thing to do is to select the type of wall you want to use. So I've already created a wall in this template, but to create walls, for example, this is currently generic 200 millimeter. So we're just going to click on edit in place. We're going to duplicate, and we're just going to call this wall 000 my wall. Okay, let me just name it my white wall 225. millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm now going to click on this edit type, this edit structure. Then I'm going to be able to adjust the thickness. So I'm going to change this thickness to 225. Then I can also adjust the material by clicking on this material tab here, this by category. Click on these three dots. Then the material editor library is going to open. So we can create new materials by just selecting any materials, clicking on duplicate, and let's say naming this 00 white paint. Or let me call this beige paint. Okay, then it can be white, whatever. So I'm just going to click on this icon here to change the material. Click on appearance, go under this wall paint. Since I'm looking for a wall paint, I can see beige here, but I'm just going to use this cool white. I'm going to go to graphics, make sure I check this use render appearance, click on apply, and then click on OK. So you can see if I click on OK again, we have created a new entirely type of wall. So looking at this again, let me just click on escape first, select this here, click on left click and hold. Once this move icon, that is this four-way icon, is showing, I'm just going to left click and hold to just drag it easily. So now I just drag this closer, so I'll be looking at it closely as I'm modeling. So I'm going to click on walls. So after I click on walls again, you are going to see this wall we created. We're now going to go to under this side here. This side we are now going to set the constraint. So we have the base constraint, which automatically starts from the level in which we are in. We are currently at NGL, so it started base constraint at NGL. So base constraint basically means where your wall will start from, and top constraint means where your wall will end. So by default, you are going to see this top constraint will be at unconnected. So we're just going to click on it and set it to first floor. Okay, so we are drawing a wall from 9GL to the first floor. We are going to make sure this top offset is at 0 for now, but we might still change it as we work on other parts of this project. So we are going to start drawing some walls. So I'm just going to start from here, just like the way I did this. I'm going to draw a wall here. This time I'm going to click on this drop down. So another thing is this location line. So for instance, this location line, if I set it at wall center line, if I draw a wall, you're going to see that it's going to be drawing from the center of that wall. That is how the thing is drawing. But if I click on escape, click on this drop down and change it to finish face exterior, I'm just going to pick on this point and it's going to finish the face at the exterior part. You can see the difference. If I click on it and change it to finish face interior, if I click on this point, you're just going to see. So this location line helps us depending on how we want to draw and what we want to use it for. So I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to finish face exterior. So I'm going to draw a wall from here up to this point, just like this place. Then I remember that drawing a wall from here to there, this is 4.5. So I'm going to click on this and draw another wall here up to 4.5, up to this point here, and up to this point. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to change this to 4.5 in to in instead of 4.5 out to out. So you can see, let me hit Ctrl Z. So as I clicked on this wall, you see this temporal dimension came out, and this temporal dimension starts from in to in of this wall. If you want to extend it to outside of this wall, you can click on this. Let me do it again. You can click on this point here, hold it, left click, hold, and drag it to where you want the reference to be. But I want it to still be at this inside, so you can just see we are now going to click on this dimension. Now we have selected this and change this to 4.5. So now that is out of the way, looking at this now, we are still going to continue drafting some walls. So I'm going to click on wall again, and I'm now going to draw another wall, but this time I'm just going to draw the wall randomly from here to somewhere here. Remember, I'm just randomly doing this thing for now to somewhere here, and I'm going to draw another wall here. Okay, so looking at this now, the first thing I'm now going to do, okay, not the first thing, I'm going to click on escape, click on wall again, then change this to finish face wall center line. Then I'm going to find the center of this wall here and draw a line from here. So remember that this is now going to serve as our center point in this our center point of this wall. So we're going to use it as a guide. So firstly, we're going to go to annotate. Then we're going to click on align. So this align means linear align dimension. So we're going to make sure this is set at wall faces and this is set at individual reference. So we're just going to dimension here first, just for us to see the dimension. So we can increase the size of this dimension by clicking on edit type. Then we're going to scroll down, change this text size to 6. Click on OK. Then just dimension it so it will come out bolder and bigger. Okay, so we have an idea. This is 5 meter, 4.8, 4.8, 6.8. So we are going to do something similar. I'm going to click on this wall and make it 4.8 into in. Click on this wall to make this 4.8 into in. Then click on this wall here, make this 4.8, this particular dimension into in. Click on enter. So now this is what is left here. So I don't think so. If I click on this wall now and click on mirror and just select this center point and mirror it, draw a line here. So let me do it again. So I selected this wall, I went over here, clicked on mirror draw axis. So I'm just going to click on this mirror draw axis, find the center point again, pick here and draw a line here. So I'm just drawing an axis so it will mirror like this. So looking at this, I think this is a bit on the bigger end. If you look at all this one, I felt this central element should be wider. So I'm going to click on this and reduce this to 4.5 instead. Click on this 4.5 here. Click on this 4.5 as well. Then I'm going to click on this wall and delete it. So now I'm not going to select this wall here. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to select this center wall and mirror it to this other side. So this center point will be bolder. So now I'm not going to be adjusting the dimension from this point to this wall here. So I'm going to select this and make this 1.5 into in. This as well 1.5. Alright, so now this is done now. What we can now do now is to click on this wall here and we're just going to trim this wall like this. So I'm going to click on this trim and extend. Then I'm going to trim this wall and this wall here. So after trimming this wall and this wall, I'm also going to do the same here. I'm also going to do the same here. Then I'm now going to click on escape. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall. Make sure this is set at wall center line. Then draw a wall from this point up to this point here. Then click on escape. So now I'm going to click on this one and make sure this in dimension is 1.5 meter. So after doing this now, I think we can now select this wall. Okay, not yet. I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to click on delete. Then I'm just going to left click hold, select these walls here, all these stair-like walls, click on mirror and I'm just going to select this and draw the axis and mirror this here. So now I can now finally delete this line here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to 3D view now. So to go to 3D view, just click on this house icon here. Let me go back to NGL here and just simply click on this house icon again so you see it very well. Okay, so we are just going to rotate this now. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be setting these walls, these respective walls at certain levels. So it's going to match the kind of element we want to create, something like this. Okay. All right, so now we are just going to select this, start from this wall here, hold control, left click on this wall, hold control, left click again, go over to this side, left click, hold control, while holding control, left click too. Then we're just going to rotate this to this front and we're going to be using these levels as guide. So what we're now going to do is we're going to set this wall, click on this drop down because we want to set it up to this level. So we're going to set it to second floor. Okay. Now second floor, we are going to click on this drop down and we are going to set it to third floor. So now we have set this at third floor. We are going to rotate this now. We are going to select this wall, hold control, select this wall as well. The same for this. Then we are going to click on this drop down and set it to second floor. the top constraint to second floor. So looking at this is somewhat matching what we did here. So we're going to rotate this as well. Select this wall here, select this wall, also select this wall, select this wall, and we're going to rotate this to the front again. Then we're going to click on this drop down and select it to 4th floor. Set the constraint at 4th floor. Now this is done. We're making progress. I'm still going to rotate this now. Select this wall here and also select this wall here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to set it to parapet level, which is the highest level of this project. Okay, so we have something like this, which I think is objectively good. So this already is now making our what we envision in mind come to reality small by small. So we're now going to go back to this NGL now. Then since just like this, we're now going to click on walls again. So these walls are going to be set to 1st floor. We are going to make sure this location line is set at wall center line. Then I'm just going to pick this wall point here and draw a wall going down all the way to this point. Let me just stop this at 60 meters here. Up to this point here, 60 meter. Then okay, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to draw another wall here. So after doing this now, we're now going to leave here a bit open. Then I'm now going to go over here and draw. Okay, I'm just going to click on this wall and extend it to this point and also extend it to this point. So now after doing this is pretty straightforward. So I'm now going to start drawing walls to start planning this ground floor. So for this, I'm just going to be drawing a wall here, extending to this point. I'm going to click on wall again, set this at 1st floor, draw a wall from here, extending to this point here. Then this is now going to be like a lobby. Then I'm now going to draw another wall here. Or what I can do now is to draw a wall from this point here, draw another wall from here, extending to this point, draw another wall from here, extending to this point. Then I'm just going to draw a wall from here all the way to 1.5 from here to this point here. So you can see all this wall stuff, it might be confusing, but we're just trying to create some definition. So I'm going to click on this wall, drag it down here. Click on this wall as well, drag this down as well here. Then I'm going to click on wall again and I'm going to draw another wall here. Click on wall, draw another wall here, and then draw another wall here. Just maintaining the same grids here. But note that all these walls are from ground to 1st floor. So I'm just going to be doing something like this and demarcating these spaces. So after doing this now, we have basically just kind of a rough stuff. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this wall. Then I'm going to make this lobby 1.2 meter. Then I'm going to click on this wall and make sure this is open, and click on this wall as well, making sure this is open. So I'm going to click on split now. And I'm going to just split this wall here because this is where the stairway and elevator shaft is going to be. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select this wall, dragging this wall here, select this wall, dragging this wall. So since most of this wall, especially at this center point, is going to go all the way to the highest floor, I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split this wall here and split this wall here. So what I'm now going to do, since this place is looking tight and I still need to create more lobbies in this space, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to select this wall here and I'm going to just click on this wall and make this wall, let's say 3 points. Let me make it 4.2. So it will be very standard. Then after making it 4.2, I'm going to select this second wall too and drag it to this point. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to select, left click, hold and select everything up to this first wall here. Then I'm just going to click on move. So clicking on move to this point, this is 75 millimeter. So I'm going to minus 75 minus 1.5. That is 1425. So I'm going to click on this move here. I'm going to move this from this point by 1425 millimeter. So it's going to form a 1.5 millimeter wide lobby here. So we have enough space at this point, at the same place, have lobby, and this space is now more functional. So I can click on this wall now. Move this temporal dimension to this soffit and make sure this is 65. Let me just make it 63 meters. Okay, so 63 meter is already at this point, so I can just as well just move it by 3 meter backward, so it will just be 60 meter. So this extra dimension here will now be for the main entrance or the central entrance point to this church auditorium. So now let's just click on this and look at the 3D first and look at what we are doing. So so far so good, but we still have a lot to do. So I'm going to go back to this NGL now, and since this space I've already drafted out this space here, so I'm just going to be looking at these indoor spaces and be looking at the things I want to create. So I'm going to go to this entrance point and I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to draw a wall. So I'm going to draw a wall about, let me use 5.5 meter off here to this point. So in this wall, I'm also going to create kind of a breakout here. So this breakout is going to be like here, and there's going to be another one here. Okay, so I'm also going to, okay, so at this point we are just going to leave the two breakout here. So one will be this side and one will be this other side. So what I want to do now is I'm going to make provisions at this side, maybe these two wings for maybe a display shops, and I'm also going to leave provision for a staircase so occupants of the church can go straight to the gallery. Okay, then I'm going to click on escape. So now I'm now going to start dimensioning, like adjusting this, some of these walls, like this one's in front. So I'm going to click on this one and I'm going to make sure this effective end-to-end distance is 4.8 in a round number at the multiples of 3. Then I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on this temporal dimension and drag it to this point. Then I'm just going to make this 5.1 meter. I'm going to click on this and do the same, 5.1 meter. Remember that the convenience is just outside here, so it's not a problem. People that want to use the toilet can always go to this convenience space here. That is why it's good to plan from the site plan. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to, I think now the draft is done, we can now go to the DPC. So I'm just going to go to this DPC here. So it's in this DPC we are now going to start doing some other generic Revit tools to bring this work to reality. So I'm going to start by clicking on floors. So to create floors in Revit, we are going to go to architecture. We are going to click on floors. So this floors is going to give us a generic floor, but the same way we can create new walls in Revit, we can also create new floors. Okay, so I'm just going to click on edit type as usual. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to be naming it 00 my floor. I'm just naming my floor. Then I'm just going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to change this thickness to 150 millimeter because 150 millimeter is the standard for slab in the region where I work. So depending on your region, you can even click on insert to add different layers and different type of, whether you want it to be structure, you want it to be finish, you want it to be thermal or air layer, you want it to be membrane layer, whatever you want, you can add as many. But for now, I'm just going to click on this and I'm just going to click delete. So I just want it to be a single layer. So I'm going to click on materials. I'm going to right click. I'm going to duplicate and I'm just going to call this 00 slab material. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to click on appearance and I'm going to click on flooring. Then maybe I can click on tile and just select this circular white tiles. Click on graphics, or I can use this terracotta. This terracotta here. Click on graphics, use radial appearance, click on apply and click on OK. Click on OK. Click on OK again. So we're going to start drafting our floor. So normally the ideal way to draft floor is from out to out. So floors are usually at the surface of the walls like this. But because of visualization purposes, I don't like doing it like this, even though I'll still make up for it while cutting sections or detailing it. But I'm just going to draw it from end to end. So visualization will be much easier for me. But the ideal way to do is at the external surface of the wall. So because that is how slabs are casted in real life. Okay, so this is just a by the way note. So you won't say I told you to do it this way. That is the correct way. So I'm going to draw another line here up to this point. Draw it. So I want this place to be like a corridor where people can also access the church, like maybe an emergency exit from this point here, as well as have a walking area and a kind of sit out kind of stuff. So I'm just going to draw another wall up to this point here and up to this point. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on escape. Then I'm just going to go over and click on finish. Okay, another thing is I'll need to draw the floor outline for the entrance. So for the entrance, I want the entrance to be very pronounced. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to this exterior of this wall. Then I'm going to draw a line up to 4.5 meters. Then after drawing the wall here, I'm going to extend it to the side by, let me use 4.5 to one side and 4.5 to another side. So it's always good for the entrance of a church to be grand, so it's going to look nice. So I'm going to click on this line here, delete, click on split, and split this here, and now trim this here and trim this here. So now I'm now going to click on finish. All right, so this is going to be good. I just figured out what I'm going to use this space for, so I just thought of it. So I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to drag this wall to this point. I'm also going to drag this wall to this point. So on this ground floor, I have an idea what I want to use this space for and this space for. Okay, so but I'll still get to more on that. So now we have created the floors. We want to create the staircase. So the staircase I mean is I'm going to create a major staircase inside this administrative part of this church. So it's going to come with its own elevator shaft and a staircase going around the elevator shaft. So for this, one important thing I'm supposed to do, I'm supposed to draw the elevator shaft first. So I'm going to go to this NGO. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then make sure this wall is at wall center line up to first floor. So I can even change the constraint from first floor to roof level. Then I'm just going to from this point draw a wall here, 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 and here randomly, just to use my visual prowess. So I'm going to click on escape. So as usual, I'm going to be clicking on the wall individual and I'm going to be setting the distance. So I'm going to be putting this distance from this other wall at 1.650. So I'm going to click on this point to make this 1,650. I'm going to click on this to make this 1,650. Okay, so now if I click on this, this is already too big for a normal elevator shaft. So I'm going to click on this, copy this wall here to this center point. Then I'm going to check whether each of these distance each can serve for a two small elevator shaft, which I think it can. So after doing this now, I'm now going to open a file where I have an elevator shaft and I'm going to copy it from that file to this project. But let's go back to the DPC. Okay, so now I'm going to click on Ctrl S to save this project. So we're going to save so far how far we have gone. So now I'm not going to go and I'm going to go to staircase. So I'm going to be creating the staircase for this. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on stairs. Then after clicking on stairs, the first thing I'm going to do is, instead of using this assembly staircase, I'm going to click on this drop down and select monolithic stairs. Then after setting the monolithic stairs, I'm going to go to this constraint and I'm going to make sure I set this from base level, which is DPC, to instead of lintel 1, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to set it at first floor. So the staircase is going to go from DPC to first floor. Note that our first floor headroom is, our DPC's headroom is higher than the other floor. So we are still going to create a different kind of staircase on the subsequent floor that is different from this one on this DPC. So after setting this, we are going to go to desired number of staircase and we're going to change it to 28. So note that if you change this desired number of staircase, this actual riser height will change, because the higher the number of staircase, the lower the riser height is needed. So if we change this to 29, is going to now stop at 150 millimeter, which is standard. So I'm now going to change this to 300, this thread depth. So thread is the part where you step on. So I'm now going to click on this sketch stairs. So these sketch stairs are usually, okay, let me close this. So there are a lot of tools to create stairs in Revit. There is this, all these tools here, but I usually recommend using this sketch stair because it will give you the most control. So I'm going to start by drawing the boundary lines from here to this point too, up to this point. Go click on escape, draw lines from here. So note that these boundary lines shouldn't meet each other. They are like parallel lines. You can see I just drew it like this and drew the second one. I didn't join it together. Then I'm now going to click on riser. So it's now this riser that is going to close this loop here and close maybe this one here. Then I'm now going to be clicking on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting these riser lines to create more risers. So note that while I'm creating these risers, you are going to see a tracker here is going to show 2 risers created, 27 remaining. So this is going to serve as a guide as you are creating your risers for this staircase. So I'm going to change this value to 300 millimeter, and I'm going to be offsetting. Also going to offset from this side. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on escape. So it's showing 20 risers created, 9 remaining. So I'm going to select all these risers here. I'm going to click on this mirror draw axis. Then I'm going to pick this point and draw a line 45 degrees to this line. So it's going to mirror perpendicularly. So it's showing -1 riser remaining. So what we can do now is to select 2 of these risers here and delete it. Then select 2 here and delete it, so we can create more risers inside this longer part. So I'm now going to use this trim tool here, and I'm going to make sure I trim this to this, trim this to this, trim this to this, and trim this to this. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting this 300 millimeter up to this point. So it's now showing 0 risers remaining. So we're almost done, but the job is not yet done. So what is remaining? We're going to click on this riser part. So this riser part basically tells us where the staircase is going to flow, how it's going to go. So we're just going to draw a line at the middle of the stairs, draw a line here, draw another line here. Then we can click on this and just join it here, just to form a comprehensive line. So we are going to click on finish. So once we click on finish, we are going to see how the stair goes. So the stair starts from here and goes up and lands here, which is good. So I'm just going to, if you want to change the direction, you can click on flip. Depending on what you want, click on flip here. So I think for now, I think the staircase going here is okay. So I'm just going to click on finish. So there is one. Okay, so now we have clicked on finish. I'm just going to select this railing here, and I'm going to click on delete. Okay, because I don't think we only need maybe a railing. Okay, let me just hit Ctrl+Z and leave a handrail on the wall, so I can click on this one. Okay, this one is still fine. So we have our riser going up like this. So now the next thing is, I talked about the elevator shaft. So this elevator shaft, I'm just going to put them here. So I'm going to be opening one of my previous projects. Let me just click on open, and I'm just going to search for it in my file explorer. I think that was the high-rise tutorials I did before. So I'm just going to search for the Revit file. So I'm just going to click on it, and I'm going to open the high-rise scope. So if you haven't seen that high-rise, you can check it on my high-rise tutorial course. The project file is also there, so you can check that out too. So now as I'm opening this, it's going to take a few minutes. So already opening it, you can see the typical flow of this high-rise tutorial. Then I'm just going to select this elevator shaft here, select this wall too, in case the elevator shaft was hosted to the walls, because there are some components that are usually hosted to walls in Revit, so you cannot select them and copy them independently. You need to copy them with the walls where they are hosted to. So I'm just going to click on this copy to clipboard, not this normal copy, this copy to clipboard, because I'm copying from project to project. So I'm going to go back to this DPC here, and I'm just going to go outside this project and hit Ctrl+V and paste it somewhere here. So after pasting it, I'm going to click on delete instances. Then I'm just going to select everything here and click on delete. So you might be asking, what was the point of bringing it into this project while I was only going to delete it? So the reason is once you bring copy a component from a project into another project in Revit, the component automatically saves in the inventory of the Revit file in which you copied it to. So if I just go to components and click on this drop down and I search for elevator or lift, I'm going to see the elevator shaft. So I'm just going to go over here, and I'm going to place one here. I'm going to place another one here. Then I'm just going to select this shaft here, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected level, select all the subsequent floors, and just click on OK. So it's going to paste here. So now this is done. We're going to start talking about these spaces, and we're going to start giving these spaces names and defining these spaces more. Alright, so now we have created this staircase. We're now going to start placing some doors. So the thing you need to know about doors is that in Revit, if you click on doors now, doors are very easy to place. You click on this drop down to select the kind of door you want. But by default, Revit doesn't give us all the kind of doors. Specifically, I usually use a specific set of doors. So I used to copy it from the template file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on escape, I'm going to click on file, and I'm going to be opening that template file. So once I open the template file, I'm going to go to the DPC and I'm going to be copying things I need from that template file. So I'm going to go to this ground floor presentation. Trust me, if you get the template file, you're just going to see exactly this. So now we're just going to go and we're going to select. Remember I told you that there are some components you can't copy without the host component. Like this door, now I cannot copy this door on its own. I must copy this wall. So once I copy this wall, it's going to come with all these doors that are attached to it. So I'm also going to copy this wall to get this toilet door. I'm also going to copy this wall and this WC to get the WC. I'm going to select this lounge component because I will be creating lounges in the church. The kitchen, I think I can create a kitchen. Yeah, I think a kitchen can serve. Not necessarily, but yeah, I think there can be a kitchen. Then I'm going to also copy this beds from this bedroom. I'm just thinking I might need it. Then I'm going to copy this TV here. I'm going to copy this shower head, this shower column, and I'm going to copy this shower tray here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on copy to clipboard. Then after clicking on copy to clipboard, I'm now going to go back to this our DPC where we are working. So after copying all of this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on Ctrl V and just paste this outside the project. So in this same fashion, I'm going to select everything here and delete it. So another thing I want to copy is I'll go back to this ground floor presentation and I'm going to copy this curtain wall here because it has a curtain wall embedded door. So I'm going to still need that later. So I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to DPC and I'm just going to hit Ctrl V and paste it here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on delete. So now I'm now going to place doors. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on this normal door tool. So once I click on this normal door tool, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to see this D1 and D2. So this D1 represents normal office door, normal doors, normal 900mm door. So I'm just going to click on edit type and make sure the height is matching with our lintel, and our lintel is 2.4 meter if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to edit the height of the door to match it. So I'm just going to go here and just host. You remember that one thing about doors is that you cannot place them outside the wall. So you go to a wall, just hover around it to change the direction. Then you can click on space to change the swing direction. So I'm going to place one here and I'm also going to go here and place another one here. So these spaces, I want them to be offices. Then I want here to be backstage spaces. So we're going to go here too and do the same here. Place this here, click on space, and it's not the best to flush doors to walls because you still need this small provision here for the hinges and all. So after placing this door here, we're now going to go and draft some WCs. So these are going to be offices, so we'll need to draft some WCs here. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall, but this time instead of selecting this 2254, I'm going to be creating another 150mm wall. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm just going to change this. Instead of 225mm, I'm going to go here and change it to 150mm. Then I'm just going to click on OK, and I'm going to click on edit type and I'm going to change this thickness to 150. Then I'm going to click on OK. Click on OK again. So I'm just going to draw a wall here up to maybe 1.2. Draw another wall here. Draw a wall from this point here up to this point. Then draw a wall because this convenience will need a duct. So this duct is going to conceal the whole stuff that is going on. So I'm just going to click on this and change this to 1.2 meter in width. I'm going to click on this, make sure this is 1.2 meter. Then after doing this, I'm going to click on this and make sure this is 450. Click on this and drag this to 450 as well. Then click on this one and make this 2.1. Then drag this to 2.1. So after doing this now, we're just going to click on architecture. We're going to click on door. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to put this D2 there. Then I'm going to place this one here and click on space. Place this one here. Then I'm going to click on escape. There's something I noticed. If you click on this wall, you're going to notice the top constraint is at lintel 1. So as this other 3 or 5 recent walls we created. So I'm going to change this constraint from lintel 3 to first floor. So it's very important to take cognizance of this. You need to pay very good attention to your wall constraints while you're placing these walls. So now what we're now going to do is we're going to furnish this space, because typically we're just going to be using almost the same space for each of these floors. The only thing is that, because if you look at this 3D view, most of these spaces are going to be cancelling out by each of this floor. Like in this first floor, we're still going to have this space, but in the second floor is only the space that will be here. So just like a pyramid is going to be reducing as the height goes up. So that is part of the concept of the design. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're just going to be copying things in a controlled manner. So let's go to DPC, and we're going to convert these two to offices. So we're going to have 4 offices on this ground floor, as well as a lounge here, and maybe a pantry at one side and a lounge here. Okay, so I'm going to click on doors, and I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be placing this D3 door here. I'm going to click on edit type and make sure the height is 2.4 meter. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to go over here, click on space, place this door here, go over here, click on space, place this door here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to this point here. So since this is open, because I plan for this place to light up this lobby here. So even though this lobby will also be lighted up by this stairway that is open here, it's also going to be supported by this point. So I'm now going to go to some furniture placement. The reason why I want to go to furniture placement as early as this is that we'll need to be mirroring something. So instead of mirroring things, going back and forth and mirroring again after we place furniture, I think it's best we do it once. We place the components and furnitures, then mirror the walls and the furnitures at the same time to this other wing. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to architecture, we're going to go to components, we're going to click on this drop down. So we want to select some office components. So for this, I'm just going to search for table first. So in the case where I don't have table, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on file again, and I'm going to be opening this high-rise project that I just opened. Then in this high-rise, I'm now going to be going to the DPC. So in this DPC, I think I have some office spaces. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this table and select this chair, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go click on file again, and I'm going to go back to this church file. Then I'm just going to go to this DPC here, and I'm just going to hit Ctrl V. Then I'm just going to click on rotate and rotate this by 90 degrees or 45 degrees. Then I'm just going to move this to somewhere here. So after moving this to somewhere here, I'm going to click on this chair here. I'm going to click on mirror and mirror this to this other wing. Then I'm just going to adjust it to here. So it's going to have 2 chairs in front of it. The same thing here. So I'm going to click on this chair and adjust it here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on component, and I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to look for WC. Then I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to place a WC. So if you are wondering why is it not looking like a WC, it's because that we have not yet set the view, the graphics display option of this view at detail. So to do that, we're just going to click on this icon here, this detail level, and we're going to change it to fine. Then you're also going to see the hinges of the door. Another thing is that we need to add some graphics to this wall, because this wall is looking very bland and too wall. Even though by default, if you have transferred templates, it's going to turn off the thick lines. Okay, so to turn this on again, you just click on TL on your keyboard, and you're going to see the thick lines, so the graphics will be more pronounced. But the reason why I like working in the thin lines is because if you are working in the thin lines, you are going to see everything with crisp accuracy. So if I click on TL again, you see what I'm saying. But you can also click on VV, that is visibility graphics, scroll down this and until you see this wall column here. So you are going to just follow it till you reach under these patterns, under this cut here. You can see this cut here, patterns. You under this wall line, you are going to click on patterns, click on this override and change it to solid fill. Now you are going to click on this color and drag this black color till this red, green and blue are about 20 each. So let's scroll down to about 20 something, let's say 21, 20. Then I'm going to click on OK. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on OK. I'm going to click on lines and make sure the width of the lines are 5 mm, 5. Then I'm going to click OK, click on apply and click on OK. So this is graphically much better. So after doing this now, we are going to click on components. We are going to search for sinks because this WC needs a sink. So since we don't have a sink here, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to this ground floor presentation of this template file. Then I'm just going to click on this wall and hold Control, select this sink and copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to the DPC and I'm going to hit Ctrl V, which is paste. Then I'm just going to paste it here. So after pasting it, I can click on this and delete this. Then I'm going to click on components and I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to search for sink. So I'm just going to see this sink head here and I'm going to place this somewhere here. So after placing this somewhere, I'm going to click on escape. So we have office. So now we can click on components and we can click on this drop down and search for plasma. Then we are going to select this plasma TV, click on space for us to rotate it and place this somewhere here. Then we have a fully furnished office. So we're going to select all these components, select this as well. Then I'm going to click on mirror and select the middle of this wall here and mirror it here. So after doing this, we have two office spaces now. Then we are going to create some ducts here. Okay, so this is quite early, but I think it's essential we create these ducts on time. So the good thing is that ducts are normally kind of complex to create normally, but with the way I work, I use curtain walls to create duct, making it much easier. So I've done a dedicated video on how to create curtain duct with curtain walls in Revit, so you can check that out. But for now, this template file, if you have transferred the template from the template file, if you click on walls and scroll down under this curtain wall section, you are going to see this duct system. But if you don't see it, we are going to need to create it, or we're going to copy it from a project. So I'm going to click on escape for now. Then I'm going to try and open a more recent template file I've opened. So I'm going to try and be dropping the most recent template file that has all these systems, so you will not need to be having any issue like this. Okay. All right, so I'm going to be opening a new template file, and this template file will have that drill duct. So I'm going to click on file, I'm going to click on open. Then I'm just going to locate where the template file is supposed to be. So I'm going to be opening it. So is this template file I'm going to be uploading. So if you get you're just going to check the description, you're going to see the link to get it. So I'm just going to confirm that what I'm looking for is there by clicking on walls, click on drop down and now I can see grill panel. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go back to the DPC of this project. Then I'm going to go to manage again. I'm now going to click on transfer project standards. Click on this drop down. Instead of selecting this high rise, I'm going to select this Revit mini and I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to override what is already existing. So I'm just going to give it a minute. Okay, so now the template has been transferred. If I go to architecture and I go to walls, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to see grill panel. Then I'm just going to draw the grill panel from this point here up to this point here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this grill panel and I'm going to set this top constraint at first floor, but I'm going to put a top offset of -450 just to give provisions for the beam. Then I'm also going to put the base offset at 150 millimeter. Now 1500. So after giving it these parameters, I'm going to click on it, click on copy, select this point and copy it to this point. So we have the ducts for you. So I'm still going to go into Windows, but Windows is one of the last things I do in a project because Windows directly tie in with the facade of that project. So I'm going to select this component here. After selecting this component, I'm going to select these plumbing fixtures, these doors, these walls too. Hold Control while selecting all of them. These curtain walls here, or this curtain wall duct. Then click on mirror. Then I'm just going to draw this axis line and mirror this here. So I can select this, click on copy and just copy it from this point to this point just to balance everything out. So now we have 4 offices here. We're also going to put some doors here. So we're going to be putting a door here and another door here. Then we're also going to put a door here because this door is like the backstage. So I'm going to go and okay, so before we put any door here, the altar is going to be around this region. So in this altar will be elevated above the normal ground level, maybe about 900 above the normal ground level or normal DPC level. So what we're going to do first is we're going to create a floor, and this floor is going to be higher than this other floor. It's going to be at this altar and at this backstage. So the steps to access it is going to come from here, and the step is also going to come from here. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go to architecture. We're going to click on floor. Then I'm going to still be using this my floor. The only thing I'm going to change is I'm going to set this height offset to 900 millimeters. So after setting this, I'm now going to start drawing the profile. So I'm going to draw it from here up to this point, up to 900 millimeter from here. Then go up to this point here, draw it up to here, and then up to 5.6 meter from here, up to this point, up to here, and just do the same thing. So after doing this now, we're going to make some protrusions here. We're going to go over to this corner here, and we're going to draw a protrusion up to 1.5. Then we're going to draw it up to this point here, straight here. Then I'm going to click on split here. Then I'm just going to trim this here and trim this here. So it's going to form a comprehensive shape. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now I'm not going to be using dwarf walls and entrance steps. Okay, so I'm not going to be using this normal stairway. I'm going to be using dwarf wall. So you can see as we transfer the template of that new template file to this one, you can see some things change. For example, this railing. So this handrail is currently showing as kept. So we are going to click on edit type. We are now going to click on this baluster placement. We're just going to click. Okay, sorry, I'm going to close this first. So the issue is that if you look at this handrail, it's looking abnormally thicker and more complicated than before. So we're going to select it and edit it. So I'm going to click on edit type. After selecting it, I'm going to go to this top rail. I'm going to be clicking on this type, and I'm going to change it from rail caps to normal rectangular handrail. Then I'm going to change this material, click on it and change it to aluminium. Okay, so after changing it to aluminium, I'm just going to select any metal aluminium, click on OK, click on apply, then click on OK. Click on OK. So after doing this now, we have solved that issue out of the way. So we're going to be creating some steps for this stage here. Okay, so before we do those steps, we're going to use dwarf walls to kind of define this elevated floor. So we're going to go to, so the reason why I want to use dwarf wall, if you go to 3D now, and we rotate this to this point, let's just go over here, click on this, change this to fine, click on this, change this to shaded. So we're going to be seeing the colors and it's more clear. So you can see the progress we're already making, and you can see how it's already looking like our conceptual mass. So if you look at this now, you're going to see that even if we create step here, all this place, there's going to be like a gap from this floor here to this one. So we're going to use dwarf walls to cover that gap. So I'm going to go to NGL, or rather DPC. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. After clicking on walls, I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be selecting my wall 225. Then I'm not going to change this from wall center line to up to let me use finish face exterior. Then I'm going to set this top constraint to DPC as well. Then I put an offset of 900 or 750 millimeter. So after putting 750 millimeter, I'm going to pick here. Okay, sorry, I'm going to start from here, pick this point. You can see how the wall is going. So we are not seeing the walls because of the walls are just lapping underneath the floors. So if we want to see them, we can go over to this view and change it to wireframe. Then we're going to see these walls that are under these floors. So we're going to go to wall, and we're going to do the same here. Then do the same here as well. So we can now click on this floor now, click on edit type. Then we're just going to edit the boundary of this floor over this. Then I'm going to do some trimming. So after trimming this, I can delete this as well. Click on this and drag this to this point here. Then click on finish, click on don't attach. So if you go to 3D view now, we are now going to see the way this is looking. So we have this elevated podium that is going to serve as the altar. So now we are now going to go back to DPC now. Then we're going to create some entrance steps. So to do that, I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on stairs. Then I'm just going to select this monolith, click on edit type, duplicate. Then I'm going to call this 00 steps. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on OK. I'm just going to click on this run type monolithic. I'm going to click on edit type, and I'm going to call these steps as well, or duplicate, sorry, and call it steps. Remember, don't edit, duplicate and call it step. Then I'm going to change this from smooth to stepped and from structural depth to 900 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to be changing the constraint of this set from DPC to DPC, but I'm just going to put a top offset of 900 millimeter, just as I did. I'm going to set this desired number of riser to be 7. Okay, 6. I'm going to set it at 6. Set this thread depth to 300 millimeter. Then I'm going to start drawing some steps. So I'm going to click on create sketch. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create one, then I'm going to duplicate it, copy it to this side, then mirror both of them to this other wing. So I'm going to start by drawing this riser from here up to 1.8. I'm going to do the same here. Then I'm going to, the boundary lines. Then I'm going to click on riser. I'm going to draw a riser from this point to this point. Then click on offset and offset it by 300 millimeters. Okay, so I think this is even one riser. So what I can do is just to create a pseudo landing here. So after doing this, I'm now going to click on stair path, and I'm going to draw a line in between this. So now I'm going to click on finish. So you can see the riser, the step is going this way, which I don't want. So I'm going to click on flip. So I can now select this, click on copy, select this point here and copy it somewhere here. Then click on move this and just join it to this point. So now I can now click on these steps, click on edit sketch, then drag this line to this point here and click on finish. So after doing this now, I can select both of these staircase, click on mirror, select the center point, that is this elevator shaft, and mirror it, draw a line, mirroring it to this other wing. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So you can see this how the thing is. So if you go to 3D view now, you are going to see that these steps created very well. So the only thing is that we didn't consider something that we are going to need. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and click on edit sketch. Then I'm going to click on this, click on edit sketch. So there are meant to be more risers here. It's just that for some reason it's having issues and it's not creating completely, as you can see in this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to work on it again. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this. So what I did was to click on edit this staircase, click on edit this monolithic line. Change this from stepped to smooth and change this structural. Okay, change it to stepped, but change this structural depth to 1.2 or change it to 750. Let's see what will happen. Then I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. Then I'm going to click finish. Okay, so I'm going to click on these steps. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on edit the run type. Then I'm going to change this from stepped to smooth, and I'm going to change it back to 150 millimeter. So I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click on OK. Click OK. So you can see that this has lapped perfectly. The only thing now we are going to do is we are going to go back to this DPC. Then we are going to click on this test, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to delete this two here. So I'm going to click on these steps here, click on edit sketch, then drag this to match here and click finish. I'm also going to click finish first. Then I'm going to click on this floor, click on this wall beneath this floor, click on move from this point to this point. Then click on this staircase and click on edit type, edit stairs. Then select both of them, click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing. So after doing this now, I'm going to click finish. I'm going to click on this and change it back to hidden line. Then I'm just going to go to walls now. So under this wall, I'm just going to make this top offset at 900 millimeter. Then I'm going to draw a dwarf wall from this point up to here. I'm also going to do one here from this point here. click on this, change it to finish face interior, click on this from this point up to this point. So now if you go to 3D view, you are going to see that we have created something very more looking good and more refined. So now we have done this, we are going to go back to this DPC and we are going to continue working. So for these spaces, I would like to create a bit of convenience here, because I plan for this to be a rehearsal room and want to be a lounge. So I think a convenience attached to it will make sense. But before we do that, let's start placing some doors in this elevated floor. So I'm going to go to click on door icon and I'm going to be placing some double swing door from each of this wing. The only thing is I'm going to change this sail or height to 900 millimeter, since this altar is elevated by 900 millimeter. So I'm going to place one here, click on space, place the second one here, then place another one here, click on this, click on space, place another one here. So I'm also going to go here and place a door here, and go here too, placing another door here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. So now I'm not going to, because I need a convenience to serve the public and basically serve all the stuff. So I'm going to create a proper public convenience. So I'm going to be using one of this wing to do it. So I'm just going to go over to walls now, and I'm going to be selecting this 150 millimeter wall that we created. Then I'm going to set the constraint to first floor, change this top offset to 0. So I'm just going to click on this and start sketching it. So I'm going to click on escape, change this from finish face interior to wall center line. Then I'm just going to follow this grid, draw a wall from here. Then I'm going to draw another wall up to here, draw another wall here, then draw some walls here, and another set of walls here. Then just divide this wall accurately. So now I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm going to drag it up to this point. Okay, so I'm now going to click on modify. I'm going to click on architecture. Okay, I'll click on architecture, click on door. Then I'm going to be selecting this normal D1 and I'm going to make sure this sail height is changed to 0. So I'm going to be placing this one here, and I can place this one here. So one will be male, one will be female convenience. So now I'm going to just click on escape. I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm going to move it back by reducing this space to 1.8. So after doing this, so there will be enough provision for sinks. So I'm going to go to door now. I'm going to click on this drop down, select this D2 door, click on edit type and make sure the height is 2.4. So it's going to match the lintel. Then I'm going to place one here, place another one here, click on space, place one here, place another one here. Then I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to components, click on this drop down. Then I'm going to search for WC and place one here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to search for sink, and I'm going to place sink head one here and another one here. The same thing for this. So after doing this now, I think we have created this public convenience for the staff that is going to be servicing. So here is now going to be a rehearsal room, so I can leave it open. So now we have done this now, we're now going to go and start working on this entrance. So in this entrance, even though it will be more related to the facade, I think it's good we start defining some stuff about it. So I'm going to create the ramps as well as the entrance steps. So there are going to be ramps for this entrance as well as some entrance steps here. So I'm going to go to annotate first and I'm going to go to detail line. So with this detail line, I'm going to click on line and I'm going to draft out some possible green areas. So I'm going to create some flower beds at this point here. So I'm going to draw another line to indicate some flower beds up to this point. Then after doing this, I'm going to draw a line here and indicate where the ramp will be. So our DPC is 600. If I go back to elevation, I think our DPC, we set the DPC height at 600 millimeter. So going back to this DPC now, we can go to detail line. So the ramp, normally the standard for ramp is 12 meter length to 1 meter rise. So for 600 millimeter, I think let's say 5 meter length can serve for the, okay, maybe 7 meter length of ramp can serve comfortably for the 0.6 meter raise. So I'm just going to use line works to indicate it first. Then the entrance steps is going to be from the front at this. So now we are going to go on escape. Now let's just select all these lines here. Hold Control, select everything here. Then go to filter, click on check none, select only the lines, click on OK. Then copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected views and select the first floor, or select the NGL, sorry, and click on OK. So we're just going to go back to this NGL now, and we're now going to start creating the entrance steps, and we're also going to create entrance step that is also going to serve the sides of this building. So now I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to steps, then I'm just going to go to these steps I've created, and now I'm just going to edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and call these steps 2. Then I'm going to click on this run type, click on it, click on duplicate and call these steps 2 as well. Then I'm going to change it from smooth to stepped and change this to 450. So I think this should work in this case. Click OK, click OK. So I'm going to start, make sure our base level is NG and our top level is to DPC. Desired number 4, actual riser height 150, actual riser thread length 300, fine and good. Then I'm going to click on this create sketch. I'm going to start from drawing boundary lines here up to 900. Do the same here. Then I'm going to click on riser here and I'm going to draw a riser to this point. Then click on offset and offset 300 millimeter. Here. So after doing this, now I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to click on sketch path and I'm going to draw a line through the middle. So I'm going to click on finish and I'm going to click on this flip to make the staircase flow upwards. Then before I finish this one, I'm now going to duplicate it and copy it to another point in this project. So I can go to DPC to get a clearer view of where I want to copy it. So now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on copy. And I'm just going to copy this to this right side or left side, sorry. So I'm going to click on this step, click on rotate, click on any point and just put 90 degrees. Let me do it again. So I clicked on this staircase, clicked on rotate, clicked on the vertical point first, rotate it to the side I want to rotate. If I want to go this side, I'll go this way. If I'm going this way, I'll just go randomly. I'm not going to click yet. Then I'm going to put 90 degrees and press enter. So it's going to rotate this. So you can see we have another entrance steps here. So I'm going to go to this. I'm going to click on these steps, click on move. Then I'm going to try and move this to the center point of this point here. So this is the center point here. So we know that the emergency exit is going to be somewhere here and another emergency exit is going to be somewhere here. So the congregation of this nave is going to have from this, the congregation of this nave is going to have a circulation kind of going cross-sectional. You get, so a major circulation here, another circulation part here, then an area of chairs here, an area of chairs here up to this front. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror this from this point here to this other wing. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So if you go to 3D view, we're going to see how this is looking, and so far it's not looking bad. So we're also going to go here and we're going to be using some dwarf walls to just to kind of cover this point here. You get, so we're going to use some dwarf walls here. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to this DPC. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. I'm going to go to NGL. I'm going to go to wall. Then I'm just going to change this from NGL to DPC and put a top offset of, let's say, 25 millimeters. Then I'm going to click on this one and change it to 2254. Click on this wall center line and change it to finish face exterior. So I'm going to draw from this point here up to this point. Then I'm going to go here, click on this point and draw up to this point. So after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to 3D view. I'm going to select this. I'm going to rotate this here and I'm just going to drag this wall to this point. Then I'm going to select this wall, hold Control, select this second wall. Then click on mirror. Then I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing. So we are going to have two other general side lobbies here, side corridors here. So now we will need to now create the entrance ramps, because I think those are very essential too. Then we'll now start going into subsequent floors while we are doing the facade design and we're generating this form properly. So we're just going to go back to DPC. Okay, so sorry, let's go back to NGL. So from this NGL now, we can see that this is where our ramp is supposed to be, at the same time that this is where our flower pot is going to be. So let's start by creating that flower pot. So for flower pot, we are going to be using a wall tool. So we're going to click on walls. We're going to click on this drop down and select this 150 wall. Then after selecting this 150 wall, I'm just going to click on edit type, duplicate, and call this 00 flower pot wall. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this material. I'm just going to select this stone wall here. You'll see it in this template. Click on OK, click on OK, click on OK. Then of course I'm going to leave the offset as the NGL to DPC, top offset 25, finish face exterior. Then I'm going to pick this line here, click on escape, draw another wall from here to this point, up to this point, and this point. Then I'm now going to go to DPC here while I'm still seeing, you see I'm seeing these walls here. Then I'm just going to go to floor, and I'm now going to click on this drop down. Since I don't have any green area floor, I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 green area. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type, click on this material and change it to this grass material. Then I'm just going to add some graphics patterns to it. So I'm going to select this foreground pattern and I'm going to search for dense here. Then, okay. Then I'm going to select this sand dense, click OK. Click on this color, drag it towards the greener spectrum and drag it a bit upwards. Click on OK. Then click on this background, select this solid fill, click on OK. Click on this color, drag it towards green and make it very light green. Then I'm going to click OK, apply, OK, and click OK again, click OK. So I'm going to click on this rectangle tool and I'm going to draw a profile and fill up here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to 3D view. Now we can remember another thing we forgot to do is we forgot to set this wall height offset back to 0, which we are supposed to do. So if we go to DPC, we are going to see it now is 0. So if I go to this 3D view, I can just hover around one of these walls, click on tab, select it, hold Ctrl, select this floor, try to select the edge, rotate this to the top view, click on mirror, select this point here and mirror it to this wing here. So now we have done this, I think we have made good progress on this work. So now what we are going to do now is we are just going to go to the first floor now, because I think for this DPC we should leave this DPC for now. So in this first floor now we're only seeing some walls, a couple of walls. We're not seeing everything, and the reason why is that we are not supposed to see anything because the walls that we are not seeing didn't come up to the first floor. So what we can do to aid us and give us a better idea is to go to this underlay tab here, click on this drop down and change it to first floor. Oh sorry, change it to DPC. So you are going to see from this first floor, you are going to be seeing what is happening on the DPC and everything going on. So I think that is good. So remember that this space is still maintain themselves in this first floor. So what we can do now is just to go back to this DPC here, and we're going to copy some things from this DPC to this first floor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hold Ctrl from here, left click and select everything here up to this point here. So after selecting everything up to this point, I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, first floor, and click on OK. So you see we duplicated this wall 2 times, so I can click on this and click on delete. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z first. So if you go to first floor now, we're going to see some things now. So I'm just going to click on select everything from here as well, the same way I did in the ground floor. Then I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to click on check none. Then I'm only going to check these walls and click on OK. So after checking this wall, I'm going to just go over to this base offset and change this thing, make sure everything is 0. And this top offset, click on OK. And this top offset, make sure everything is 0. So after doing this now, I'm now going to select this wall here. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down and change this to -450, top offset -450. Then this base offset, I'm going to change it to 300 millimeter, only for these gray panels. So after doing this now, I can now go here, select everything here, like from this, apart from this WC, select everything here. Click on, okay, after selecting everything here, click on mirror, select the same center point and mirror it to this other wing. So we have almost the same thing here. Then we can just delete these two doors here. Then I'm just going to go to architecture, click on wall, click on this drop down and select this white 2254, set it at wall center line, then set this top constraint at second floor, change this top offset to 0. So we're going to draw a line from this center wall up to this point here, and we're just going to continue it like that. So in the case of this, we can make this a lounge, so we can still leave this lobby here. We can still go to architecture, click on wall, so we can now make this some other kind of spaces. Like I'm just going to go to this space here. I'm going to draw a wall here up to this point here and up to this point. Okay, so I can even draw another wall here and draw another wall here. So I can still maintain this space like this. So remember, if you want to improve the graphics, I can click on VV and do the same thing with it. So instead of stressing ourselves, what we can do now is we can go back to this DPC. Since we have already changed this graphic setting, we can simply go under this view icon, then click on this view template, click on create template and call this temp. So this temp means temporary template for the plans. Well, we'll just be using it for casual work till we now do the final graphics and plan settings before we save the main template. So I'm just going to click on OK, click OK. Go to first floor, click on view template, click on apply templates and click on OK. So we now have the same template going on this floor. So after doing this now, another thing we can do is we are just going to go to 3D. Then we're going to rotate this church backwards. So what we're going to do is we're going to just select these spaces here and this duct here, sorry, and delete it first. The reason why I'm deleting it is that, anyway, I think it's better if they're independent, so I'll just hit Ctrl+Z. I wanted to kind of unify them before, but I saw there is no need for it. So I can go back to DP. I can just go here, select 4 of these first, hold Ctrl and select these 4 ducts. Go back to DPC. After they are still selected, click on copy, pick this point here and copy them to this point. Then we're still going to have duct as well for this toilet, for this public toilet here. So we can even click on this one and increase the size up to this point here. Click on this cutting wall, drag it up to this point. So I think I can click on AL, that is the shortcut for align. Select this wall soffit here and select here just for pinpoint accuracy. Then go to this first floor and just basically do the same. AL, select this soffit here, select here, click escape, select here, cancel, sorry I made a mistake, select this soffit, select here, then click escape. So we have a very comprehensive design. So now we'll try and figure out some of these spaces, what we are going to use it for. So we're just going to change here to maybe a launch space. Okay, so there's another launch space, so we can change here to conference room and maybe here for some other spaces, but the details of these spaces might not be that important like that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on door, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be setting this D3 door and be placing this here. So after doing this now, we are going to go over to these spaces here and maybe we are going to go to door, architecture door, and we're going to place some doors here and maybe click on this drop down, select this single swing door and place one here. Place another one here. Place another one here. Maybe this can serve as a storage. So after we are done with this, we can go to this second floor now. So in this second floor is a bit more interesting because the thing now becomes narrower on this second floor, because if you remember, if you go to this 3D view, you are going to see the floors become narrower as it goes up to this highest point where there is only one single will I say modulus of space. So we are going to go back to second floor now, and we're going to go over to this underlay again, click on this and change it to first floor. So we're going to be seeing what is going on. So I'm just going to click on walls again, architecture walls, and I'm just going to follow the same pattern I used for this first floor. The only thing is that I'm going to lock off this point and stop it at this point here. So I'm just going to do the same thing, follow the path. Then I'm going to go to this view template, click on view template, click on apply, then click on OK. Select this TMP, that is temporary, and just click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on wall here and just complete this. So another mistake I made is while I was selecting this wall, I was in a haste. Then if you notice, most of these new walls I created, their top constraint is at lintel 3 instead of second floor, instead of third floor. So I'm going to select these new walls I created, hold Control, select all of this. Then I'm going to change this top constraint to third floor, so it's going to match. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go back to first floor here. Then I'm just going to select everything here again, I think up to this point. Hold Control, select everything here again up to this point. Hold Control, select this one. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, second floor, and click on OK. Then if you go to this second floor now, we are going to see something like this. So I'm just going to click on this and delete this here. Then I'm going to click on this wall and drag it back. I'm also going to delete this window door here, draw this wall, drag it back. So what we need to do is, remember I told you that the staircase we'll be creating for the subsequent floors will be different from that of the ground floor, or that of the first floor rather. So if I go to this first floor now, I'm going to go here, click on this underlay of this first floor and change it back to none. So it's only the distant first floor will be seen for now. So I'm just going to select these doors here. Remember that these doors here, they are actually only on this first floor. So, and these spaces replicate themselves on the second floor. So I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, and select second floor, and click on OK. So now I'm not going to be creating floor slabs for this first floor. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on floor, then I'm going to click on this drop down and select this my floor. So I'm just going to be drafting out the path, drawing the path from here up to here. So just follow and draw the path carefully, then think it isn't. So instead of, unlike the DPC where you are going to draw the floor and encompass this staircase, this is a suspended floor, so we'll need to just follow this path here and stop this at the landing of this staircase here. Then we're going to continue like this. Up to here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this line here, trim this line here, trim this line here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I can now click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, select third floor. Okay, second floor, sorry. Then I'm going to click on OK. So if I go to second floor now, I'm just going to adjust this a bit. I'm going to select this here. I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here, trim this line here. Then select these two lines and delete this. Select these two lines, delete this. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now we're going to go back to, okay, this TV is in second floor. So I'm just going to select this TV here and just set some things, right? Set this TV offset to be 600. Okay, so what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to go back to this first floor here. Okay, so there's a bit of an issue here. So what I forgot to do is when I was creating these floors, if you select the floor, I forgot to remove this height offset of 900. So I'm going to change this back to 0. That is why it seems that most of these components hid. So be careful of that. So I'm also going to go to this second floor, select these two, and just change this back to 0. So we need to be very careful of the constraints because it can make us make some funny mistakes. So let's just look at the 3D and see whether this is going in line with what we want to do. So you can see that I forgot to put some docs for this office conveniences here. So I'm going to select this, click on copy, copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, second floor, and click on OK. So we have it here. Okay, so let's go back to this second floor now. So what we're now going to do now is we're going to, okay, let's go to first floor. We're going to create another stairway. So what I'm going to do, just to avoid distractions, I'm going to click on this stairway and I'm going to click on HH. So that is temporary height. So I'm going to select this railing HH, select this one HH. So I'm going to see a clear drawing field for me to sketch my stairs profile. All right, so I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on stairs, but this time I'm going to be selecting our normal monolithic stairs. Then I'm going to set the constraint from first floor to second floor. Then I'm going to put adequate number of risers. I think 22 should be enough. Okay, 23. Then put the thread 300. Then I'm just going to start sketching. So I'm going to start from boundary lines and I'm going to start from here. So I doubt if the risers of this subsequent stair is going to reach up to this point. So I'm going to draw it up to, let's say, 3.3 and do the same here. Then I'm going to do the same here and draw the other boundary line here. So I'm going to click on risers. I'm going to start from here and start from here. Then I'm going to click on offset 300. Then I'm going to start drawing offsetting my line. So it's showing 12 risers created, 11 remaining. So I'm going to click on riser here, draw to this point, start copying. Okay, so I think we can create 2 more here. Then I think deleting 2 more from this side will balance it off. So I'm just going to click on trim and trim. So you can just see the stark difference between this staircase and the one on the ground floor. So what we can now do now is we're just going to click on stair path and we're going to draw our stair path from here up to here and here. Then we're just going to click on finish. No, I mistakenly click cancel, but I'm going to click on finish. And I'm going to click on flip staircase because I think on the ground floor our riser started from here. So we're going to continue in that flow. If you want to confirm, you can go to DPC. So in this DPC, you can see this staircase on DPC. The stair flight started from here and went up. So if you go to this first floor, we're going to start from here to going up. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after clicking on finish now, I'm just going to click on this floor, click on edit floor profile and drag it here. Then I'm going to leave this here because the staircase landing of the stairs from the DPC is stopping at this point. So we're going to leave it here. So if I click on finish and click on don't attach, I click on HR, that is to the reverse of that HH. So you're going to see that the riser actually stopped here. It landed here. So this is going down and this is now going up. So that is just basically the whole stuff. So if I click on this staircase going up now, I can now click on copy to clipboard. I can now click on paste, align to selected level. Since the first floor, second floor and third floor are the same thing, I'm just going to select second, third and fourth and click on. Okay, for the fourth floor, I don't need to copy to the fourth floor. So I'm going to select second and third because the fourth floor is the highest floor. So I'm going to click on OK. So now what we are going to now do now is we are going to go to second floor now. We are going to click on this floor and we are going to click on edit boundary. And we're going to drag it to this point and drag this floor here to this point. Then click on finish and click on don't attach. So if you click on out and we go to 3D view, if you are going to see all this staircase here, so you can see the stairway going all these floors. So what we can now simply do is to go back to this second floor, select this slab here, this second floor slab, click on tab, select this, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected level, then click on third floor, then click OK. So I'm going to click on third floor and just leave this floor here for now. So now we are just going to go, now we're in this third floor, we're going to go to this second floor and we're going to simply copy the things that are going to this third floor, which I think is start from this wall here, and this wall is going to the third floor. So what we're going to do is we're going to select this wall here. We're going to hold Control, select this wall. Basically hold Control like this and select everything up to this point here. Hold Control to select everything from here up to this point here. Then what we are going to do is we're just going to hold, since we have already copied the floor, I'm going to hold Control, select this wall as well. Since we have copied the floor, I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none, and I'm just going to I'm going to click on check all, and I'm going to uncheck this floor and click on OK. Then I'm going to click copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, select third floor, then click on OK. Then going to the third floor now, we are going to see something like this. Then I'm going to go to this underlay, click on it and change it to second floor. So we're going to be seeing the second floor. So I'm going to delete this door here, delete this door. Then I'm going to go over to this view template again, click on view template, click on apply, select this TMP, and I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on walls, I'm going to select this top constraint from lintel 4 to 4th floor. I'm going to make sure this is wall center line, so I'm going to draw a wall here up to this point and draw another wall here up to this point. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here up to this point here. So I'm going to click on this, drag this here, click on this and drag this here. So I'm going to now click on this floor. I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm going to delete everything here apart from maybe this line here, and delete this one too. Delete this one. So I'm now going to click on trim, and I'm going to select this line, select this line, select this line too, and select this line and trim it together. Then click on finish, then don't attach again. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to wall again. Then this time you can see is selected, set at third floor to fourth floor, wall center line. So I'm just going to be following this part we have not yet filled up here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So now I'm going to go back to this second floor now, and I'm going to select these doors here, specifically these ones, and click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected level and set it at third floor. Then I'm just going to go and use wall and fill up here. I'm going to click on wall. I'm going to draw a wall here and draw another wall here and click on escape. So now I'm going to go to third floor. So in third floor we have this now. So I think this has already solved a lot of the issue. So what we can now do now is we are now going to the fourth floor, which is the final floor. So in this fourth floor, I plan to put some major offices there. So I don't think it's going to come with all these wings, or maybe the major office will even be here. Maybe the fourth floor will be maybe a prayer room or something, since it's only one space and since it's the highest. So I think it will make sense, that much sense. So I'm going to go to fourth floor. So under this fourth floor, it's not going to be like the other floors. I'm going to click on this underlay and change it to third floor, to be showing third floor, range based third floor. Then I'm just going to go to architecture wall, and I'm going to set this from fourth floor to roof level. Then I'm going to draw a wall here, up to here, up to here, and up to here. So I'm just going to draw another wall here to this point. So if I go back to this third floor, I can now select this wall here, click on copy, click on paste, align to selected level, and then paste it at fourth floor and click OK. So going back to this, you are now going to see this is going to look something like this. So looking at this overall, you can see that this is what we have created. So we have created kind of a staircase like effect. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to be roofing everything backwards. So all the parapets, we're going to use parapet to create an effect, but most of all the whole roof is going to be falling backwards, and we're still going to roof this shortly. Okay. So after doing this now, I think we have done a remarkable job. What we can now do is to let's go to view template and apply a template for this fourth floor. So we're going to go to this view template, click on apply, then just select this TMP and click on OK. So now we have done this. This, as I said before, this is quite good, and we have done this with quite decent speed. So now we are going to go back to this DPC. So in this DPC, we want to start doing more facade inclined stuff, that is working on this entrance facade, and we'll start now enter the roofing of this building. Okay, but before we do that, remember that we have not yet placed a door here, and we plan to put a gallery going to a staircase here going to the gallery of this building. So on the second thought, I just remember that I didn't make provisions for creating a gallery in this space. So it's just, there's not going to be gallery, it's just going to be this display room. So what we are going to do now is we are going to place some doors here. For this entrance, I plan for it to be a special kind of door. So I'm going to be using some curtain wall embedded door for this main entrance. But I'm just going to, that's why I'm leaving this space clear, and this space too is going to be some display shop, so it's going to be curtain wall embedded. So also here too, so all of them is going to be curtain wall embedded. But before we get into that stuff, we'll now start doing some kind of facade related stuff and the roofing. So we're going to go to this 3D view now, and we're going to select this wall here, and we're going to rotate this to this front. So remember, from this concept, the whole idea is for this wall to slant all the way up and form a triangle. So what we're going to do, we're going to try and do exactly that. I'm going to click on edit profile. I'm going to draw a line here going straight up. Then I'm going to go to this point here and draw a line from here at 45 degrees. I'm also going to go to this point and draw another line here at 45 degrees. So after doing this, on the second thought, I'm just going to click on cancel first and click on yes. So the reason why this might not work is I need to extend this a bit. So because this thing is going to follow the roof. So even if I extend this wall a bit, the roof can now start from maybe here. So there is going to be shade for this wall here. You're going to understand what I mean shortly. So I'm just going to go back to DPC now, and I'm going to let me go back to NGL where the site is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to annotate, and I'm going to take some space from this site. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select all these site features, all these site lines, hold control, select all of them, select all these one lines too, and I'm just going to move it by, let's say, 3 meters. So after moving it by 3 meters, I'm going to click on this one and change this to 12 meters. Since I moved it by 3 meters, or just match this here. Then I'm going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from here up to 3 meters. Then I'm going to draw another line from here up to 3 meters. So I'm going to select this one and drag this here, and I'm going to select this one too and drag this here. Then if I go to 3D view now, you can see these walls are now extended beyond there. So I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm going to try that thing I wanted to try before. Draw a line up to here. Draw another diagonal line at 45 degrees. Or I can even reduce it to 35 degrees depending on what I want to do. So let me just try 135. That is 45 degrees. Okay. I think this might actually work, yes. So 45 degrees from here. I'm going to draw another line 45 degrees here. Then I'm going to click on trim, and I'm just going to trim these two lines together. So you can see that they meet at this point. So I still feel this is too high, so I'm going to drop this angle of slope a bit. So this 45 degrees I think is too high. So I'm going to change the angle to, let's say, 30 degrees and see how it goes. So I'm going to draw two random lines. I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on angle line, and I'm going to go to this annotate, go to this angular dimension, and I'm going to dimension here to here. and also here to here. So by selecting these two lines, the angular dimension will come out. So I'm going to click on this and change this to 30 degrees. Okay, so 30 degrees is too low. So I'm going to click on it, change it to 35 degrees. 35 degrees is a bit too high. Too low to change it to 40 degrees. Let's see. So after changing it to 40 degrees, I'm also going to click on this and change this to 40 degrees as well. Then I'm just going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this to this point. So I think this is perfect, 40 degrees. So I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to delete these lines here, delete this line here, delete this line. Then I'm just going to click on this dimension here, lock it in place. Click on this dimension, lock it in place. This is not necessary in even, so I can click on this and delete this, click on this and delete this. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So after clicking on finish, you are going to see this our pyramid-like stuff will come out. So we are going to take note of this angle because we are going to be creating some parapet walls on all of this place, and these parapet walls, their angles is going to match this one. So it's going to be forming something 40 degrees, 40 degrees, 40 degrees up to this highest point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just still experiment with it. So I'm going to go to, this is the first floor, this wall stops at second floor. So I'm going to go to this second floor here. And I'm going to draw a parapet wall here. So this parapet wall is over this first floor. And this is over this first floor. So I'm basically going to roof this part. So I'm going to start from here, go to architecture, go to wall. Then I'm just going to draw a parapet wall from this up to lintel, up to second floor, up to third floor. So after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to 3D view and I'm going to try and work on this. So I'm going to rotate this here, click on this, click on edit profile, and I'm going to try and draw a wall 40 degrees. So after drawing this line here, I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to check this angular dimension and check how it is. This is 30 degrees. So I'm going to click on this and change this to 40. So even at 40 degrees, this is even a bit too tight for this. So this is going to be a bit difficult to get this. In short, this is a problem. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit cancel, click on yes. So it means I'm going to change the overall angle of this thing because I feel this angle is too high. So I'm going to click on edit and I'm going to click on this angle of inclination. I'm going to go to annotate, go to angular dimension and do this angle again. Do this angle again. Then I'm going to click on this and change it back to 35. Click on this too, change it back to 35. Then I think this is better and I'm going to click on finish. So I think this is high enough. At the same time, it still gives, we can still match that with this parapet. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, and I'm going to draw a line from here, exactly this point. Select this, go to annotate, go to angular, and change this to 35. Okay, so 35 just barely hit, and I think we can work with that. So I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here as well. Click on escape, then delete this here and click on finish and look at how it looks. So we're going to click save project. So we're also going to try and do the same thing for this other one here, but we're just going to be patient with it a bit. So let's just look at this and see how this fits in, because this kind of thing is experimented. So looking at this massing here, I like the way this went, but I would have preferred if these angles here matched this angle here. So that is what I'm trying to achieve here. But at the same time, it may not give this effect we are looking for, this kind of effect. So on the flip side, I'm just going to click on this, click on edit profile. Instead of making it steep like this, I'm just going to make it to align to this lintel level here above the floor. Then I'm going to trim this. Then what I can do is now to click on offset and draw a line here up to 600 millimeter. Then just join it here. So there's going to be a 600 millimeter parapet wall at this point here. Or yeah, I think this works. Then click on finish. So now this is done. Now we're now going to go back to this second floor and we're going to see where is the most ideal place for this roof. So normally I think a roof falling this side will be the best option, because of if it falls this side, it will actually cause a lot of stain on this wall, but it falling backwards will solve a lot of roofing issue, because the roof will not be falling on this facade. The water will just be falling at the back of the building, which I think is more ideal. So I think I'll still go for that first option of the roof falling backwards, even though it's going to put us in a tight corner. So we're just going to still try and work with it. So I'm just going to click on this and click on edit profile. Then I'm going to click on this diagonal and delete it. So I'm going to increase this parapet a bit higher, up to 900. So the roof is going to have enough angle to slope. Then I'm going to draw this diagonal line, even though it's not too sharp. So I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I'm going to go to this second floor. I'm going to go to architecture, walls. Then I'm going to set this from second floor to second floor. The only thing is I'm going to add a top offset of 900 millimeter. So I'm going to draw it from this point here up to this point. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm now going to select these two walls here. I'm going to click on mirror. And I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing. So after doing this now, this is all nice and good. We're now going to go to 3D and we're going to look at it. So we have this parapet wall like this. So this is going to roof backward. So we're going to have this effect in front, which I think is nice. And it's kind of looking like what we envisioned before in this our conceptual massing. So we're going to go back to third floor, to second floor again, not third floor. Then we're going to now start roofing. So for this roof, I want to roof this backwards, and I'm going to show you using roof in Revit. So to roof in Revit is very simple and straightforward. You are going to go to architecture. You are going to click on roofing, but you can click on this roofing drop down to see the different options of roofing. So this is roof by footprint. This is roof by extrusion. This is roof by face, which are the three main roofing tools. This other stuff are just tools after the roofing. So the roof by footprint is basically drawing roof from a plan view. Roof by extrusion is basically drawing a profile for the roof to extrude. And roof by face is after you mass everything, maybe use massing interface, you can see you just attach roof to that massing face. So the most common and the most easiest one to use is roof by footprint, which we are going to be using. So normally once you click on roof by footprint and you're in a plan view, the base level will automatically be that plan view, which is what I intend to do because I want to roof here backwards. So after that, you are going to click on this edit type and we're going to be creating our roof type. So I'm going to click on duplicate and call this 00 my roof and click on OK. Then I'm now going to click on edit type. I'm going to change this thickness to 150 and I'm going to click on this material and I'm going to look for roof white. I think I have it in this template. Then I'm going to click on OK and white roof paint. So I'm now going to click on insert. So this insert is to insert a new layer. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to leave it as structure. I'm going to add thickness as 10 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on this material and look for roofing sheet. So I think I've created a material like that called roofing sheet and I'm going to select it. Make sure I check use render appearance and click on apply and OK. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm going to just draw the profile. I can use this rectangle tool since it's a rectangle I'm drawing. So I'm going to pick from this point and pick to this point. So if you click on escape and you have drawn this profile and you just click on finish. If you go to 3D, this is what you are going to see. So let's rotate this here and you are going to see this kind of roof. So obviously this is not what we want to do, but this is what happens when you just draw a roof like that. You can see the 150 layer before the roofing sheet. That is this 10 millimeter layer on top, and you can see how it's looking. It's just a normal hip roof. So to change this to a single mono pitch roof, we are going to go back to this second floor. We are going to click on this roof and click on edit footprint. So what we are going to do is, you can see that in each of this line there is a triangle attached to it. So this triangle indicates that there is a slope there. So a slope is basically what gives the roof its inclination. So if you select this angle, if you select this line here and you click on the let's say you select this line here Let me select these two lines, or select one here, and you uncheck this define slope and you click on finish. You are going to see the roof will change. If you go to 3D view, you are going to see this line has changed because this line doesn't more have a slope. So it's now these other slopes of these lines that are acting. So if you want to create a mono pitch roof, you are going to go to second floor, click on this roof, edit footprint, select this line here, uncheck this define slopes, select this line here, uncheck this define slope. So it will be only one line that has the slope, and that is where your slope is going to start from. So if you want the roof to fall down this way, like from up going backward, you are going to check the only slope you are going to leave on is here. If you want it the inverse way, that is, it will fall from here and fall backward, you want the angle of inclination here to be checked on while this one is off. So we're going to click on this, and we're now going to set our angle at 5 degrees since it's a low roof. Then we're also going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 600 millimeter for the roof eave, and uncheck this copy and just offset it. Then we're going to click on finish. So if you go to 3D view, you're just going to see something like this, and this is perfectly what we want. So now we have done this. Now we are going to go back to second floor. Then we are going to select this roof here. We are going to click on mirror, and we're just going to mirror it to this other wing. So now we are done with the roofing of second floor. We can go over to this underlay, click on this drop down and change it back to none. So we are not going to be seeing any distracting underlay, and you can see the second floor with the roof at the side. So the next one we are going to be doing is, if you let me rotate this back to the front, we're now going to be doing for this floor. And I'm sure you might be wondering, this guy hasn't started and putting any windows. Just chill, we are still going to handle that. But for now, we are working on the main structure, because I usually tie windows with the finishing of the facade design. So just be patient a bit, we are still going to come to that. All right, so let's go to the third floor. Yeah, so in this third floor, we're basically going to repeat almost the same thing. So to make things easier, we'll just go to this second floor. We're going to select this parapet wall, select this slanted one, select this roof, click on copy, paste, align to selected view, third floor, then click on OK. Then if you go to this third floor, the first thing we need to do is to click out. Then we're going to turn off this underlay to none. Okay, Ctrl Z. Let me just leave it on for now. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move this from this point to this point here. Okay, so there is an issue here. So I'm just going to select this, click on copy instead, select this center point and copy it to this center point, since they're almost the same dimension, if not the same. So I'm going to click on this and delete this. Then I'm going to select this one, click on copy it from this point to this point here. Then the only thing is, I'm going to select this and extend it to this point here. So after doing this, I can click on this one and delete this. Then I'm going to select this, click on edit footprint, drag this here, drag this line here as well inside this parapet, then drag this to this point. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I think it will now be a good time to turn off this underlay and click on change it to none. So after turning off this underlay now, what I can now do is now to select these 3 walls here and this roof, click on mirror and just draw the line here and mirror it to this other wing. So if you go to 3D view, you are still going to see almost the same thing here. So you can see that it's just forming as we are going forward. Okay, so I'm just going to rotate this now, and I'm now going to go to the other subsequent floor, which is the third floor, which is the fourth floor. So I'm just going to go and select this here and select this, click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, set this at fourth floor and click on OK. Then I'm going to go to that fourth floor. Then I'm still going to do the same thing I did on the third floor. Select this wall here, click on copy, select this point and copy this here. Click on escape, click on this, delete, select this wall, click on copy this to this point here, click on escape, select this, delete this, then select this wall roof well, click on edit footprint, drag this here, drag this and drag this backwards, then click on finish. So I'm just going to select this parapet wall and extend it to this point. Then I'm going to go over to this underlay and change it to none. Then I'm just going to select this everything here, click on mirror, select this point here and mirror it to this other wing. So I'm going to go to 3D view here, and I'm just going to select rotate this here. So you can see that at this point the whole length increase will be catching up on us. So you can see that this roof is already exceeding this parapet. So what we can do is to select this roof here, select this roof here as well, change the slope angle to 4.5 degrees and lower it just a bit more. If it won't work, still change it to 4 degrees. So it will just be barely above this parapet. So at this point, we'll now go to the final parapet roofing, which is this one here. So remember, we are still going to do the main roof of this auditorium, of this congregation, but we are still going to come to that. But for now, let's just chill. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go here, and I'm going to go to the roof level. Since we have already done we have already done for all the other what they call it again, all the other floors. So we're going to click on this drop down and change this underlay to 4th floor. So we're going to be seeing this parapet here as well as the roofs. So we're going to draw parapets for this, and we're going to roof this highest floor here. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. So I'm going to set this from roof to parapet. Then I'm going to change this top offset to 0. So I'm just going to draw this wall from here up to this point here, and draw this wall from here up to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click escape. Then I'm just going to go back to 3D view. I'm going to rotate this, and I'm going to select one of this roof here. I'm going to click on copy, paste, align to selected level, paste at roof level, and click on OK. So after pasting this at roof level, I'm now going to go to this roof level now. I'm going to click on edit boundary, and I'm just going to edit this boundary here, drag this here, and drag this here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to change this angle of inclination to, let's say, 5 degrees, and I'm going to click finish. So if I go to 3D view now, it's still balanced well. So what I can now do now is to go click on this parapet here. Then I'm now going to click on edit profile, edit boundary. Then I'm just going to select a line from here and just pick this line here. So after picking this line, picking this other line here, the reason why I picked it is just to get this angle of inclination. So I'm going to select this, click on move, select this point where they intersect, and move this to this point here. I can click on tab to select the exact point. Then select this, click on mirror, find this center point and mirror it to this wing. So I'm going to click on trim and trim these two together, click on escape and delete this line here. So I'm going to click on finish. So we have the whole effect we wanted to do here. So I think this is looking nice. So now see, this is our parapet wall. This is our structure roofed properly. So we can go and do some things we forgot to do, like going to the 4th floor and creating floors for it. So I'm just going to go to architecture, click on floors, make sure this height offset is 0, then just draft a floor. Okay, so now this is done. I can click finish, don't attach. So if we go to 3D view, this is what we have created, and I think it's nice. So now the next aspect we are going to be creating is the roof. Okay, the roof of this main auditorium. So the roof of this main auditorium is quite interesting because we are going to start the roof from the natural ground level, and it's going to go up and encompass here. So you are going to see how it's going to work. So let's go back to NGL now, and we're going to draft our roof. So I'm just going to go to architecture, and I'm going to go to roof. Then of course I'm going to be setting the level at NGL and clicking on yes. So I'm just going to click on this line tool here, and I'm going to start drafting our roof profile from here up to this point here, up to here, and just follow this our profile here, because remember this goes up to higher floors. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on escape, and I'm going to draw another line up to this point here and match this line here. So I'm going to click on trim and trim this. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select every line in the middle in between, all the lines here apart from these two lines, and I'm going to uncheck their slope because I want it to be gable. So the only lines that are going to define the slope are here and here. Then I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 900 millimeter from this front here because of I want the roof eaves to be above this roof, to have roof eaves at this point. So after doing this, now I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm now going to draw some other lines here. I'm going to start the line from this point here up to this point here, or rather this point, and I'm going to draw it all the way here. But this time I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on an offset of 1.5 meter, and I'm going to offset it here. Then I'm going to select these two lines here, and I'm going to uncheck these define slopes. So now I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this line here and trim this line here. Then I'm going to select these two lines. I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to mirror from this center point to this other wing, and I'm just going to trim, do the same trimming. Click on trim, trim here to here, and trim here to here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I'm going to go to 3D view. So you can see obviously the first issue is that if you look at this roof doesn't match the slope of this. So I'm going to click on this roof and change it to 35 degrees, just as we set this wall angle. So after doing this, if you rotate this now, you're now going to see something like this. So this is basically what the project is looking like from what we've done. So this is now some good stuff now. So now we are now going to start defining what we want to be at this front. Because if you look at this front, we have a lot of stuff here. So we are going to be working on that. All right, so we're going to start from creating the main entrance. So for this main entrance, we're not going to be using maybe the wall tools. We're going to be using the model in place tools, similar to what we did in this massing here. So we're going to do it similar to this, but it may not be exactly look like this because it's going to be, we're going to do a lot more. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to component, click on model in place. Then instead of selecting casework, I'm going to select walls because I want the entrance to have the properties of walls. So I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to rotate this to this approach, or I can still leave it slanted. Then anyone. So I can click on extrusion, and I'm going to click on set, and I'm going to click on pick work plane, and I'm just going to pick this work plane. So after I've done this, I'm going to set the extrusion and leave it at 6000. Then set this material to be wall paint. So I'm just going to search for wall. I'm going to select this white wall paint, and I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to draw a line from here, from this edge here, up to this first floor here. Then I'm going to draw another line from here as well, up to this first floor. So I'm going to draw a line from here. So note that this line, I want it to match this line here. So I'm just going to draw it here. Then I'm just going to select this line. I'll draw another line from there perpendicular to it. Then I'm going to go to align, annotate. I'm going to click on angular dimension and put a dimension here. So obviously this dimension here is 35 degrees. So I'm going to click on this and change this to 35 as well. Then I'm going to select this line. I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm now going to mirror this to this other wing here, and just delete this line here. Delete this too as well. So I'm now going to click on trim and trim this together. Then I'm now going to click on offset. So I'm now going to be offsetting 600 millimeter or 450 millimeter. So let me just be realistic. Okay, let me make it 600. It's not looking matching. So I'm going to offset 600 from here. Then I'm just going to fill up here and fill up here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on finish. Then we have kind of an entrance here. So I'm going to rotate this here and see how it looks from here. So obviously this is too much. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to leave it extended like this. But I'm going to make sure this is about 9 meters because I want to create 9,000, sorry, because I want to create an effect here. So now it's 9,000, that is 9,000 millimeters. So I'm now going to click on create. I'm now going to go to void forms, and I'm going to set this at void extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick path and pick here. So I'm going to draw a line up to 3 meters from here, or change this to wireframe, so we are going to see this staircase. So I'm going to start it from this point and draw another line up to this point here to create a slanted effect. Then I'm going to start from here and draw another line here up to this point here. Then draw another line here up to this point, up to this point. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'll be offsetting 450 from this top here. Uncheck this copy, offset 450 here. Then I'm going to change it back to shaded. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So it's going to finish this. So of course the void extrusion is not deep enough. That's why it didn't cut through. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to make this 12 meter. So it's going to give us this entrance we are looking for. So you can see how this is looking, and I think I like this. So I'm going to rotate this. We are far from done from this entrance. So I'm now going to create some series of extrusion. So it's this extrusion that is going to give us the character in this facade. So I'm going to go to create. I'm going to click on extrusion, and I'm going to click on set and pick a plane. So I'm going to be picking this plane here. Then I'm going to find the center point from this point here. I can click on this line and extend it here. So after extending it here, I'm going to draw some series of lines at a given angle. So I'm just going to find the right angle I'm going to be using. So I'm going to draw a diagonal line randomly. Then I'm going to go to annotate, go to angular dimension. Then I'm just going to dimension here to here. This is 20 degrees. So normally we have 90 degrees on one side. So if you want to divide 90 degrees into, so let's say if you open a calculator, I want to divide 90 degrees into 5. So we're going to be using 18 degrees. So I'm going to click on this and change this to 18 degrees. Or instead of doing that, we can just go over and change it and kind of do some little math here. So I'm going to search for this calculator again. Then I'm just going to go and remove 15 degrees first from 90 degrees. 90 minus 15 equals to 75. 75 degrees divided by 4. 18 degrees. Or let's say 90, let's say we use 80 degrees. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this to 10 degrees first. So after changing this to 10 degrees, I'm going to drag this to this point here. Then I'm going to go click on another line and I'm going to draw another line from here up to somewhere here. So this line now, I'm now going to click on annotate and I'm going to click on angular dimension. So I'm just going to dimension from this line to this line and I'm going to click on this and change this to 20 degrees. So now I've changed it to 20 degrees. I'm now going to select this line, click on mirror by pick axis. So we're just going to pick this line. So I'm going to select these two lines, select this mirror by pick axis and pick this line. So it's going to form what we are looking for. So now I'm just going to click on this trim and extend this smaller one here. And I'm going to select this line, trim here, select here, trim here, select here and trim here. So looking at this now, I think this kind of has given us what I want to do, or it has given me exactly what I want to do now. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on this and I'm going to draw, click on pick axis and pick here too, as well as pick here and pick here. Then I'm going to start doing some trimming. So I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split here. I'm also going to split here and split here too. So I'm also going to split this point too. Then I'm going to start trimming. So I can also, just to play safe, I'm going to split here, split here, split here as well, split here as well, split here as well, because I'm not yet conclusive with the facade design. So I'm just going to click on trim and trim this up here, trim here too, trim here as well, here, here, and here, and trim this up. So after trimming this up now, I'm now going to think of clicking on pick line 2 and pick here to pick here, as well as pick here, or just only pick at this side then, so I can delete this. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 1.2 meter. or let me offset even, okay, I think 1.2 meter is fine. So I'm going to offset 1.2. Okay, I'm going to make sure I check copy. So I'm going to offset 1.2 from here and 1.2 from here. Then I'm now going to click on split, and I'm going to split here, split here, split here as well. Then I'm also going to still trim this up. Okay, so now after doing this, now I can click on this angular dimension and delete it. So the whole purpose of doing this now is just to create a kind of unified element. So I'm just going to, okay, I forgot to trim this last one here. So I'm just going to select this whole profile here, and I'm just going to click on mirror. I remember I didn't select this center line, and just draw on this center line and mirror this to this point. So for this now, what I can do now is I'm just looking at these elements here, and they're kind of looking iffy to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select, aside from this one, I'm going to just select this here, delete this too, delete this as well, delete this and delete this. So the only one I'm going to leave is this one at the center. Then I'm just going to leave it this way. So I'm going to click on offset again and mirror it by an extra 300 millimeter and uncheck this copy. So I'm going to offset it here. Sorry, offset it. I said mirror. So I'm going to change this extrusion parameters, and I'm going to click on another offset here. So I'm going to create like a free band here, like a provisional space here, and offset from this roof here. So that offset is going to be by, let me use 900 millimeter, and I'm going to offset this here, offset this here as well here. Then I'm just going to drag this to the ground and also drag this to the ground, so it's going to lap in perfectly. So after doing this now, I'm now going to set this extrusion end as 225 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on edit type, change the material. I'm going to right click duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 000 white marble. Then I'm just going to click on this, click on appearance, click on stone, then select this granite and white appearance, or just look for a very, let me just use marble white. Click on graphics, use render appearance, click on apply, click on OK, and click on finish. So after doing this now, we are going to still create an extra extrusion on top of this. Then we are going to do some void forms to cut some things. So I'm just going to click on create, and I'm going to click on extrusion again. I'm still going to set it, like leave this same parameter set. I'm now going to click on set work plane, pick work plane. Then I'm going to pick on top of this, and I'm just going to click on pick tools and pick all these lines here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish. Then so after I've created this extra band of extrusion, okay, let me rotate this properly. I've created this extra band of extrusion on top of this. I'm now going to go here, and I'm going to now click on create, and I'm going to click on void forms and click on void extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set work plane. I'm going to click on pick work plane and select this floor as my work plane. Then I'm just going to rotate this to the top. Then I'm going to zoom in here, and I'm going to change this to wireframe. So I'm going to be seeing that extra extrusion I placed on this. Then I'm just going to do something interesting. I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point. And I'm also going to do another line from here up to this point. Then I'm just going to trim this line to this point here. Then click on this line and drag it. So I'm going to change this back to shaded. Then I'm going to set this void extrusion at 9 meter or even more, depending on how I'm going to set it at. Let me change it to 15 meter, 15,000 millimeters. Then I'm going to click on finish. So instead of it going this way, I'm going to drag it upwards, and I'm now going to click on cut geometry. I'm going to select this void form, and I'm going to select this second one. So it's going to form something like this, and I'm just going to click on finish. So I'm going to click on save project, and you're going to see this is what I wanted to do all this while. So if you rotate this to this front now, you're going to see this effect this is giving. So we are still not done yet because I wanted to create some, but I'll still create some extrusions on this other aspect of the building. But now I think it's now time we now start putting the fenestrations. Okay, so this is why I left the fenestrations for last. Why I left the fenestration for last is that looking at this kind of project, you will hardly see where I'm going to place a normal conventional window. Apart from if we go to DPC, maybe even this, because all the spaces I have an aesthetic intention on each of these spaces. So I said maybe spaces like these offices, that is where I'll place regular windows. But I'm going to show you how to place regular windows. So to place windows in Revit, you should always take cognizance of your lintel level, which is basically your guide in placing anything in Revit, your levels. So to place windows, you are going to click on architecture and you're just going to simply click on windows. So Revit has its own default kind of windows, but remember that we copied a wall containing windows from the template file. So this is the window in the template file basically. So it's a normal window. I think if you click on edit type, you can set the height. So the height is 1.8 and the sill height is 300. So for it to match our lintel, we need to increase the sill height to 600. Then you can place some windows here and place some windows here. Then after placing these two windows, you can select these two windows, click on copy from this point, paste here. Then just basically select all these four windows. You can click on mirror to mirror from this point to this other wing. So after doing this, now you can also do the same for these other spaces. You can go to these two windows, you can select this window, click on copy, pick this point as your reference point, copy it to this point, select this, click on copy, click this point, copy it to this point. Then you are good to go. So you can select windows and copy it across floors, like hold control will select the four of this. We are going to click on copy to clipboard, then we are going to click on paste, align to selected levels, paste at first floor and click on OK. So if you go to 3D view now and we rotate this to the rear view, you are going to see that these windows are placing very well. So we can also copy these windows and place to this third floor. So we can select it from 3D, like we are selecting four of these. Then we are going to click on copy to clipboard. We are going to click on paste, align to selected level, third floor or second floor, sorry. Click on copy. Then the same thing in this space now, we can also do the same for this third floor here. We can select these two here. Click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected level and set it at third floor. I think, okay, yeah, third floor. Then click on OK. So for this place where the staircase is going to be, we are going to be using curtain walls, which I'm going to get to shortly. But before we use curtain walls, we are just going to copy some toilet windows for these conveniences, for these convenience spaces in this building. So we're just going to click on file and we're going to open our template file. So after opening the template file, I don't want to save it. I'm going to go to presentation floor plan. I'm just going to select this wall here and it's going to select this window as well, this toilet window. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to go back to third floor or anyone, just go back to DPC of this project, then hit Ctrl V and paste it. And paste it here. So after pasting it now, you are going to see this window, this W2, that is toilet window, will appear in this project. So I can click on this one and delete it. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on windows. I'm going to click on this drop down and select this W2 window. So this W2 window, due to the lintel height, and if I click on edit type, this W2 window and I check the height is 900 millimeter. So 900 millimeter minus 2.4, I think that should be 1.5 meter or 1.8 meter. If I'm not mistaken, okay, 1.8 plus 900. Yeah, I think 1.8 plus, okay, 1.8 plus 600 is 2.4. That means 1.5 plus 900 is 2.4. So if I place this sill height at 1.5 and I place this window here, you are not going to see the window well. And do you know why? It by default in every floor plan is set at the cutting plane for every floor plan. You know, a floor plan is a horizontal section, so it has a cutting plane level. So the cutting plane by default for every floor plan is 1.2. So if you place a component that is above 1.2, it's not going to show well at all, or it's not going to show properly. So we're going to click on edit type, go off to this view range here. Let me click on cancel. Go to under this properties panel. You are going to see under this extent view range. You are going to click on edit and you are going to set this view range at 1.2. Let me change it to 1.9 meter and click on OK. Then you are going to see the windows well. So we are going to select this window here. We are going to click on mirror it to this one here. Select this, click on mirror this to this other wing here. Then select these two windows here, click on copy, select the center wall point, copy this here and copy this here. Then I can just select one of this window, right click, select all instances, invisible view. Be careful, if you set in entire project, it's going to select everything in the entire project. Just I'm giving you, so select everything in this view. Now click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, then set your first floor, and I think first floor only, and click on OK. Then if you go to 3D view, you are going to see that this toilet window stopped, this public convenience window stopped at first floor. First floor. Then if you go to first floor now, we can select only these windows here. Remember why these windows are not visible here is because of the view range. We have not yet changed it in this first floor. So I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected level, second floor. Then I'm just going to quickly change this view range to 1.9. So after doing this now, we'll go to second floor. We are going to see this window. Change this view range again, 1.9. And click OK. Okay, so now we have done something good. I think we are doing a good job. So I'm going to rotate this now. So what is remaining is basically mainly cutting walls we use to achieve what is remaining in this work, because cutting walls are what normally I usually even use for windows in Revit. So I can select these two windows here, click to copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected level and select first floor. So it will just match. So you can see how this is looking good. All these windows aligned, all these ducts, and it's looking very systematic and very sharp. So here we are still going to do an amazing job on this front, but let's start. Let me explain how to use cutting walls in Revit. So if you go to DPC now, I want to show you how to use cutting walls and place doors and windows in those cutting walls. So you are going to have freedom and control over a lot of things. So we are going to start from here. And before you do cutting walls, I always suggest you can go to annotate, go to detail line and do detailed line works. So you can start from here and do some line works from here. Just use some lines. So these lines are going to serve as demarcators for where your cutting wall is going to start and stop. So for instance, we have one here. We are going to draw a line here, another line 600 here at this point. So I just basically selected the center point of this wall here. I just made some demarcations of where I'll place cutting wall. So what I can do now is to draw a distance, a safe distance of 900 millimeter. So this distance is where there are not going to be cutting walls here, because there's going to be provisions for a possible column here, a structural column. So I'm now going to put a working distance of, let's say, 6 meter where the cutting wall is going to span before another structural safe distance comes in. So I can now select these lines here and just click on copy, use this as a reference point, copy this here and copy this here. So since this is already close to this wall, I may not need to copy this, so I can hit Ctrl Z, select this and delete this. Then what I can just do now is to just select all these boxes here and click on mirror and just mirror it from the center point here to this other wing. So we can have something like this. So now this is out of the way, you are going to see why I'm creating this wall. So to create cutting walls, we are going to go to architecture. We are going to click on walls. So once we click on walls, we are going to click on this drop down and we are going to scroll down and we are going to just select this non-defined. So this non-defined is a blank cutting wall. We are going to edit it to suit our needs. So I'm going to click on edit type and I'm going to duplicate and call this 00CW. After giving it this name, I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to make sure this function is at exterior. This automatically embedded is checked on. This cutting wall panel is set at cutting wall panel glaze, system panel glaze. This joint condition is non-defined. Then this vertical layout is none and this horizontal layout is none. Good and fine. We are also going to go to this interior type, click on this and change this to main mullions. If you have transferred this template, you are going to be seeing this rectangular mullion 01 main mullion. So we are just going to set everything to it. And we are going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to draw our cutting wall. So just like walls, we are going to set the constraint of our cutting wall. So typically cutting wall should go from the ground to the lintel level, but because of noise effect, I used to set it to go to the next floor, but I'm going to put a beam offset of -450. So it's going to reduce the cutting wall by -450 from the floor, so they can place a structural beam there. So I will always put this top offset of -450. So I'm going to draw this cutting wall up to this point here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So after clicking on escape, of course, you can see this is just a blank cutting wall. So if you go to 3D view now, we are now going to see this is just clear. So what I can do now is to select this massing now. Even though we don't need it at this point, I'm just going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this backwards a bit. So you can see that this is the cutting wall here. This is what is showing now. So now this cutting wall is just blank glass, but we are going to work with it, and I'm going to show you how to maneuver things. So we are now going to go to architecture and go to cutting grid. So this cutting grid serves as where you can demarcate your cutting wall. So once you hover around this vertical side, this vertical edge, you are going to be able to create horizontal cutting grids. If you hover around these horizontal ones, this horizontal, both whether the bottom or the top or the bottom, you can now place your vertical grid. So let's start by placing some vertical grid. So you are going to see a dimension is going to appear here as you are hovering around the edge. So let's say we place 1.2. Click on this. So automatically it's going to make you only able to select, after you have made some grid, it's going to give you the opportunity to only select a dimension, because it's automatically dividing them. Like you can see that at the last 3 grids I wanted to place, it has already given this a dimension of 1104, and if I place it, you see that there are 3 equal dimensions. You can still ignore this, click on escape, hover around, zoom in, click on tab till you select the grid. Once you hover around one of this munion and click on tab, you are going to see that the dotted grid is going to highlight blue. Then you are now going to click on it, and you can now change this dimension here to 1.2. So we are also going to zoom in here. We are going to do the same. Click on tab here, select this, change this to 1.2. Okay, so in the case of this, before we move further, we are going to go open our template file and copy all the cutting walls, as they have cutting wall door, cutting wall windows. So we are just going to click on file. We are going to open our template file. So after opening the template file, we are going to go to 3D. So because the reason why we are going to 3D is we want to select this cutting wall. So we are going to select this cutting wall. You can see the cutting wall embedded door. We are also going to select this one too. Then we are going to click on copy to clipboard. Then we're just going to go back, click on file, go back to our tutorial project. Then we're just going to go to this DPC again, and I'm going to hit Ctrl V and paste this outside somewhere here. Maybe paste this somewhere here. Click on escape, go to 3D view, rotate it, then delete these 2 cutting walls. So once I've brought this into this project, it has already saved in the inventory of this project. Then I'm going to rotate this to the side. Then I'm going to continue using my cutting grids. So I'm going to click on cutting grids now. I'm going to place a cutting grid here at this lintel level and another one at this bottom here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on tab, select this one here, and change this cutting grid at this bottom, the distance to 600 millimeter. So yes, this cutting wall, we have done a good stuff, and this is nice now. But the only thing is we can do more now. So we can make this panel kind of interesting, since this is a church. So we are just going to click on tab, select one of these glass, click on this unpin. Then we're going to click on edit type, and we're going to click on duplicate, and we're going to name this 00. Let's name it bronze glass. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm just going to change this from tinted material from tinted glass, right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 bronze glass. Then I'm going to click on this material editor. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to look for glass. I'm going to scroll down and look this clear amber. Click on graphics, click on use render appearance, click on apply, and click on OK. Click on apply, click on OK. So now we have selected change this glass. We can now go over here too, and we can even click on this thing and click on this glass, unpin it, click on this drop down, then we'll see this bronze glass too. Change it to bronze glass. You can also do the same here. Click on tab, select this panel, unpin it from here, click on this drop down and change it to bronze glass. Click out. So you can see that we can change this panel. So if you want it to be, if like we are having a problem rotating this 3D, as you can see this pivot point, if you click on this box icon, you can see this pivot point at this center point here. So we can change this pivot point by simply clicking on this icon here. Once you click on this icon, this thing will pop out. Then you hover, zoom into under the center of this project, around the center of this your project, your model. Hold this center, left click and hold this center and drag this pivot point to this center point. Then click on this X to close this. Then you are now going to rotate the pivot point of this main model. So let's zoom in back and we're going to continue what we were doing. So I'm going to click on tab here, select this, unpin it and change it. Click on this drop down and change it to bronze panel or bronze glass, and also do the same here. Click on tab, click on this, unpin it and change this to bronze glass. So after changing these colors of glass, we can also create panels and replace some of these cutting panels with actual panels instead of glass. So we can click on, hover around this menu, click on tab. Once the panel is highlighted blue, select it, unpin it, click on this drop down and change this to solid first. Then we're now going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're going to call this 00 blue panels. So after calling these blue panels, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to change this thickness to, let me use 25. I'm going to click on this material, right click, or I'm going to click on this default form, duplicate, and call this 00 blue panels. Then I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance, go to metallic paint, select this flaked dark blue, go to graphics, check this use render appearance, click on apply, click OK, apply and OK. Then we have created blue panels. So we can even click on tab, select this one too, unpin it, click on this drop down, change this to these blue panels. We can even still edit this material if we feel it's looking too dark. Just click on this icon, go to appearance again, metallic paint, and look for a lighter shade of blue. Let me just use this paint, wall paint, or let me use this fake flaked steel blue. Go to graphics, click on apply and click on OK. So after using this, I think this is looking much more beautiful. So I can even, so now we can now put some cutting wall embedded windows. Now we have some panels, we have some different color of glass. So I can click on tab, select this glass here, click on tab again, hold control, select this panel, hover around this, click on tab till the panel is highlighted, hold control, select this panel. Then I'm going to unpin it, click on this drop down. Then we're going to see this cutting wall embedded window and we're going to select it. So you're now going to see this our cutting wall system here. So you can see how we have edited this cutting wall. So if you go back to this DPC, so instead of stressing ourselves too much, we can just click on this, click on copy, select this point, copy this to this point here, copy this to this point here. Since this is the center point, copy this here, because we are going to create a different kind of cutting wall system for this point. Copy this here, copy this here. So after doing this now, I think this is looking good. So what we're now going to do now is we're now going to create another cutting wall system for this center point here. So I'm going to go to wall and I'm just going to draw another cutting wall here. Then I'm just going to go to 3D view. Then so what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to cutting grid. Then I'm going to place one grid here. So this time I want to place a door at this center point. So I'm going to place a door at this edge here. So I'm going to place a big, just place one here and place another one here. Then place one at this lintel level here and place one here. So I'm going to show you how to, for instance now, we want this cutting grid to flow, but we want it to stop at this point here. We don't want it to continue here because I want it to place a door here. I want to place a door here. So I'm just going to click on tab, till I select this cutting grid. Click on this add or remove segment and just click on this segment you want to remove and click escape. Then you have removed it. Then I'm going to click on tab again, select this, change this distance to 600. Click on tab again, select this cutting grid, change this to 1.8 meter. Click on tab again, select this and change this to 900. So after doing this now, we are now going to hover around this, click on tab here, select this, unpin it, click on this drop down and change it to this double glass door. Then we can just change some of these panels to frosted glass and blue panels. Hold Ctrl select, unpin, click on this drop down, change it to frosted glass or blue panels. Then click on tab, select this one, unpin it, click on this and change it to bronze glass. So this bronze glass, I have a problem with it. The bronze is not really coming out as bronze. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to appearance and I'm going to increase this reflectance and increase this roughness. Then I'm just going to click on apply and I'm going to click OK, apply and OK. So you can see it's coming out. Okay, let me watch. It's too reflective, so I'm going to click on tab, select it, click on edit type, click on this material again, reduce this reflectance, reduce this roughness to about 0.2, click on apply, click on OK, apply and OK. And then I think it's much better this way. So if you rotate it like this, you are going to see how this is coming out. So if you go back to this DPC, we can select this cutting wall system here. We can click on mirror and just mirror it to this other wing. Yeah, so we have these emergency doors here. So now we are going to also create another cutting wall system here that is going to serve as like a window. So what we can do is just select this one, click on copy, select this point up to this point here. Then click on escape, select this and drag this to this point. Delete elements and that is all. So we'll do the same, click on this, click on copy here, copy this from this point here up to this edge and paste this here. The only thing is we are going to select this cutting wall. Since this is the altar, we are going to raise this base offset by 1.2. Then if you go to 3D view, we are going to see what it has created. So this is nice and all. You can see this here. This is looking very good. So now what we're now going to do is we're going to go back to this DPC and we're going to start placing some cutting walls here, because remember we want to create a display shop here. So this display shop is going to be a cutting wall, and this even entrance point is going to also be a cutting wall too. So we're going to be using cutting wall extensively in this project. So after doing these two on this wing, we're now going to mirror it to this other wing. So it's going to balance things out, including all these other cutting walls and a railing here. All right, so let's continue. So I'm just going to go to, in the same fashion I've always been doing, click on walls. Then I'm just going to draw a cutting wall from this point here up to this point. So after doing this now, I'm going to go to architecture, going to go to cutting grid, and I'm just going to divide this. So I'm going to be leaving one space here, 1.2. Then the other cutting. So you can also place cutting grids from floor plan. So let me just hit Ctrl Z and show you how I did it again. I went to architecture, cutting grid, place one cutting grid at 1.2, place another one at 900, another one 900, and another one 900. Click on escape. Then what I can now do now is I can just go to click on views, click on section. So I'm just going to create, click on left click on one point and left click on another point, then click on escape. So I'm just creating this section very temporarily just for this cutting wall. So I'm going to click on this section, click on this zigzag and just double click on the section head to open it. So you can see the cutting wall here. So I'm going to go to architecture, go to cutting grid, place another cutting grid here, click on escape, click on tab here and select this panel here, unpin it and click on it and change it to a double glass door. So if you go back to DPC now, you are going to see this here. So I'm just going to place this and click on space. So what I can do now is, since this place, most of this space is going to be occupied by movement of people, I think it's ideal we click on this cutting wall and click on mirror, uncheck this copy, then select the center of this cutting wall here and just mirror it to this wing. then click on move and just move it to just adjust it perfectly. So the door is going to be here. So the door to this display shop is going to be here, while the main door to the congregation is going to now be here. So now I'm just going to go to annotate, click on detail line. So I'm going to draw a line from this point here up to here. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to 3 meters. Then I'm going to draw another line here up to 1.5, up to another 3 meter here, then here. So this is going to be like the receptionist table while I create this big curtain wall here with a very big door. So I'm going to go to architecture. So I'm just saving the project. I'm going to go to architecture, click on wall. Then I'm going to draw another wall from here to this point here. Click on escape. So I'm going to click on this section, click on rotate and rotate it by 90 degrees. So it's going to be viewing here. So I'm just going to double click on this head once again. This section head, just double click on it to access the view. If it's not working, let me just adjust this small. Then I'm just going to go over to section, click on this drop down, click on this section 1. Then I'm going to go to cutting grids and I'm going to place one here at 600 millimeter and one here. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on tab here, select this, unpin this, click on this drop down and change this to double glass door. So of course, I don't think a glass door is ideal for the main access door, but this is just, you can always download a cutting wall embedded door from Beam Object. So you check the link to get a better door, but for now I don't have a better door. So we are just going to go back to first floor, or DPC rather. Then I'm going to select this cutting wall here, select this cutting wall as a whole too here. Select this here, select all these cutting walls here with holding control to select all of them. So once you see these two dotted edges highlighted, it means it's the whole cutting wall you're selecting. So after selecting all this cutting wall, I'm just going to click on mirror and I'm just going to select this point and draw the mirror axis for it to mirror. So I made a very big mistake. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to select all of them again. So the mistake I made is I didn't set the cutting wall at copy after mirroring. So I'm just going to select all the cutting walls again first. So after selecting all the cutting walls, I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. I'm going to select the center point of this staircase and mirror it here. So it's just going to mirror everything here. So we are just going to have the basis of this movement. So now we are going to just select everything in this DPC. Click on filter, click on check none, and just make sure we select only these 10 lines. Click on OK. Then we are going to delete. Okay, before we delete these 10 lines, we forgot one important thing. We haven't created ramps for this entrance. So that was what I was still thinking of, because I didn't do it. That is why when I was creating this void form, I was a bit confused, but I just kept silent. So I'm going to go back to this NGL and we're going to be creating a ramp from here to this point here. So I'm going to go to architecture. Just beside staircase, you're going to see ramp, and I'm going to click on ramp. So I'm going to click on edit type and click on duplicate and call this entrance ramp. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on OK. So now you can set the ramp a maximum length inclined, so 9.4. This is not too important. Then we're just going to change this from thick to solid. Then we're going to this ramp inclination 1 times 12. Like I told you, 1 meter height is equivalent to 12 meter length. So I'm going to click on this ramp material and I'm going to look for our floor material. Then I'm just going to look for this my slab material. Click OK, click OK. Then I'm just going to create boundary. So it's similar to staircase. I'm going to start from here up to this point. Start from here too up to this point. Then I'm now going to create a riser and I'm just going to draw 2 riser lines on like staircase. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now this is the point going down. So I'm just going to click on this arrow here to change the direction. So the ramp is going to go from here upward. So if you go to 3D view, we're just going to confirm how the ramp went. And I think the ramp went well. The only thing we're going to do is we're going to edit this model in place here. We're going to click on edit type. Then we're going to select this, click on edit extrusion. Then we're just going to drag this to match this ramp here and drag this down here to this point. Then click on finish. Then click finish. So you're going to see it's going to match this very well. So after doing this now, I think this is wonderful. So you can see that there's still a small height gap here. So I'm going to go back to this NGL. I'm going to click on edit sketch, click on offset, and just offset this by, let me use 600 and offset this here and click on finish. So if you go to 3D view, you are going to see it's no more there again. So the ramp is perfect. So I'm going to go back to this DPC here, select this ramp here, click on mirror, select this point here and mirror it to this other point. So after everything, I'm going to click on escape. I'm just going to select everything in this project, in this ground floor, click on filter, click on check none, check these thin lines, click OK, and just delete all these thin lines. So now we have our entrance and it's looking very beautiful if you ask me. Okay, not very beautiful yet, but it's looking okay. So if we rotate this to this front, remember I told you I was waiting for cutting walls before I create what I want to do in this front of this facade. So now I'm going to go back to this DPC and I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall and I'm going to draw a cutting wall from here. Change this top offset to 0. I'm going to draw a cutting wall from this point here up to this point here. So after doing this cutting wall, I'm just going to rotate this to 3D. So you're going to see something like this. Of course, it's looking off. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click edit profile. So I'm going to delete these lines first. So this is where the main work starts. So I'm just going to click on this, select this line here, select here, select here, and I can do one side then mirror it. So I'm going to click on pick line 2, pick here too, Ctrl Z, pick here too, pick here, pick here, pick here as well, pick here and pick here. So I'm going to start trimming. I'm going to click on trim, trim this to this, trim this to this, trim this here, trim this here. Then the same here. So after doing this, I'm going to select all of this. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror this to this point here. So we are going to have a cutting wall like this. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to draw another line here. I'm going to click on pick line here. After picking this line here, I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to offset it by 1.5 meter. Remember the total offset of this one was 1.5. I'm going to make sure this copy is checked off. Going to offset this here, offset here, offset here, and offset here. Then I'm going to click on line work and I'm going to draw a line from this bottom here and join this here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim everything together. So I'm just going to click on finish. So I'm going to click on delete elements and it's going to form something like this. So now we have done this now. What I can now do is to go to architecture, click on cutting grid. So I'm just going to place a cutting grid here. I'm going to place a cutting grid place on one segment first. Select this, place on one segment. So this cutting wall is difficult because so what I can do now is instead of stressing myself, I can select this cutting wall, click on edit profile, then delete this profile in the middle. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on delete elements. I'm going to create a separate cutting wall. So editing that central profile will be easier without having the constraint of editing both of them together. All right, so let's go back to DPC now. And we're going to draw another cutting wall. So I'm going to click on wall again. And I'm going to be drawing a cutting wall from this point here up to this point. So after drawing it to this point, I'm going to go to 3D view. Then I'm going to select this cutting wall here. And I'm going to click edit profile. Then I'm just going to pick this part here, pick here, Ctrl Z, pick this line here, click on this pick line to pick here too. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 1.5 meter. Uncheck this copy. So I'm just going to offset here, offset here, offset here, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z first. So I'm going to offset here first, offset here first. So since this line is somewhat constrained, I'm going to check copy and offset here and offset here as well. So I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. I'm also going to trim this here and trim this here and trim this here. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on this line, delete, 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 and click finish. Then delete element. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on cutting grid here, and I'm going to place one cutting grid here. I'm going to place another one here and another one here. Then I'm going to place one at this lintel level. Then I think I'm going to place one here at 600 millimeter. So I'm going to also place one here at this first floor level. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on tab, select this one here, click on add or remove, remove this one here, remove this grid here, click on escape. So here will be free. Click on tab again, select this one here, click on add or remove grid, click on remove this, click on escape. Then I'm going to do this again, click on tab again, select this, click on add or remove grid, and just remove this one. So this place will be free for a big door. So I'm going to click on tab here, select this, unpin this here, click on this drop down and select this double swing glass door. So this door is looking kind of is not church like, so I'm going to change the material. So I'm going to click on this cutting wall family, click on edit family. Then the simple thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to select this, I'm going to click on equals to and change this to, or rather I'm going to click on this, instead of material I'm just going to click on this and change this to none and click on OK. Then I'm now going to click on this material, glass material, right click, duplicate, and I'm now going to change this to timber or metal church door, so it will not be glass. Then I'm going to click on this icon, I'm going to click on appearance, I'm going to look for metal, then I'm just going to metallic paint, or let me go to metallic paint. Then I'm just going to select this salt satin black, or let me not look for something that is black. I'll have prefer, okay, satin brown color. I think this is good. Click on graphics, use render appearance, click on apply, click on OK. Then I'm going to select this, do the same for this, change this to none, click OK, click on this and select this metal church door, click on apply, click on Ctrl S and save this. Then I'm just going to click on load into project, church tutorial, and click on OK. So after loading this, I'm going to override the existing version. So you're going to see that this door is now going to be a metal big door. So this, I think this is grand enough. So now we are still going to do some extrusions because I want this place to be brick. So this remaining space in this wall now is now going to be brick finish. So for that, I can just click on this extrusion, click on edit in place. Then I'm just going to click on create and I'm going to click on extrusion. Then I'm going to set this at 10 millimeter. Then I'm going to set this material at I'm just going to look for brick material. So after looking for brick, I'm going to just select this brick common, click on apply, then click on set, pick work plane. Then I'm going to be picking this work plane. So I'm just going to start from here up to this point, up to here, here as well as here. Then I'm just going to do the same here. So after doing this, I can select this profile here, click on mirror, select this line here, and just mirror it to this other wing. Then click on finish and click finish. Now, doesn't this look beautiful? If you ask me, I think it does. So now we are done with, at least for the most part, we are done with this front. We are now going to work on this to bring this out very well. Then we'll now go into the side plan. So I think so far this church is looking nice. So I can hit Ctrl S to save it. Then we'll now work on this. Then we can now go into other important stuff. Alright, so now after doing this now, I think we'll need to go to this wing. So in this wing, we'll be putting some narrow cutting walls and another cutting wall at this center point where we are going to put the crucifix. Okay, so now we have the plan in mind. We're just going to go to first floor. Okay, I think it's first floor here. Then we're going to draw a cutting wall at this edge here. So I'm just going to click on architecture, walls. Then I'm just going to select this cutting wall, just a narrow cutting wall up to the second floor, and set this at -450 as well. Then this top offset at -450. So I'm going to draw it from this point here up to 900 millimeter. So after doing this here, I'm going to move this here. Then I'm just going to click on copy, select this point here, copy it to this point. The only thing now is I'm going to select this, click on go to 3D view. You can see the cutting wall here. Set the top constraint at 3rd floor, set the base constraint at 2nd floor. So the same thing like that, we're going to do the same up to this other one before mirroring all of them. So I'm just going to select this, go to 2nd floor now. Select this here, click on copy, copy this from this point here to this point. Click on this, go to 3D view, go see it here, click on it, set the top constraint to be 4th floor, set the base constraint to be 3rd floor. And then we'll have something like this. So I think so far this is looking consistent, and I think I like it. Then we're now going to go to this center point. I think that is at the highest one, which is it 3rd floor or 4th floor? Then we're just going to go here and we're going to draw some cutting walls here. So I'm going to go to annotate, going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line here 1.8 meter off here, and another line here from this point 1.8 meter. Then I'm going to extend it here just for visibility. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on wall. Then I'm going to set this top constraint at ceiling level and change this top offset to 0. Then I'm going to draw a cutting wall from this point here. So if I go to 3D view, I'm going to see something like this. So because of this, we are going to be breaking some normal laws. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm going to pick line here. So what I'm going to do now is looking at this now. I'm going to pick this line here, pick this line. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 2.1 from each of these. Offset here, offset here. So this is not yet, this is still below the roof level. So I think it's still problematic. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So I'm going to offset 2.4 meter from here. Offset 2.4 from here. This is still too high. I'm going to be offsetting 3 meter from here and from here. So after doing this now, I think 3 meter is just below the roof level, which I think is okay. Then I'm going to click on trim, and I'm just going to trim this here and trim this here. Or I can hit Ctrl Z. I think 1.8 meter is better. So I'm going to offset 1.8 here and here. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here and trim this here. Then I'm going to click on this, delete, click on these two lines, delete. So I'm also going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick here and pick here. Then I'm going to click on trim, trim this here, trim this here. Click on escape, click on this line and delete it. Then click on delete element. So we have something like this, just a cutting wall going this place. So also for these walls here, we can click on this, click on edit profile. Then we can just click on this line, select this roof line here, click on trim, trim here to here, trim here to here, click on escape, click on this horizontal line, delete it, click finish, delete element. So the same thing here, click on this, edit profile, pick tool, pick this roof line here, click on trim, trim this to here, trim this to here, click on escape, select this line, delete it, and click finish, delete element. So after doing this now, what we can now do is now we are now going to rotate this. We are going to select all these elements here, all these cutting walls here, rotate this to the top view, click on mirror, draw axis, select the center point and just mirror it to this other wing. So we have all these cutting walls here. So now what we are going to do, we are going to click on this model in place with where all this wall and extrusion is. Then we are going to click on edit type because we are going to be creating more. So what we are now going to do is we are now going to click to NGL now, and we are going to click on extrusion. So we are going to be creating extrusions that are going to protrude from this point here. We are going to do it here, here, and just the same thing here. So I'm going to go to create. We're going to click on extrusion. Then we're going to set the extrusion height at 12 meter. Okay. Then I'm just going to set this point here up to 300 millimeter and make it diagonal. So I'm going to select this here. I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to copy this here. Oh, sorry, Ctrl Z. Select this, click on copy. Select this edge here, copy it to this edge here. Copy to this edge. Then just to experiment, I'm going to click finish first. So I'm going to change this material to marble white like I did before. So I'm going to select this marble white, click OK. Then I'm just going to go to 3D view. So in this 3D view, what I want to check if I can do is if I can move here and select this bottom independently. Okay, so I can't select it, or the bottom goes along with all of them. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to do something drastic now. So instead of doing this, I'm just going to click on delete. Then I'm going to click on create and I'm going to click on extrusion here. And I'm going to click on set, pick work plane, and I'm going to be picking this plane here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to draft from here to this point here, up to this point here, to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to go over to this, rotate this here. Then I'm going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, and pick here. Then I'm also going to pick the edges of this door, Ctrl Z. Pick these edges here, pick this edge here, pick this edge here. Then I'm going to click on split line tool. I'm going to be splitting here and splitting here. Then I'm going to trim. So I'm going to trim this here, trim here as well, trim here too, trim here too, trim here too. Then I'm going to set this extrusion end at 300 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on finish. But I'm going to change this from material to marble white. Then I'm going to select this and click OK. So after doing this now, I'm going to rotate this to this approach here. I'm now going to do the same thing for this place here, for this other one. Then I'm going to mirror all of them. So I'm going to click on create. I'm going to click on extrusion, set, pick work plane. I'm going to set in this plane. Then I'm going to draw another line from here up to this point here, going here to this point. Then just trim this here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim here to here, trim here to here. Click finish. Change this to marble white wall. Then I'm going to select this and click on OK. So after doing this, I'm going to go to create. I'm going to go to extrusion again. I'm going to make sure I change this material first to marble. Then I'm going to select this marble, click OK. Going to click on set, pick work plane. I'm going to pick this plane. Then I'm going to draw from here up to this point here, up to this point here, 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 and join it with here. Then click finish. So after doing this now, we are going to go to this central one. We are going to go to create, extrusion, set, pick work plane. We are going to be picking this plane here. We are going to draw from this point here up to this point. Okay, we are going to go here, draw from this point here up to this point here, draw to this point here, draw to this point here as well, going up here, 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 here as well, and here as well. Then I'm just going to click finish. So after doing all of this, I'm just going to select all this extrusion, at least these three ones at this side we created. Then I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing. So after doing this now, I think this is looking good, but we'll need to now do some void stuff. So I'm going to go to this NGL now, and I'm now going to go to create, click on this drop down, click on create void extrusion. Then I'm going to set the void extrusion at 25,000. Then I'm going to start drawing the profile. Just from here, this point here, I'm going to draw it up to this point, because I want to cut out some things. So I'm going to just select everything like this, click on copy, pick this edge here, like that. And for this one, I'm just going to select this, pick here. Then I'm just going to draw a center point from here up to 300. Diagonal to join here, draw here, randomly, join here, and draw another line here. So I can now delete these two lines here. So I don't know if you got how I do it, but look at the way it's looking and try and mimic it. So I'm going to select all these lines here at this wing, click on mirror, select the center point and mirror it to this other wing here. Since I don't think this point got it accurately, I'm just going to manually select all of this, click on move, click on this point and move it to this edge. So I think the other ones will follow suit. So after this, I'm going to click finish. So I'm going to go to 3D view. So you can see the void form is already cutting most of these forms, which already have solved the issue. So I can click on this void form. Since it didn't cut this one properly, I can click on edit extrusion. Then I can just extend this a bit. So void forms, it doesn't have any problem even if it gets bigger, and click on finish. So looking at this now, I'm just going to click on finish extrusion. Then we're now going to see what this is looking at. So if you rotate this from this 3D view, let me just rotate this to the side. I think our pivot point have shifted again. So I'm going to click on this, drag this center point here, click on close. So if you rotate this to this side now, you are going to see how this is looking from 3D, and I think this is good. I don't know. So now we are now going to create our crucifix with cutting up grid. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on architecture, click on cutting grids. So I'm going to try and use cutting grids to kind of define a crucifix. So I'm going to click on this here. I'm going to create another grid line at this center point here. Click on escape. So you can see obviously even from this thing isn't accurate. So I can click on this, click on extrusion, click on this void form here, click on edit extrusion. Then I'm going to try and get this void form accurately. So looking at this now, I'm just going to click on escape, delete these two lines here, draw a line from this center point here, from here up to this point here and up to 300 here. Then I'm just going to join this here, and I'm also going to join this here. So after doing this, I can now delete this line here and delete this line. So I think like this is now more centralized. So looking at this here, I think this is much better. Then I'm just going to rotate this here and let's see how it's looking. So I think this is much better. I think this goes more with this center point. So I can click on finish. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on architecture, click on cutting grid. Then I'm going to place one grid line at this center point. I'm going to place another grid line here, 300 from here. Another one here, 300. It may be even bigger. Then I'm going to place another one here at 900. So what I'm going to do now I've placed this cutting one, I can now place one, make sure I select this all segment, place another one here, just to balance it out. So the first thing I'm going to do is to hover around this one at this side, click on tab, select this grid line and change this dimension to 450. So remember 450 plus 450 is 900. So we are targeting 900. Click on tab, select this, change this to 900. Sorry, 450. Okay, so after doing this, we're now going to go over here, click on tab again, select this grid line, click on add or remove segment, remove this middle segment and remove this second one too. Click on escape. Then I'm going to click on tab again, select this grid line, delete it since we don't need it here. Then I'm going to click on tab now, select this grid line, click on add or remove segment, remove this segment here, click on escape. Click on tab, select this grid line, add or remove this segment here. Click on tab, select this grid line, add or remove this segment here. click on tab, select this grid line here, add or remove this segment here. Click on tab, select this grid line, escape. Click on tab, select this grid line, add or remove this segment here. Remove this segment. So if it doesn't work, it's fine. So what I can now do now is to click on tab, select this grid, add a segment here. Click on tab, escape. Click on tab, select this grid, add a segment here. Click escape. Click on tab, select this grid line, add a segment, and just segment this whole thing. So it will now be balanced all around. So we're now going to click on tab, select this panel, click on tab again, hold Control, select this panel, click on tab, hold Control, tab, hold Control, select this panel too. Click on tab, hold Control, select this panel. Click on unpin. Click on this and select this. We can select this bronze glass. Okay, but if this bronze glass is not, I think this bronze glass does the trick. Then I'm just going to click on tab here. Select this panel here. Click on unpin. Click on this drop down and select these blue panels and change it to a blue panel. So I think this looks very nice. And if you ask me, this is as churchy as it gets. So looking at this, I think we have done an amazing job on this main building. So I'm going to go to this NGL and we're going to start detailing our site. Okay, we are still going to place some furnitures in this nave here and just put the furnitures for the congregation. That one isn't a problem. Okay, let me just do it first. So let me go back to DPC. Let me start off by putting some railings here. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing. Then I'm going to be using this minimalist railing. It's in this template. So if you have the template, I think you'll have it. So we're going to draw a railing from this DPC up to this point here. And click finish. We're also going to do the same from this point. Go to architecture, click on railing, draw a railing from here up to this point here. Click on finish. Then we're going to click on escape, select this railing here, also select this railing here. Then we're going to click on mirror and we're going to click on this draw mirror line and draw it to this other wing. So now we're going to place some congregation furniture, mainly some row chairs. Okay, so let me just save this project for now. Before I do it, let me hit Ctrl S and save this project. Alright, so to get the chairs I'm looking for, I'll need to open one of my previous projects. So I'm just going to open it and let me get the chairs I want to get from there. So of course, I'm going to be going to this and I'm going to be copying this row chairs. So I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to the main file. So I'm going to go to DPC and I'm going to hit Ctrl V to paste it. So once I hit Ctrl V, I'm going to paste this somewhere here. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on rotate and rotate this by, let's say, 90 degrees. So after rotating this, because this is going to be a good guide to know how many, what is the capacity of this hall. So I'm going to move this chair to this edge first because we need to be getting these distances right. So I'm going to move this here. Then I'm going to click on move and move this off this edge by 1.2 meter. So after moving this off this edge, I'm also going to click on move and move this to this wall here. Then I'm just going to move this accurately off this wall by 1.2 meter again. So after moving this now, we're now going to click on, okay, in short, I'm going to click on move and move this again by 1.2 plus 1.8. So there's going to be a safe buffer distance between this door and this place. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to copy this row of chairs to this point here. So I'm having 2 rows of chairs now and I'm going to click escape. All right. So after doing this, I'm just going to select these 2 chairs and I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing. I'm just going to select any center point here. Probably I can select here and mirror it to this other wing. So after doing this, I'm going to hold Control, select these 4 rows of chairs. Then I'm just going to click on array. So this array is a tool that can help you copy multiple projects in successive repetitions. So we are going to make sure that it's at least linear and is set at move to second. Then we're going to pick a point here and we're going to set a distance in which we want it to copy. So for this, I think the safe distance for this to copy is 1.2 meter. So and we're now going to impute the number we want to copy at this 1.2. So I'm going to put 20 first and click on enter. So copying 20 is about this point. So I think it's kind of a bit too much, but I think it's actually not bad. So after we have copied 20 of this, we're just going to select this again, this whole thing, click on copy, normal copy to, and we're just going to copy it from this point to around, let's say, this point here. Or we can click on move this back to this point, then click on move again and move this up front to about 2.4 meter. So there will be enough safe distance for this center point and this point for the emergency. Then after doing this, now we can click on these 2 rows here, or rather these 3 rows, and give this safe distance from this altar. So after doing this, now we can now select this, right click, select all instances in visible view, click on filter. So there are 37 of this, and in each of these 37 of this arrayed. So after doing this, we are now going to calculate how many chairs there are in each row. So I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in one row. So 8 times 4, that is 32. So 32 times 37, let me calculate it. So there are 1,184 chairs. So that is even more than what we planned for, which is a hall of 1,000 capacity. So I think this serves its purpose very well. So now we have done this, we are going to now go into the site plan modeling, and we are going to be designing and modeling this site to details. Then we'll now enter into the final stage of this project, which is the presentation. Alright, so now we want to start drafting and modeling the site plan. But before we do that, there's one quick thing we're going to do. We are going to be placing grid lines. I'm supposed to do this earlier in the project, but due to maybe my modeling and designing prowess and the fact that this project automatically is very aligned, and maybe most of these walls align to themselves, I didn't see the need for it. But grids are very important, and I think it's better, especially when you're not very conversant with design, that you use it earlier on in the project. So it's going to help you create a much stable design. So what are grid lines? So grid lines are imaginary lines used in construction documents. So these imaginary lines help you for things like denoting where components of your project are in different floors. You can track positions of components in different floors across each floor. Even though in Revit we have that underlay tool where we can see beneath, but in some other softwares you may not have the underlay tool. So grids are very important in that traditional sense of helping you track things beneath a floor plan and helping you know that, okay, if I place the column here, it's going to be at this point in these subsequent floors. So grid also helps you create a structurally stable work because it helps align most of your walls since you'll be following those grid lines. So I think they are very important, even though we used another method to achieve the same thing by using the underlays while we were planning. But so to create grids, I'll just need to go to DPC where all my walls are more defined. Then I'm just going to click on this grid line. So if you are using this template, I'll suggest you use this 8mm bubble grid. You go to properties panel. So once you click on grid, you are going to hover around. So in grid, when placing grid, you place the vertical grid from left to right and the horizontal grid from top to bottom. So we are starting with the vertical grid. So we are going to start from the external wall, which is a key structural wall, because grids are placed in key walls and key position points. Then we are going to click here, left click, scroll down, go down, and left click again. We have created grid 1. Then we are going to go here, click on this, left click again, go down, click here, created grid 2. We are going to go to this wall, click here, scroll down, click here, grid 3. The same thing here, we are going to click here, scroll down, click here, grid 4. Here to this elevator shaft, click here, scroll down, click here, grid 5. We are going to do the same here, click here, scroll down, grid 6. The same thing. So you'll be wondering that these grids are not aligning. Just chill. We are going to align all of them and make them very good. So this is grid 7. Click here too. Grid 8. And this is grid 9. And this is grid 10. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on one of these grids and drag it to align with this other grid here. Then I'm going to click on this grid line and drag it upwards. So once I've clicked on one to align with, let me do it again so we'll not be mistaken. So I clicked on one of these grids, clicked on tab, select this grid, left click and hold, drag it up to match this one. So after it's matching this one again, left click and hold and drag it out. So that is how I selected the grid. So now this is done. We are now going to create the horizontal grid. So I'm going to click on grid again and I'm going to just start from here. Remember, from top to bottom. I'm going to draw a grid here. Then I'm going to change this to grid A. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to click on grids again and I'm going to place another grid here. Grid B. So another thing, I even forgot to place some cutting walls at this side and at this back side. So I'm just going to create one long cutting wall, create it here, then copy it around up to this side. So I'm going to create another grid C here. Then I'm going to create another grid here. Grid D here. I'm going to create another grid here. Grid E. I'm going to create another grid here. Grid F. Then I'm going to go down here, create another grid here. Okay, so normally you know, we don't have walls here. So grids are not meant to be only where walls are. Grids are basically where there are going to be structural elements. So if there are going to be columns in between here, we need to create grid for them. So what we can do is to click on escape, go to annotate, click on detail line, then maybe draw a line from here to here. So this line will help us denote the central point while creating grids. Do the same here. And we can just select this line here, click on copy. So remember, this line is 10 lines. So I could just click on copy and paste it here. Okay, I think this one is bigger, so I'll drag this down manually. Go to annotate, detail line. Draw another line here. Another line here. Here as well. Here as well. So there is going to be structural columns here. So I think that is all. So now I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on grid again to continue. So this grid F, I'm going to place another grid from this center point. Call this grid G. I'm going to look for the center point here. So I'm just going to look if there's a line here. Then I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line, draw a line from this center point here. Do the same here, draw a line from here. It's the same here, draw a line from here. The same here, another line from here. The same here. So I'm just putting, hypothetically, there will be columns here. So I'm just putting grids there, even though there is no wall there. So grids are not meant to be just only governed by walls. In some cases, they are just governed by structural elements. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on grids. So I'm just going to draw another grid line here. This will now be grid H. Draw another one from here. This will now be grid, I think, I. Go here, click here, draw another grid. This will now be grid J. Click here. This will now be grid K. Click here as well. This will now be grid L. Click here. Grid M. Grid N. Grid O. And click another grid on this wall here. And grid P. So now we have created all these grids. I'm just going to click on one of these, especially at this point. Left click and hold, drag it to this point first. Click on this one, left click and hold, drag it to match this one too. Then click and hold this one and drag all of them off here. So I'm going to do the same for this. Click on this, draw a grid here. So remember, after drawing all these grids now, I think we've done a wonderful job. I'm now going to go over to this place. Okay, see this grid. We have not yet aligned this. Hold, click, hold, and drag to this point. So after doing this, I think we have done a remarkable work here. So we are going to create some cutting walls. So these cutting walls, we are going to use them in spaces like here, this point, and this point. So these cutting walls are going to run from down to, let's say, second floor here. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. I'm going to set it from DPC up till lintel up to second floor. Then I'm going to put an offset of minus 450. Then I'm going to draw a cutting wall from this point here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here to make sure the cutting wall starts from here and maybe ends here. That is 1.5. So I'm going to go to architecture, going to go to wall, cutting wall. Then I'm just going to draw from here, this point to this point. Then I can click on this cutting wall and change the base offset to 300 millimeter. Click on enter. So after doing this, I'm now going to go to 3D view. I'm going to rotate this to the right side. Then I'm just going to go to architecture, cutting grid. Then I'm going to put a cutting grid at the center point. Put another cutting grid here. Put one 1.8 here. Put another one here. And I think that is all. So after doing this, I'm just going to go back to DPC. I'm going to go to this cutting wall. I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm going to select this point and copy it to this other wing. Click on copy, select this point here and copy it to this other wing. So after doing this, now I can click on this cutting wall, click on this icon for it to be set well. I'm going to click on copy now and I'm going to copy this off here up to this point. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this cutting wall, click on rotate, start from this vertical point, click, go to the right and put the value at 90 degrees. Then I'm going to click on move, select this point and move it to this point. So before I copy this one to this other wing, I'm going to select this cutting wall, go to 3D view, rotate this to the rear view. Then I'm going to click on this cutting wall and set the constraint to go all the way to ceiling level. So after this is set like this, I'm going to go to architecture, cutting grid, and I'm going to start placing some cutting grids here. I'm going to place one here, then 1.8 below it, place one here, place one here. Okay, Ctrl Z. Place one at this lintel level too. Place one 1.8 below it. Place another one at this lintel level. Place another one 1.8 below it. So if it's not 1.8, I can click on tab and make sure this is 1.8 meter. Click on escape and I think we have successfully created this cutting wall. So you can see how the rear view is looking. I think it's even looking very nice. So if we go back to DPC, I'm just going to select this cutting wall. I'm going to click on copy, select this edge here and copy it to this point here. So we have two cutting walls here and we can click on this line and delete it. So now let's just glance through some things and go glance through some of these floors before we go to the site plan. So in some of these floors, we have a lot of spaces here. So all these spaces, they are just a lot of stuff. So what we can now do now is we are going to be placing some windows in all these places where these spaces enter the church. We are going to be placing some windows inside this corridor. Okay, so even though it's not the best, but I think it's just what we can do. So I'm going to click on windows here and I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to this W1 window. Then we're going to be placing them at 600 since they changed the sail height to 600. Then I'm going to place one here and place the other one here. I'm going to do the same here and place another one here. The same here and place another one here. So after doing this, I can select these 4 windows or 6 windows, click on copy, click on paste, align selected levels, select first, second and third floor, then click on OK. So I'm just going to click on OK. I'm going to go to first floor and see what is the issue here. So you can see that this is placed underneath a door. So I can click on tab, select this window and delete it. I can click on tab to select this one, delete this window here. So click on tab, select this, delete this. So the same thing in second floor. So I'm just going to try and be rectifying these issues here. Click on tab, delete it. Click on tab here, delete it. So after doing this now, I'm just going to go back to first floor and I'm just still going to place on window. So I'm going to click on window again. I'm going to place another one here. I'm going to place another one here. Another one here. Another one here. So after this, I'm going to go to second floor and I'm just going to delete all these remaining windows here. So I think at this point, we are ready to now copy the windows. Let me go to third floor, click on tab, delete this. Or rather, click on this, delete, tab, delete this, delete this. So I'm going to go back to this first floor, okay? Then I'm going to select all these windows again. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, second, and hold control, select third floor. Then I'm going to click on OK. So if I go to third floor here, you're going to see the reason why it gave that error is because there are no walls here. So what I can do now is to select this window here, or rather these two windows, click on copy, click on paste, and set it to align to selected levels. Go take it to fourth floor. Then I can still go further, go to architecture, go to window, and place some windows here at this center point here. Click on escape, go to fourth floor, click on window, place some windows here. Go to third floor, go to second floor, do the same thing, place some windows here. Go to first floor, and I think the windows still count. So if we go to this 3D view, we are going to see all these windows we have placed, and I think we have tried to ventilate it as much as we can. So now going back, now we are done with these grid lines and we have placed the grid. You can even see them on 3D. We are going to go back to the natural ground level and start drafting the site plan properly. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to just delete these lines here because this entrance point is not really going to be here anymore. So remember that I planned for a pedestrian entrance to be here. So I'm going to try and move this pedestrian entrance to be directly in front of this main entrance. So I'm going to select these lines. I'm going to click on move. I'm just going to, since I can see these dotted lines, I can move from here and track it till it gets to this line here, as you can see. So after doing this, I'm going to drag this line, click and hold and drag this line manually. Then I'm going to click delete to delete these two lines. So what we have is these two lines here as this entrance. So I'm going to click on this line and drag this backward. So after doing this, I'm now going to click on offset, modify, click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 2.4 meter from each of this wing. Okay, 2.4 is too small. I will make it 3.6 meter. Then I'm going to offset 3.6 from here and 3.6 from here. So this walkway is going to be big enough. So I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line. Then I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to draw a line up to this point. I'm going to draw a line from here. Then I'm going to click on circle tool and I'm going to pick this point and draw a circle from this point here up to 1.8. So this circle is going to be like where a fountain is going to be. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on this line and click on delete. I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split and split here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this line here. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to annotate, going to go to detail line, click on fillet arc tool, select this circle here and select this line and break it, just fillet it here. Do the same here. Fillet it. Then I'm going to click on escape, select this bend, change this to 1.5. Click on this, change this to 1.5 meter as well. Then I'm also going to go to detail line. I'm going to find the center point here, draw a line and break this point here. I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 3.6 from each side. Click on escape, click on this line and delete it. Then click on split here, split here, split here. Click on trim, trim this line here, trim this line here, and trim this line here. So what we are basically want to do is to basically link these two roads so it will not be too defined in of itself. Now I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line. Then I'm going to use this draw arc tool and I'm going to pick this point, then bend it to this point here and do the same here, pick here, go this way. Then I can delete this line and delete this line. So we have a major entrance here. So I can still go to modify, click on offset and offset, let's say 600 millimeter. The reason is just to where the water point is going to be. So I'm just going to do it for this. Okay. So after doing this, we know our water point is here. This is going to be some green area. So I'm going to give some offset around this public convenience. So I gave it 10 meter by 6 meter, which I think is more than enough. So I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting some walkways around it at 1.8 meter. So I'm going to click offset here, offset here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this line here and I'm going to drag it to this line. So this other portion will be green areas. Or okay, I can even make this offset like 3 meters so it will be wide enough for the whole population. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to annotate, detail line. We're now going to use this fillet arc tool here and we're going to bend here. Select these two lines here. Then we're going to put a bending radius of 3 meters. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on detail line. Then we're going to draw another line here. So this line now is going to be offsetting 3 meters, going 3 meters from here to up to this point. So this is like a green buffer zone, buffering the parking space from this main church environment. Then from this line too, we're also going to draw a line here. So this line is now going to form our main vehicular entrance. So this main vehicular entrance is going to have like it's going to be a two-way drive. I think at this point it can be a two-way drive. Then I'm just going to draw another line from here up to 5 meters and draw it here. Then I can click on this line and delete this. So there can be some parking spaces facing here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on detail line now. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to 8 meters. Then I'm going to draw another line here. I'm going to draw another line breaking this up to 1.5 or 3 meters. Let me just give this enough space. So if I'm making it two-way, I'm going to make this, drag this dimension from this point to here. I'm going to make this 6 meters. Let me go to backspace and add 6 meters. So after adding this 6 meters, I'm now going to click on another modify offset and I'm going to be offsetting 3 meters from here. Then I'm going to click on offset and offset another 6 meters. So this is going to be a clear two-way drive. So after doing this, I'm going to click on escape, going to go to detail line, and I'm going to continue drafting. So now I'm going to go to this point. So I think that it's best that, thinking of this now, I think it's best we click on escape here. We select this line and the associate, drag it away from this line first. Then instead of wasting parking space, potential parking space, I'm going to select these two lines here and I'm going to click on move and I'm going to move them downwards up to 15 meters. So I'm just going to move it in a way. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to move it by, let's say, 9 meters here. So there's going to be a small space where people, the car is going to move upwards first, then go and park, then it can move down. So I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to move this by, let's say, 10 meters so we can get 4 more parking space. So I'm going to click on this line and delete it. Now I'm going to click on this line and extend it up to this point. Click on this line, extend it up to this point here. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on detail line. I'm going to draw another line from this point here. I'm going to draw this line up to 3 meters. So because I'm trying to get enough parking space as possible, draw a line down up to 5 meters. Then I'm going to draw a line here up to 50 meters. Then draw another line here up to 5 meter, draw another line here up to 8 meter. So now currently this is what we have at this edge. At this edge we are supposed to have some space here, so I'm going to click on this line first and click on delete, because this offset is kind of confusing. This is the boundary of the site. So I'm going to click on this line here. I'm going to drag this to this point. So I'm going to click on this line and make sure this is 5 meter. So the reason, not 500, 5,000. So the reason why I'm doing this is that I want to make sure I try and maximize as much space, because in this kind of big project we can't have too much parking, you get. So if possible we should even create up to 500 parking space, which I doubt we'll be able to do. So I'm going to draw a line from this point, and I'm going to now create I'm going to draw a line up to 8 meter. Then I'm just going to draw another line here up to this point, then draw a line here up to 5 meter, draw another line here up to 1.5. so this 5 meter represent the parking, this 1.5 1,500 represent the buffer zone, then this 5 meter now represent another parking, and I'm going to close it. So this is basically like provision of space for like a parking dumbbell. I don't know if you have seen something like that, but you see it when we detail it. So I'm going to click on modify, click on offset here, then I'm going to be offsetting this by 8 meter. Since at this point I just need to make sure I uncheck this copy and offset this by 8 meter. So there is going to be a free driveway through here, you get. So I'm going to select this whole box, I'm going to click on copy, then I'm just going to pick this point here, copy this here. So I think like this now we should be able to get a decent amount of parking space here. So I can click on this line back here and drag it to this point. So we're already defining our green areas and defining where the parking space will be. So we can extend this line to here, and we can click on this line and drag it off here. So I'm going to click on unjoin element. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this line, drag this down here, click on this line, drag this here. Then I'm going to click on this line and delete this. I'm now going to click on this line here and drag it up here. So after doing this, I think we have enough parking space. We can have enough parking space because we have parking here, we have parking here, and two-way parking in all these roads here. So after doing this, we are now going to go to this side here, going to go to annotate detail line. So I'm going to just draw a line from here up to 8 meter. That is the road runway, 8,000 millimeter. Then so I'm supposed to get 5 meter extra after this. So I'm going to draw another line 5 meter from here. Then I'm going to drag this line and just drag it to this point. So I can now delete this line. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to detail line again. I'm going to go over to this point. Once it aligns with this line here, you can see the dotted line will indicate it as aligned. Draw a line 5 meter and join this here. So I'm just going to click on trim and trim this together. So now after doing this, we have parking here, we have parking on this side. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to make sure this aligns with this point here. I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point. Then I'm going to draw another line from here up to 5 meter here till it aligns. You see it already aligns with this one. Then draw it here. Then click on this line and delete it. So now I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this together. So now I think we have already done this in a way that we should have at least decent parking space. So now I'm going to delete this line here since we already defined this parking. Then I'm now going to finally click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 3 meter to create a green buffer between this parking space and this garden here, 3,000, and this children's church. So I'm going to click on that offset here, and I'm going to draft this line to join with this. Then I'm going to click on this line, join this here, click on this line, join this here. So you can see this is a cohesive green area here. I can click on this line, delete it, click on this line, join this here for now. Then click on split, modify, split here too, and join this here. So after this now, you can see we are taking this one after the other, and we're just taking it step by step. I'm just going to click on this and drain this, join this here, since all of these are green areas. So after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on this line and drag this to this point. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to go to annotate detail line. So at each of these junction here, I'm going to try and break here open, also break here open, break this point open, or rather I'm just going to break 2 points open, which is here and here, just this point here and maybe this point here. So after breaking these 2 points open, I can click on this line here and delete it. I'm just going to click on split, modify, split, and I'm going to split here and split here as well. Then I'm going to click on trim. So what I want to do is, if vehicles are entering from here, they can break out here and just turn here in case. So it's going to give this place more versatility. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line and I'm going to draw another line here. Then I'm going to click on this fillet arc tool. I'm going to arc here, draw another arc line here, draw another one here, another one here, then another one here. The only thing is I'm going to select this one, select both of this, click on move and move it by 6 meters or move it up to here. So I'm going to click on this line, delete it, delete this here, delete this, delete, delete. So after doing this now, I'm just going to go to detail line and I'm going to start trying to detail each of these packet now. So I'm going to go to this fillet arc tool and I'm going to click this point, select these 2 lines and arc it here. Then I'm going to just do the same. I'm still going to impute values for them, but for now, let me just be doing this. So just for this to look balanced, I'm going to click on this and increase this distance here to 6 meters. Then I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to click on this fillet arc tool and arc here and arc here too. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on each of these and change this to 3 meters. This is 3 meters already, so I can click on this and change it to 3 meters. Click on delete element, so it's going to form a full circle. Here too, 3 meters. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on detail line and I'm going to draw a line from here. I'm going to click on offset. So I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to offset 3 meters from each side. Make sure this copy is checked on. Offset here, offset here, offset here. Then I'm going to change this offset to 5 meters and offset here as well. So I'm going to click on trim and trim this together. Ctrl Z, click on split, split here, then trim this together. So after doing this now, this is what I meant by parking dumbbell. So you can see that cars are meant to park here, but cars cannot park here because of these sharp edges here. So we're going to go to annotate detail line, click on this arc line tool, select this point here and create an arc here. Do the same here as well. So you can see that this arc is now entering into this road. So we're going to adjust it by selecting both of them. Click on move and move this downwards to this point. Okay, so since we can't move them well effectively, I'm just going to click on this line, delete it, select both of them, click on move and move them by up to this point. So then after doing this, I'm going to select all of these here. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to try and select this central point here and mirror this to this side. Then click on this line and delete it. So after doing this now, I'm just going to go to modify and I'm going to do some trimming. So now this is wonderful. So now we're going to place some parking components here before we duplicate it. So I'm going to go to architecture. Oh, sorry, I'm going to go to massing and site. I'm now going to click on parking component. Then I'm going to edit the type. So I'm going to change this parking length to 5 meters. And I'm going to change this parking width now to 2.5 meters. Then I'm going to click OK. I think that is a generally accepted standard. Then I'm going to place one here. After placing one, I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click on array. Then I'm going to pick this point here. Make sure, I'm going to click on this, click on array, make sure this is selected as linear and this is second, and this is moved to is selected as second. So I'm going to click on this point and select this, go to the right, select the second point, then impute a number of, let's say 15 and see 15 parking. So 15 parking is not even enough to fill up here. So I'm going to make this 20. Okay, 20 is too much. Let's make it 19. So after making this 19, we're just going to click on escape. We're going to just select all this packet. Okay, they say we should save project. Let me quickly save. So it's always good to save your project so you will not be having stories that touches the heart later. So I'm just going to select all this packing here, and I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to pick this center point here and draw the mirror tool. So after doing this, now we have already gotten this very well. So what I can do now is to just select these lines here and this packing here, click on copy, pick on this point here, and just find the center point here and just paste this here. Do the same here, paste this here. Then what we can do for these lines, I can just hover around these lines at the perimeter, click on tab, select it and delete it. The same here, hover around this, tab, select this, delete it. So after doing this, already if I click on this group here, right click, select all instances in visible view, you can already see, click on filter, we already have 114 parking space. Even though that is quite some number, but it's still far not sufficient for this place. This is 1,000 people's church. So if we can create 500, I think that is the best. But let's just create as much as we can. So I'm going to go to parking component again. I'm just going to, instead of going to parking component, I can just select everything here. Go to this corner here, click on copy, pick this point here, and just paste it here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on escape. Then I can just select some of these here, like 3 of them. Click on copy again. Select this middle point and copy it here. So after doing this now, well, I'm just going to select some of this, all of this parking lot here. Click on mirror now. This time I'm going to pick the center of this curve here. Draw a line 45 degrees. Then it's going to mirror perpendicularly. So I'm just going to do something similar here. Copy, select this remaining. Click on copy. Select this point here. Then copy it up here. So I think we can delete this last one. So after this, this is looking good. So what we can do now is just to select this parking here. Click on copy. Click this point here. And just put it here. Then click on escape. Select about 4 of this. Click copy again. Select this point here. Copy it to this point. So there's still about 3 more remaining. Select this 3 here. Click on copy. Pick this point here. Copy it here. 1 more remaining. Select this one. Click on copy. Click on this point. Copy this here. So this is a lot of parking, as you can see. So now the final one we're going to do is we're going to select a lot of parking here. Click on mirror. Click this point. Draw a line 45 degrees. And we'll just mirror this and maybe delete this last parking. So now we have the access road here, so we can draw this here, and we have where all this parking now. So if you click on this parking here, right click, select all instances in visible view, go to filter, you are going to see we have 217 parking. It's substantial, but I think it's not enough, but I think we can manage it. So if I go to annotate, go to detail line, I'm also going to create an ancillary entrance from here. So I'm going to be working on this service side. So the ancillary entrance is going to be at least 8 meters in width. So after creating that ancillary entrance, I'm also going to create a security post position for security post here in this main entrance. So it's like a security check. So I'm going to click on split here and click on trim and just trim this here. Then I'm going to go to annotate, detail line, click on fillet arc and just, okay, I remember that these are model lines, so I'm going to drag this back here as well. Then I'm going to go to architecture, click on model lines here, and then draw a line from here to here, draw another line from here to here, then click on fillet arc 2 to just arc this line here. Then I'm going to click on this and change this to 3 meters. Delete element, click on this, 3 meters. Delete element. Okay, so we are making good progress now. So we are now going to go here and we are going to continue our service access. So for this, I'm going to delete this line, not delete this line. I'm going to drag this line to this point since these are not model lines. The only lines I'm putting to this road are these model lines. Although when I'm modeling, I'll soon delete all of them. So it doesn't really mean. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on model lines. Then I'm going to draw a model line from here as well as here. Then I'm going to click this and delete this. So I'm going to click on modify, split here and trim this together. Then I'm going to go to architecture, model line again. Then I'm going to go to this fillet tag tool and just kind of arc here. Select these two lines, arc here. Click on this, change this to 3 meter. Delete element. Click on this, change this to 3 meter. Enter. Delete element. So I'm now going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split here and trim this here. So after doing this, now I'm going to click on escape. I'm just going to click on this drag this dimension here, this temporary dimension to this point. So I'm going to make sure this is 5 meters. So this place is basically, I'm now going to drag this line up to this point. So this is basically going to be the parking for the pastors and all. So I'm going to drag this line up to here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this together. So I can click on trim this here. So you can see this is now form a cohesive like bank. So I'm going to go to annotate, go to detail line, go to fillet tag tool, then just do the same here. The same turning radius for the vehicles. So I'm going to click on this, put a value of 3 meter here. Go here to put another value 3 meter. Then I'm going to go here, go to detail line, do the same fillet tag here. Click on this, change this to 3 meter. Delete element. Okay, so now this is done. We are now going to place some parking space. We are going to go to massing aside, click parking component, place one here, click on escape, select this, click on align, make sure linear second, select this point and select this point, then input the number we want to align as 10 or 12. Okay, we can make it up to 14. So I think 14 parking spaces are enough. So I think this is nice. So we are now going to, I think in this point, you don't need to do much here. This is good like this. So we are just going to design this garden. So I'm just going to go here. Let me just delete some of these lines first. These non-useful lines. So I'm going to click on this line and drag this here. On join element, just drag this to join here. So I'm going to delete this one here and I'm going to kind of drag this so we have a clean slate for designing a garden in this region here. So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to start, since this is a clean slate, I'm going to click on modify and I'm going to click on offset. So I'm going to offset 3 meter first from each side. So I'm going to offset 3 meter from here, 3 meter from here, 3 meter. Okay, so I'm going to go to annotate, detail line again, just draw a random line here and offset 3 meter 2 from there. This time I'm going to uncheck copy for these ones at the edge, so it's going to offset from this side boundary lines. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim them together. So after doing this now, I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to click on detail line, then I'm just going to click on this arc line tool. So I'm just going to go from here. I'm just going to check the distance between here and here. So I'm just going to go from this point and draw an arc line 45 degrees here and do the same here. Then I'm just going to click on these two arc lines here and I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror it. Select the center point and mirror it to this side. Then I can click on this line here and delete this. Click on this line, delete this. So I'm now going to click on modify, trim, and I'm going to trim this together. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on offset again, and I'm going to be offsetting 4.5 meter. Sorry, not 3.54. So I'm going to offset here. Basically offset on all these sides. After offsetting from this side, I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm just going to draw another line here in between this here. So I'm going to click on offset again, and I'm going to be offsetting 1.5 meter from that line here. I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm going to select a circle and create a circle at this point here up to 8 meter, and create another circle here up to 5 meter. Then I can click on escape, delete this line here, then click on modify, split here too, then trim on. So I'm going to click on trim and just trim this here. Okay, Ctrl Z. I'm still going to click on split and split these two lines here. Then I'm going to click on trim here, and trim here. So basically this is just a simple design for this conceptual design for this garden. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm going to draw another line from here and draw maybe another line from here. So I'm going to be clicking on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 1.5 here, or let me offset 2250 here from these two sides. So it's going to be 4.5. So I'm going to click on escape, click on this line, delete, click on this, delete, click on split here, split here. Then I'm just going to click on trim to trim this here. So all this garden stuff is just to give it a unique distance. So now I think we're done with this drafting now. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go to these model lines and click on offsets, because we need to create some walkways. So it's those walkways that are now linked to this pedestrian entrance. So I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 1.5 meter off the road. So I'm going to offset 1.5 here, 1.5 here as well. So after offsetting 1.5, even here too, I'm now going to go here, and I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to model line. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here, linking this axis, linking this pedestrian entrance. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim this here. So I'm going to click on this line and drag it here. Click on this line, drag it here. So this is basically the pedestrian entrance. So after doing this, now we're now going to also link this place here. Go to annotate, go to detail line, and draw a link from here to this point here. Then I'm going to click escape, click on modify, and just trim this. So currently we're also going to do the same here. Go to annotate detail line, create a link from here to this children's church. Click on split here, then trim this here, trim this here. So after doing this, I think we have done a remarkable job in this site sketching. So it's now for the site modeling. So normally the usual tool to model site in Revit is this massing and site, this topo solid. But I find a lot of limitations in this topo solid, specifically the height and the curbs. So I usually go to architecture and use floors for my site planning. So we are going to start by using floors. We are going to start by creating the green areas, then all these building footprints before we now go to the walkways and the asphalt roads. So let's start from green areas. We're going to go to floor. I remember that I've created a floor for green area already. So we're going to put that green area floor. So but for this, we're going to click on a height offset of -150. Oh, sorry, 150. So when I use minus. Then after I use 150, we're just going to click on pick line tool. Since we have already defined most of our green area, it's supposed to be very simple. So we're just going to pick some lines. So in this place where this parking lots are, we can click on tab to select the main line behind it. Click on tab, select this main line here. We can even click on escape, delete everything first. What we can now do is to click on pick line tool, then click on tab. It's going to select a lot of lines at the same time. Do the same thing here. Click on tab. Even though some of these lines is not going to pick it exactly like how we want, but we can just adjust the ones we don't want to go that way, the way we want to do it. So I'm just going to drag this to this point. Click on pick line tool, pick here. Click on line tool, draw a line from this point up to this point and up to this point. So I'm going to draw another line here, 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 and here. Then I'm going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, and pick here. So I'm just going to trim on that way. I'm going to click on trim here, and trim this point too. So the same way I did that for this side, what I'm going to do is click on pick line tool. I'm just going to hover around this, click on tab, and I'm going to pick these whole lines here. So I'm going to click on this and click on trim and just trim this off this point. So I'm going to click on pick line tool again. I'm going to pick here and pick here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this to here since these two were clashing. And I'm just going to click on pick line tools again, pick here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim here. So I'm just going to click on lines here, and I'm going to draw a line from this point to close this loop, to this point here, to this point and this point, since we already have this line looped here. So we are almost done with the green areas. We just need to pick some more key parts. So I'm going to click on pick line tool again. I'm going to go over to this fountain side, click on tab, pick here, click on this, pick here, then just try and join this here. So after joining this, I'm going to click on pick line tool again, pick here as well, close this loop, this point here, go over here, draw a line here, hover around this, click tab, select this, the same thing here, hover around, click tab, select. So after doing this, we are going to go to this garden here, hover around this, click tab, select, click on escape. So I think we have covered most of the green areas, if I'm not mistaken. At least we have done a lot. So we can even add some extra green areas to around the building. So I can start from here. I can draw from this point here up to this staircase here. Then draw from this staircase up to, let's say, 4.5 meters. So I'm going to click on escape, draw from this point to match this. So I'm just going to do the same from here up to here, up to here, up to here, up to here. So after doing this, I'm just going to go over to here, and I'm going to go and click on this fillet arc tool. I'm going to do it here. So I'm just going to click on this, change it to 2.4. Click Ctrl A to select everything. Click Ctrl C to copy it. Click on this one, select everything. Click Ctrl V to paste it here. So it will be faster. So after doing all of this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select all of these profile lines here. I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing here. So after mirroring this now, I'm going to click on finish. So you can see that some things are not a closed loop. So we're just going to click on pick line tool and pick here. And we're also going to pick here too. Then we're going to click finish. So you can see we have created the green area. So if you click on 3D view, you are going to rotate this here. We are going to see the green areas which we have created. So you can see the green areas like this. So what we can do now is just to click on this, click on edit type, click on edit the graphics of this green area because I don't think it's currently the best as it is. Then change this, click on OK, change this solid fill to a more greener texture. Click on OK, apply, OK, and click OK, apply, OK. So you can see this is looking more green. So now we have created the green area. We're now going to create the pedestal, the paved area. So we're going to go back to NGL. So this paved area, I think, is going to be pretty straightforward. So we're going to go to architecture. We're going to go to floor. Then I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and call this 00 paved area. So after giving this paved area, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this grass, right click, duplicate, and call this 00 paved area. So after calling this paved area, I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to site work. I'm going to scroll down, select this cobblestone. Then I'm going to click on graphics. I'm going to click on this background and change it to none. Then I'm going to click on this pattern, go to model, scroll down, and I'm going to look for this herringbone pattern. Then I'm going to click on this edit fill pattern and make sure this is 3. Then click OK. So I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on this color and drag it towards brown. I'll make it like dark brown and click OK. Apply. OK. So I'm going to click on OK and click on OK. So I'm going to start for the paved area by clicking on pick line 2. I'm going to make sure this height offset of the paved area is 0. So I'm going to pick here too, pick here as well, pick here too, pick here. So you can just see how I'm picking all these parts here. So after picking all this, we're going to click on this and we're just going to close this here as well. So we're going to pick here and close this, pick here and close this too, pick here too, close this, pick here, close this. So after doing this now, we're now going to go here and we're going to start picking all these parts here that is going to be work with. So I'm going to click on pick. I'm going to pick here too. So this part is kind of tricky. The reason why is that what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to delete this line. So I'm going to click on paved area for only this external paved area. I'm going to create the external paved area first. So after creating the external paved area, I'm now going to create the internal paved area. Okay, so after creating this external paved area, I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm just going to click on copy, or I'm going to click on floor again. I'm going to now select this paved area again. Then I'm going to start creating the internal one. So I can change this visual display to shaded. So I'm going to be seeing this. Okay, this shaded is too dark. So I can click on close first, discard floor. So after clicking on this, I'm going to change this to shaded. Then I'm going to click on graphics display, that is GD. I'm going to click on lighting and increase the lighting to the max. I'm going to increase on ambient light, increase it to 60, then shadows to 5. Click on apply. In short, increase this ambient light to 100, click on apply, and click on OK. So I'm going to go to this in lighting section, select still, select lighting, select sunlight from top to right, click on OK and click on OK. So this, I just made this thing brighter now, so we are going to be seeing it. So I'm going to go to floor again and I'm going to start creating the inner paved area. So I'm going to start by picking lines and I'm going to click on tab, select this first. Just basically select all the parts I think they are going to be paved area. So for all this part that are looped, I can click on tab. So I'm going to try and pick this up to here. Alright, so I'm going to click on pick line 2. I'm going to pick here, continue picking. Just basically trying to fill up all this paved area. Click on tab, select this here. So for this part where their lines intersected, I can click on this, click on split, and I suggest you trim it on time. So I just split here, trim this here. So if you trim it on time, you may not run into issues later, or you may be able to track the issues you are running into. So I'm just going to trim here and trim here. So I think that is important, trim here and trim here as well. Then I'm going to go here, click on this and just fill this here, fill this here. So I'm going to click on pick line 2. So for this staff packet, I think it will be okay if it's a paved area here. I'm going to pick here too. Then I'm going to click on this rectangle too. I'm going to pick here and draw a box. up until here. So now you know that this is set at 0. The height offset of this paved area is set at 0. So placing it under this DPC, under this green areas can work, because the green areas are placed at 150 above the natural ground level. So even though I place them, even though I just draw a box of paved area around there, it's not going to mean. But just for accuracy and professionalism, I think it's good we try and get some level of accuracy here. So I'm going to close here. I'm going to look for potential errors around. Then if I don't really see, I'm going to click on finish. Then it's going to create the inner paved area. Another thing I want to do for this paved area is that I'm just going to select it, click on tab, select it here. Okay, I can delete this line here. Click on tab, select this paved area here, click on edit boundaries. Then what I'm going to do is something a bit interesting, just for maybe this entrance side. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter. So I'm going to create a band of a different kind of paving. So I'm going to do the offset here, So I'm going to click on tab first. Let me see if I can select all of them once. So I'm going to hover here, click on tab, then select all of this and offset it once. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to set it at 225. Then I'm going to click on tab, offset the one here, offset, click on tab, offset the second one, select tab, offset all of these ones here. So it's going to offset as well. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on floor. So this time I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to be creating a different kind of paved area. So I'm going to call this 00 paved area 2. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm just going to click on this paved area, right click, duplicate, and call it paved area 2. Then I'm going to click on this icon, going to click on appearance, I'm going to go to floor. Okay, start work. Then I'm going to select this cobblestone too. I'm going to go to graphics and change this pattern to solid fill. No pattern. Okay, let me click on this pattern here and change it to solid fill. Then change it towards black. Click on OK, apply, and OK. Then after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this pick line tools. I'm going to hover around these inner lines, click on tab, select this too, select this, then click finish. So after doing this now, you can see how it's graphically appearing. So another thing is we are going to select this floor here. Let me just delete this line. Select this green area. We are going to click on edit boundary. So we are going to be creating a green area here, kind of creating a boulevard here. So I'm going to click on pick line to pick here. Then I'm going to click on pick and close here. I'm going to close here as well. Ctrl Z. Close here properly. So I'm going to draw a line from here. I'm also going to draw another line from here. I'm also going to click on this and draw a line from here. Draw a line from here. Then I'm going to click on split here, split here. I'm going to click on offset and just trim this here. Trim. So after trimming this, I'm now going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 3 meters from each side backwards. Uncheck this copy, 3 meters here, 3 meters here. The same here, 3 meters here, 3 meters. I'm going to even offset 3 meters again, 3 meters again. So here too, 3 meters again, 3 meters again. Then I'm going to click on this start radius tool. Then just create an arc here. The same here. Delete this line, delete this line. The same thing here too. Create an arc here. Create an arc here. Delete this line, delete this line. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I'm going to click on save project. So now after I've done this, we are now going to create the building footprint. So this building footprint, I'm just going to use a white concrete slab, but it's kind of just going to be like an indication that there is going to be a building here, even though we are not designing the building. Then we are going to create the asphalt and the background. Okay, so I'm just going to click on floor. I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this footprint. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on these materials. I'm going to right click duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 footprint. Then I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance, and I'm going to go to concrete. Then I'm going to select this concrete here. I'm going to go to graphics, change this solid fill to none, and click OK. Then I'm going to click on apply and click on OK, click on OK, click on OK. So I'm just going to use this box tool here. I'm going to pick this point here and draw a box here. I'm also going to do the same here. I'm also going to do the same here. Do the same here as well. So I think with that, I can create another security point here. Click on finish. Then I can click on this green area, click on edit, and just edit it around this security point here and trim it. So after doing this now, we're now going to create the asphalt road. So I'm just going to, the first thing I'm going to do now is just to select everything here. After selecting everything here, I'm going to go to filter, click on check none. Then I'm just going to select these thin lines here, click OK, then delete them because I don't need these thin lines anymore. Okay, so now what is just remaining is this site boundary lines, which I think is very okay. So I'm now going to go to floor, click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 asphalt. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to click on edit profile, and I'm going to change this material from footprint, right click, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this asphalt. Then I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to site work, and I'm going to select this asphalt here, or this light gray asphalt. I'm going to go to graphics, make sure I check use render appearance, click on apply and click on OK. Click on OK here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick here as well, pick here, click on tab, select this whole thing, pick here to pick here. Just basically pick these lines here. So after picking this line, I'm going to pick here and close this loop, pick here too. Then I'm just going to go here and pick here and close this loop here as well. I can even draw a line from here up to this point here. So instead of stopping this here, I'm going to continue this to this point. So I'm going to click on pick line to pick here as well, pick here too. So I'm going to try what I did before by deleting this line first. So I'm going to click on this, hover around this, click on tab. Okay, since it's not picking how I want, I'm just going to try and pick it manually here. Ctrl Z. I'm going to go to this edge, pick here, pick here. So you can see I'm just clicking on tab where I'm seeing clashes of components. Click on tab here. So after this, I'm going to hover here, click on tab to hover around this, pick here. Hover around this, click on tab. Then I'm just going to click on trim here to here, trim here to this point here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So now we have done this. Now we are now going to create the background greenery. So this background greenery, the reason why I usually create it is mainly for visualization purpose, but it's also going to make this in a way, since this Revit environment you can see is white, I'm still going to just create it to kind of create a base. So I'm going to click on floor, I'm going to click on this drop down and select this green area. Then I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this B greenery. So after calling this B greenery, I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this material. I'm going to right click, duplicate, and call this 00B greenery. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance and I'm going to go to site work. Then I'm just going to click on this grass generic, going to click on graphics, click on this sand dense pattern and change it to none, or change it to field, solid field. Click on OK, change it to none. Then click on this color here and make it very light green and click OK. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on this line tool. I'm going to click on pick line tool. I'm just going to be picking this part of this site here, this external part for this background outside the site. So you can see what I'm doing. I'm just basically picking outside the site. So I'm going to pick here as well, So I'm just going to click on trim this together. Going to click on pick here too. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. Then I'm going to trim this here, trim this here as well. So I'm going to click on draw and I'm going to draw a line from this point up to here. Draw another line here up to here. Draw another line from this point here down here and join it kind of here. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on escape and click on finish. So it's going to create this background green. So of course this appearance will still work on it graphically later, but for now I think we're almost done with the site. So if you click on 3D view, we're going to see what we've created and it's looking something like this. So the thing that is remaining now is just to create this fountain and create curbs. So we're going to try and create the fountain first. So we're going to go to this NGL now. And we're going to be drawing some fountain walls and just using some model in place. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm just going to go to component, model in place, and I'm going to go to floors. So after clicking on floor, I'm going to click on extrusion and I'm going to just, since this work plane is already set at NG automatically, I'm going to set the extrusion end to be 150. Then I'm going to click on this. Right click. I'm just going to click on these blue panels, right click, duplicate, and call this 00 fountain marbles. Then I'm just going to click on this icon. I'm going to click on appear, not Autodesk. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to go under stone. Then I'm just going to select this cool marble stone, click on graphics, make sure I use render appearance, click on OK and click on finish. Okay, I've not even sketched anything. So I'm going to click on pick line tool and just pick here first. Then I'm going to click finish. So after creating this marble tool, I can even go to 3D view and be seeing what I'm creating in real time. So I'm going to rotate this to the top. So after creating this at 150, I'm going to click on create again, click on extrusion, click on set, pick work plane, then I'm going to pick on top of that marble. Then I'm going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to be picking these lines. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 225 here and make sure I check this copy. So I'm going to offset 225 here, offset 225 here. Click on escape, hover around this, click on tab, select these two lines and delete. Then I'm going to set this extrusion end at 600 millimeter and I'm going to change the material to water or pool water. So I'm just going to select this water, make sure I click on use render appearance and click on OK. Then click on finish. So after doing this, I can still click on this water, go to this foreground pattern, change it to solid fill. Click on this color, drag it towards blue, make it light blue and click OK. Apply. OK. Then I'm going to go to create extrusion. I'm going to click on set, pick work plane, select this top of this marble again. Then I'm just going to change this material to this marble. Go to material, look for that marble, fountain marble. So I'm going to select this fountain marble, and I'm going to click on pick here, click on offset this 225, click on escape, then change this extrusion end value to 625. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, we are going to go back to this NGL and see how it's looking. So I'm just going to try and click on this pool water, click on tab to select the pool water, because graphically I'm not yet satisfied with it. I'm going to click on this material here, and I'm going to try and still edit it. So I'm going to uncheck this use render appearance. So I'm just going to click on this color and make this foreground pattern blue, make it light blue. Click on this color and make this light blue as well. Click on this, change it to solid fill. Then I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I think for now we are going to leave this at this for now. Then we are going to go to 3D view. So we are going to be creating some curves for this green area. So these green areas, they need curves. It can't just be left like this. So what we are going to do to create curves for your slabs, we are going to be using what they call slab edges. So that is architecture. We are going to go on that floor, and we are going to be using this slab edge. So in this slab edge, due to in this template, we have already created a curve profile and we have loaded it into this template. I'm just going to click on edit type, click on duplicate, and call this 00 curves. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to give it a material. I think I've created a curves material in this template. So I'm going to call this curves, click on this and click OK. Then I'm going to click on this profile, and I'm going to search for the profile named curves. So if I can't see that curve profile, I'm just going to click on OK for now and click on OK. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to go to file. Then I'm going to click on new, hover around new family. After hovering around new family, it's going to open this project browser. So I'm going to, instead of English Imperial, I'm going to go back and look for English metric. That is the English without anything. Then I'm going to scroll down and look for metric profile. So once I see metric profile, I'm just going to click on OK. So imagine this place where all these points, all these lines converge as your point of reference. So we're going to click on line, and we're going to draw our curve profile from that point of reference. So I'm going to draw it from here upwards to 150. I'm going to click on escape, draw the bottom line to 125. Draw another line here from this top up to 50. Draw from here up to 100 and join this here. Then I'm just going to click on create, click on line work, then click on this fillet arc line and just trim here gently. Then I'm just going to click on this profile usage, click on from generic to, let me use slab edge. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl S and I'm going to save it to where I saved the other projects pertaining to this tutorial file. So I'm just going to save it as curves. Then I'm going to click on save. So now I'm going to load it into the project and it's going to be loaded in. So I'm going to go to 3D view again. I'm going to click on this floor and I'm going to click on slab edge. Then I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to select these curves. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to select profile and I'm going to look for this curves profile. You can see it here. I've loaded it. Then I'm going to click OK. I'm now going to put this vertical profile to be -150. Remember, the 150 I did was above it. So I'm going to click on -150 to match this edge. Then I'm going to be if I'm selecting the bottom part of this floor, I'm going to change this to 0, but I'm selecting the top, which is easier for me, so I'm setting it at -150. Then I'm going to hover around this top, click on tab, select it, and you are going to see the curves. Do the same for all the green areas. So note that I'm going to the edges. I'm clicking on tab to select all of them at once. Hover around one edge. Once it's highlighted blue, click on tab, select all of them at once. The same thing here. So you can see that as I'm creating more of this slab edge, it's becoming heavier. So you should keep that in mind. So you can see how this our work is looking beautiful in of itself already. Okay, so I think we have created slab edge in all the green areas. Okay, we should create for these boulevard green areas here. Okay, then I'm just going to click on escape. So after doing this now, I think we have done an amazing work. So you can see the whole site plan as it's looking very refined. So now we are going to start. Now we have reached the stage in which we are going to start preparing the presentations. Okay, but before we prepare the presentation, we need to create sheets. So these sheets, we are going to be working with these sheets. So if you drag the views into the sheet, we are now going to be making sure all the things we are setting up is in relation to that sheet, because without that sheet, we will not be able to print. Okay, so we need to be working with the sheets we are going to be creating in Revit. All right, so we're in the final stage of this project, which is the presentation. So what we're going to do is we're first going to go over to this sheet here. We're going to click on one of them, go to the last one, hold shift, and just delete all of them because we don't need this kind of sheet. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to file and we're going to create a new family. Then we're going to click on this back icon here because we are not using the imperial system. So I'm going to click on this and select English metric. So I'm going to click on title blocks and I'm going to set it at A3 metric. Okay, so I will be using A3 to create our sheet. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now we have a blank A3 sheet. So what we're going to do is we're first going to create the border lines. So I'm going to click on line and I'm just going to put an offset of minus 5 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on this box too and pick this point here and pick this other point. So you're going to see this line is going to offset back at -5. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on TL. So I'll be seeing the thickness of my lines. Then I'm going to click on one of these lines, hover around it, click on tab, select all of them, click on this drop down and change it to wide lines so it will be more pronounced. So after doing this now, we're going to now create some legends. But before we create those legends, let's just create some small design on this sheet. So I'm going to go to create. I'm going to go to field region. Then I'm just going to click on edit type and I'm just going to call duplicate and click OK. So I'm going to go to this field region and change it from diagonal cross to solid fill. Then I'm going to change the color to, okay, so I'm going to change it towards yellowish. Okay, let me try yellow. Let's say a shade of yellow up to like this. Then after giving it this color, let me just make it light. I'm just going to click on OK. Or let me make it more pronounced up to like this point here and make it darker a bit. So if I put it up to here, I'm just going to click on OK. Click on OK. Then I'm going to click on these lines and change it to invisible lines. Then I'm going to click on this box too. I'm going to draw from this point here up to 100 millimeter. Then I'm going to go here and draw up to this point 50. So I'm going to click on this and change this to 50 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to click on finish. So after creating these small boxes here, I'm now going to go to create and I'm going to click on label. So this label are basically text with parameters. So if I just click on anywhere on the sheet, I'm going to scroll down and set the first parameter as sheet name, then click on this and add this parameter and click OK. Then after I've done this, I'm going to click escape, select this text now, click on edit type. Then I'm going to now change this text to, let me use the font Source Sans Pro semi bold. I'm going to change the text size to 6 and I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to extend it up to this point here. In short, I'm going to click on edit type and reduce this text size to 4.5. Click on OK. Then just move this to around this point here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to create again. I'm going to click on label. Then I'm going to now click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to create another type of text and I'm going to change this one to 6. Then I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to place this label here. Then I'm going to scroll down and click on sheet number. Click on this green icon here and bring it here and click on OK. Then I'm going to click escape and drag it to this point here. So this is now the sheet number. Okay, so now we have given this the sheet number and the sheet name as we can see here. I'm going to click on Ctrl S and I'm going to save it as church sheet. Then I'm just going to click on OK Save, and I'm going to click on Load into Project, and it's going to load into our project. Then I'm going to click on Save Project to save this project. So now I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to go to Sheet, right click, and I'm going to click on New Sheet. Then you're going to see this chart sheet. So I'm going to click on Create Sheet. So you are going to see that it's going to show unnamed here and C102 as the sheet name is. So if I right click and click on Rename and change this to A001, that is architectural 001, that is what it basically means, that I'm going to name this site plan. Then I'm just going to click OK. You are going to see this sheet name is going to change and the sheet number. So I'm going to click on New, click on New Sheet again. So I'm just going to create about, I think 6 sheets is what I need for this project. So after creating up to 6 sheets, I think sheet 6 should be enough. After creating up to 7 sheets, I'm going to start renaming them. I'm going to click on Rename. I'm going to see, you see the numbers automatically follow the A001, so I don't need to change that. So I'm now going to name this after the site plan. I'm going to go to the ground floor plan. Click OK. I'm going to right click on Rename, and name this one First Floor Plan. Click on OK. I'm going to right click on Rename, and name this one Second Floor Plan. So I think because of time, we're just going to stop at the second floor plan. Then I'm going to right click on Rename, and I'm going to call this, but in a full project you should create presentation for all the floors. So I'm just going to call this section. Remember, we have not created a section, but as we're working on the floor plans, we're going to create a section. Then I'm just going to click on Rename again, and I'm going to call this 3D View 1. Then I'm going to go here, click on Rename, and call this 3D View 2. So after giving this sheet all these names, we're now going to start working on each of the plans and dragging it. So we're going to go under this floor plan, site plan. We're going to click on this plus icon and click on this site plan. Then we're going to click on this crop region here, and we're going to extend it to encompass only the site. So after changing this crop region now, what we're now going to do is we're now going to click on hide crop region. So after hiding this crop region, you can see that from this site plan, you can see that the grids are showing, and the thing is showing from 60 meters above the site plan, which I don't think is what I want to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to this view range and click on edit type, and we're going to change this offset to 1.2 instead of 60 meters. So after doing this, we're just going to click on tab till we select these grid lines, right click, hide in view by category. So we're not going to see the grid lines. So after doing this now, we can see that some of these sight lines are inconsistent because it's going under the floor and on top of the floor. So we're just going to select this here, and we're going to click on tab, select all these sight lines, and click on delete. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select sight lines. So I'm going to draw from this point here up to this point here. I'm just only going to be skipping where gates are up to this point here. Up to here. Up to here. Here as well. Here too. Here, here, and all the way to this point here. So after doing this now, we're now going to just select this elevation viewpoint here, right click and hide in view by category. Then I'm going to hit GD, that is graphics display option. Okay, before I hit even GD, I'm going to adjust this scale. So this scale 1:200. So I'm going to go to this sheet here. Then I'm going to go over to this view and try and drag it to this sheet and see whether it will enter. So obviously it didn't enter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this. So currently I can't edit it. I can only move this view around. Then I'm just going to click on this scale here and change this to 500. So I think scale 1:500 should be able to enter. So what I'm just going to do now, since it barely enters, I'm just going to double click on it. I'm going to click on this show crop region, click on this crop region and crop this up to here, and also crop this on up to here. Then click on hide crop region. So after doing this now, the first thing we need to do is we'll need to create a footprint for this building. But I'll need to click on all these staircase, right click, hide in view by category, and hide all of them in view by category. So after doing this now, we're now going to go into manage. We're going to click on additional settings, click on line styles, and we're going to be creating a new type of line. So I'm going to click on new, and I'm going to call this line 0.8 or 0.7. I think 7 should be enough, or let me just make it 8, and I'm going to click on OK. So we already have a line called 0.8, so I'm going to click on cancel. We don't need to create it. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to region. I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to look for diagonal down. So once I click on this diagonal down, I'm just going to click on this drop down and look for the 0.8 line. Then I'm just going to use the normal draw line tools, or click on TL, so I'll be seeing everything with accuracy. I'm going to pick here. So I'm going to cover this building with a footprint tool, so it will look like a proper site plan. Up to here. Up to here. Here as well. Here. Up to this point here. Up to here. Up to here. So even if you don't get it 100% accurately, we can still just find our way to manage through it. So after doing this, I'm going to reach this point here. Then I'm just going to click on escape. So now we have created this footprint for this building. We're going to use this box tool and be creating footprint for other buildings here. Like here as well. Also here. And here as well. So after doing this now, we're also going to create a footprint for this security post here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So if you click on TL, you're going to now see the tick lines here. You're going to see how it's coming out. Then we're also going to do an indication indicating where there are gates. So we're going to be using field region again, but this time we're going to be using solid fill. So I'm just going to look for solid black here. I'm going to change this line to thin lines or invisible lines. Then I'm going to draw a line from this point to this point here. Then find the center of this line, make a diagonal line here, and just select these two here. Click on mirror, select this center line to this other point, and click on this line here and delete this. Then I'm going to click finish, and I'm going to click on mirror, select this point and draw a line vertically downward. So you can see this represents our gate. So I can hold Ctrl, select both of them, click on copy, pick this point, copy it here. Copy this here. The only thing is I can just try and reduce this here. Click on this second one, delete. Then click on this one. Click on mirror. Mirror it to this other wing. Select the both of this. Click on copy. Select this point and copy it here. So we can just do the same here. Select these two. Click on copy. Copy it from here up to this point. Click on rotate. Rotate it by 90 degrees. Click on this, delete this. Click on this one, move it to this edge here. Click on edit type. Extend this here to this to meet this point here. Click finish. Click on mirror. So most of this stuff I'm doing is not accurate, but still roughly it looks good. So now after doing all these indications, graphical indications, we're now going to give these names. So you can see that this asphalt is not looking the best. So we're still going to edit this asphalt road. So I'm going to hover around this, click on this asphalt road, click on edit type, click on edit, click on this material, click on this foreground pattern or this background pattern, change it to solid fill. Then click on this color and change it to gray, somewhere like this, and click on OK, apply and OK. So it's going to be looking gray. So after doing this now, we now have to now do some annotations. So we're going to go to annotate, we're going to go to text, then we're just going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're just going to call this 00 site annotation. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm going to change this text size to 4.5. I think is good. Then click on OK. So I'm going to place one text here. I'm going to call this public parking. So I'm just going to call this pedestrian access. I'm going to call this side vehicular access. So some of these texts are too big, so I'm going to be changing them. I'm going to call this main building. I'm going to call this children's church. I'm going to call this garden. I'm going to call this service access. I'm going to call this public convenience. Okay, so some of these texts that are too big, like let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm just going to click on edit type, duplicate, site annotation, so I'll change this size to 3 millimeters. So it's going to be smaller. So I can just move this here, closer here. I can leave this here, leave this around here, and move this here. So you can see this looks much better. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to go to graphics display option. So in this graphics display option, I'm now going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. Please take note of these settings for this site. I'm going to click on shadow, cast shadows, show ambient shadows. I'm going to click on lighting, increase lighting to 100, increase ambient light to 40, and change shadows to 5. Then I'm just going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So we have the site plan here. So I'm feeling this asphalt road is a bit too dark, so I can click on tab, click on edit type, just edit the material graphics a bit. So I'm going to click on this pattern color, click OK, just click on this color and make it a bit lighter gray. Click on OK, apply, OK, OK again, OK. So I think it's much better like this, and this is looking good. So now we have our site plan sorted out. We're now going to click out. So we're going to click on this view. You can see this view came with a name, site plan. We're going to click on this drop down and change it to no title. So it's going to be, because we already have a title here called site plan. So now we are done with this site plan. We're now going to go to the next sheet, the ground floor plan. Okay, so now for this ground floor, we're going to go to DPC and let's start sorting out this. So we're just going to click on this DPC and drag it here. So we're going to see how it fits in. So of course it's looking too big, so we're just going to click on it and delete it first. So let's go to this DPC and let's work on it. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, it's always good that if you're working on ground floor, let a bit of the site plan shows. So we're going to click on this show crop region. Then we're going to click on this crop region and crop it up to this point here. Then we're going to crop this up to this point here, crop this up to here, and crop this up to here. So after doing this now, we're going to click on turn off this show crop region. So what we're going to do, we're going to select all these floors here. We're going to right click, override graphics in view, not hide in view, override graphics in view by element. So we're now going to check this halftone on. So this is going to graphically just indicate that this is the ground floor, but this is not the stuff you should focus on. So now remember that we have not created any room in this space. So this space is basically empty. We have not named any of this space. So this is now where I'll now introduce the basic graphics settings. So let's delete this section here and click on delete. We're still going to create the section we want to do. So now I'm going to show you how to create rooms in Revit and room spaces. So to create rooms in Revit, you can use this normal annotate tool and just create normal text, but this is not what I recommend. So you are going to go to architecture and you are going to click on rooms. So this room tool basically creates a room for you. So you can click on this drop down and change it to room tag with area. You are going to set the constraint as well, because once you click on room, you need to set the constraint. And what I'll suggest is, once you are in a floor, a level is going to set the constraint at that level. So you can see the base level DPC, then upper level, set it to the next level, which is first floor, and change this limit offset to 0. So the room is from DPC to first floor. So you can see once I go to any enclosed space, it's going to show as a room. So if you can place this here, we have created a room, is showing the area. We can also place this here, is also showing the area. We can also place this here, is also showing. So there's a reason why this one is having issues here, and I'm still going to come to that. So you can see that this whole space is seeing this thing as one space, which we don't want it to do. So that brings us to room separator. Normally, the way rooms work is that they work with walls. So if walls enclose a space, it will recognize it as a room. So the reason why it's recognizing this whole place as a room is because wall enclosed this whole space, but we want it to be still more broken down than it is now. So it brings us to room separator lines. So we're going to click on this room separator lines, and we're going to use it to demarcate where we want to separate. So for instance, I've used room separator lines here now. So if I go to architecture and click on rooms, you are going to see that this has selected as a independent room of its own. So I'm going to click on room separator. I'm going to separate this room here. Pick this point, separate. So why is giving this sound like is because of, if you draw room separator lines on top of walls, it's going to give an error, which I don't mind. But the main thing is just to get the room separators very well. So I'm going to draw some room separators here. You see, it didn't make that sound. So after doing this now, we can also go here, draw some room separator lines here, just to demarcate, since there are no walls here. Do the same here. So after doing this now, we have room separator lines. We can also draw some room separator lines at this entrance. Click on room separator. Okay, so I'm going to click on TL again. So I'm going to be seeing my thin lines well with crisp accuracy. So I can click on this and move this to this point. I can go over here. So I think it's accurate now. So the reason why we cannot, if we create our rooms again, the reason why we can't, if we even create any room here, for example, if I create a room here, you're not going to see it. It's because, remember, I placed a floor here at 900 millimeter above the normal DPC. So the only way we'll be able to create rooms that we are going to be able to see is we'll need to create a mezzanine level. So this mezzanine level will be at that same height of 900 millimeter above the DPC. So I'm going to select this level. Click on copy it by 900 millimeter and call this one 00 mezzanine or 00 altar level. You see why I made the headroom of the DPC very high. So after creating this altar level, if you go back to DPC and we click on rooms and we try and place a room here, you are going to see it's going to show the redundant room. So I'm going to click on cancel. So I'm now going to go to view. I'm going to go to plan views, click on this drop down, click on floor plans, then select this altar level and click on OK. So now I'm now going to go to this altar level now, click on escape. Then I'm going to go to architecture, click on room separator lines. Then I'm going to use the room separator lines at this altar level. So after using the room separator lines here, I'm now going to click on rooms and I'm going to set its altar level to first floor. It will change this limit offset to 0. So I'm just going to place this room here. You can see it has detected the altar. Place this room here, all these spaces on this high level. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on escape and I'm just going to double click on this and name this altar. I'm going to name this backstage. I'm going to name this technical room. I'm going to do the same here. Name this technical room. So for this technical room, by the way, I think that there should be a high level curtain wall here just for them to have a view to the church, but still the same. I don't think it's anything too serious, but let's go to DPC. So now if you now see, after we have created all these rooms here, if I now click on tag rooms now, I'm going to be able to tag them even though they are on a different higher level. You see the trick here? So I can click on escape now, then I can click on rooms again. I can place some rooms here, place another room on this lobby here, place another room on this stairway here, place another one here, place another one here, place another one here. So after doing this now, before we even go further with placing these rooms, we are going to need to do something important. We are going to need to drag it to our sheet and make sure it's entering our sheet before we go too far. This is very important because if you go to ground floor now, let's just drag this DPC there. So on dragging this DPC, you can see obviously it's far bigger than the sheet. So we're going to change this scale to scale 1:2. Let me change it to scale 1:250. So what I did was I changed it to custom scale. I changed it to custom scale, then change this value to 1:250. So after changing it to 250, you can see that it's still too big for this sheet. So I'm going to change it to 300. So even 300 is okay. 300 can barely enter, but what we're now going to do is we're just going to click out. So we're going to double click on this. You see why I said it's important to change this. So realistically, this is how it's going to be on the floor plan, but we can do some things. So we're going to click on this room tags and we're going to click on edit family. So once we have clicked on edit family, we're going to go to view. We're going to go to visibility graphics, click on annotation category, click on show annotations and click OK. So we're going to click on this volume and delete it. We're also going to click on this room number, delete it. We're going to hover around this, click on tab, delete this line here. We're going to drag this here and we're going to drag this here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this room name. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, click on OK. Then I'm going to change this text font to Source Sans Pro black. Then I'm going to change this text size to 1.6 or 1.7, so it will be small. I'm going to change this background to opaque and click on apply and click on OK. So you can see it's much smaller now. So I'm going to drag it towards the center point and I'm going to reduce this width here to around here. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to change this text font to Source Sans Pro 2. Source Sans Pro, maybe light. Then I'm going to change this color to red since it's area, or dark red or ox blood. So I'm just going to change this text size to 1.2 and click on OK. Then it's going to appear much smaller and I'm going to drag it upwards to somewhere here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on load into project and click on no. Then I'm just going to click on override existing version. Then you can see how small it has become. So if you go back to this sheet, ground floor sheet, we are just going to double click on it to edit it. Then what we're going to do is we're going to click on this show crop region. Then we're going to click on this and crop this to this point. Then we're also going to go here and crop this to this point, since we don't have luxury of getting so much. So we can increase the side so we can see some side components at the side. Then I'm just going to go over here and click on hide crop region. Then click on these grid lines and just move these grid lines a bit. Okay, so we're just going to drag this grid, click on this grid, hold it and drag it here. So now at least we have a realistic idea of how these spaces will look and these room tags are going to look. So we can start naming this. We can call this rehearsal room. We can call this office. Control A, then Control C and copy it since we have multiple offices. Alright, so we are going to continue naming some of these spaces. We are going to give this space a name. We are going to call this the stairway. Okay, let me just turn on my caps lock. Then we are going to call this the lobby. Then we're just going to select this space, double click on it, Control C. Then copy this room text and paste it with Control V here. Then we're going to call this female It basically means female convenience. Then we're going to call this male. Then we're going to go to architecture again. We're going to click on rooms. So we're going to set our parameters right up to from DPC to the first floor. We're going to change this limit offset to 0. Then we're going to place a major room here and call this the nave. Okay, so we're also going to go to rooms again. We're going to call this the reception, and we're going to call this display shops. We're going to call this corridors at the side, and we're going to put another room here, calling this the entrance. So I'm just going to double click on each of these spaces and name them accordingly. So let me just call this display shop. So I'm going to hit Ctrl A to select this text, then hit Ctrl C to copy them. Then paste it at this side, and I'm just going to name this the corridor. So I'm going to do the same here and paste this here. Okay, I made a mistake. So now I've named all these spaces. I'm just going to select these room separator lines, because if you click on TL, you are going to see it's going to be a saw in the eye. So I'm going to select this, right click, hide in view by category to hide all the room separator lines. Then I'm going to add some extra graphics lines indicating that these are docked. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to change this from sight lines to thin lines. So I'm just going to draw a line crossing to this point here and crossing to this point. Then I can turn on my thin lines once again just to get good accuracy. So I'm going to select these two lines, click on copy, and copy this to this point here, as well as this point and this point. Then I can go to annotate again, detail line, and draw another set of lines here. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to left click, hold, and select everything here. I'm going to click on this filter icon, click on check none, and I'm just going to select thin lines. Then I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to click on this copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views. I'm going to select the first and the second floor, since those are the only floors we are going to work on just for the sake of time. So I'm going to click on this grid line and drag it down a bit up to this point so it will enter the sheet very well. Then I'm now going to go to graphics display option. The shortcut is GD. I'm going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. Go to shadows, cast shadows, turn ambient shadows, click on lighting. Then I'm going to click on this insertion lighting. Then click on sunlight from top to right or from top to left. Then I can change this azimuth angle to 225. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to increase this sun amount to 100, increase this ambient line to 40, and change this shadows to 5. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So one more thing I'm going to do for this plan view is that I'm going to go to under this properties panel. I'm going to go under this color scheme, click on this none here, click on this drop down, then select rooms. Then make sure I select this name here. Then I'm going to double click on this by value, and I'm going to click OK. So what this color scheme does is that it separates each of the room with different colors. So it graphically helps people to identify which space is which space, just to enhance the readability of the work. So I'm just going to go over to annotate now, and I'm going to click on this color fill legend, and I'm going to place it beside this. So this color fill legend is a bit too big, so I'm going to click on it and I'm going to edit it. So I'm going to change the font to Sans Pro to match what I've been using throughout the project. And I'm going to change this text to 3 mm. I'm going to change the title to Source Sans Pro. Well, this time I'm going to select semi-bold. Then I'm going to change the size to 4.5 mm. So I'm going to click on apply. I'm also going to change this swatch height to 4 mm. And I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. So I think it's more compact this way, and I think it's much better. So instead of suffering all these things again, when we go to other views, I'm simply going to go to view. Then I'm going to go to view templates, and I'm going to click on create template. So I'm going to call this 00 press or presentation. So after doing this, I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to save this presentation template, so I will not need to do everything again on other views. So I'm going to double click out. Another thing I forgot to do is, let me just double click in again. I'm going to click on this, right click, override graphics in view by element, and halftone this as well, because this stuff is going to be minor. So if I double click outside the sheet, I'm going to click on this view as a whole, click on this drop down and change it to no title. So after doing this, now we can now go to subsequent views and place them on sheets again. So I'm going to go to this first floor sheet, and I'm just going to go to the first floor plan first. Then I'm going to click on view template. I'm going to click on apply, and I'm just going to select this presentation template here. Then I'm just going to click on show crop region, and I'm just going to crop this up to this point here. So you can see that once we have applied this template, both the scale and everything will change. Then I'm going to click on hide crop region. So now for this, I'm going to go to annotate here. I'm going to go to detail line. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use thin lines to draw a line over here, indicating that this is going to be a void, since it's a void cutting through the first floor. So after doing this, we are now going to create some other spaces. We are going to go to architecture. We are going to click on rooms. So we are going to make sure we set it from first floor to second floor. We are going to change this limit offset to 0. So we are going to start placing some rooms here. Okay, they are saying multiple rooms in the same region, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, room separator, and I'm just going to click on room separator. So the reason why we're not seeing room separator, remember in the template we hid that room separator by category. So if you click on this review hidden elements icon, you're going to see the room separator lines. So it's just how to find them when you're looking for them, because they are hidden in view by category. So we're going to click on this close reveal hidden elements, and we're going to continue naming the other spaces. So I'm going to name this one too, this one as well, and just these spaces. So basically on these subsequent floors is basically going to be offices. I can call this one a lounge. I can call this a conference room. Then I can call this an office. Then I can hit Ctrl A, then Ctrl C to copy the text. Then just name this here as well. Can call this one an office too. So I can call this the lobby. I can drag this room text, room tag here, and call this lobby. Then this can become the stairway. So we can call this the storage. Then we'll also call this storage. Alright, so now we have named this space. I don't think we need to name this convenience. By looking at the plumbing fixtures, I think it's already self-explanatory. So after we have done this, we are going to go to this first floor sheet, and we're just going to drag this first floor view to it. So once we have dragged it and we just adjust the position a bit and it enters, we can now just double click on it, maybe adjust things like these grid lines, drag them back, and also drag the ones in front back as well. So after doing this, we're just going to double click outside the view. Okay, we're going to double click inside the view again. We're going to go to annotate, then we're going to click on color fill legend and place a color fill legend here. Then we're going to double click outside the sheet, and we're just going to move this view and try and visually centralize it. So we're going to click on this drop down and change this to no title. So because we already have the title of the sheet on this plan view. So we're going to go to the second floor plan, which I think is the last plan we're going to be placing in these tutorials. So if you go to this second floor, we're just going to basically do the same thing. Or let's first create the rooms first. So I'm just going to go to architecture, rooms again. So now on this second floor, I'm going to be setting the parameter from second floor to third floor. Then I'm going to change this limit offset to 0. So I'm going to place one here. You can see that the scale is not yet changed, so these room tags look much smaller. But if we change the scale, everything is going to unify. So I'm going to place one here. I'm also going to click on escape, go to room separator lines and place some room separator lines here. You can see we have not yet applied the template, so that's why these room separator lines are still visible. If I click on TL, which is a shortcut for 10 lines, you are going to see it's going to come out more pronounced. So I'm going to click on TL again. Then I'm going to click on room, and I'm going to place the rooms in all of these spaces here, including this one and this one. So after placing on these rooms, I'm going to name them again. Or another thing I can do is just to hit Ctrl Z. Instead of stressing ourselves and doing the same thing, we are just going to do something. We are going to go to first floor. We are going to select all these spaces from here. And we are going to go everything. We are basically going to select everything from here, since we know that on the second floor it starts from grade 2. So we are going to go to filter. So once we've gone to filter, we are going to click on check none. Then we are just going to scroll down and look for rooms. So I think it should be here. We are going to select rooms and room tags. Then we are just going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views. I'm going to set it as second floor and click OK. So if we go to this second floor, it's going to show something like rooms are not placed properly. So these rooms are the rooms that are placed outside. So I can select this and delete this. Then also delete this line here because we don't need it basically. So after clicking on this, another thing I want to do is to click on this roof, click on edit type, click on edit. Then I'm going to edit this roofing sheet because I want to add a top material to it. So I'm going to go to this surface pattern, click on this pattern, go under model, scroll down, and I'm going to add this shake 150mm. So I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on this color and change the color, drag this towards this brown side, then just going to make it dark brown. Click OK, click apply, click OK. So the roof is going to have its own pattern. So now we have just copied all these spaces. We don't need to do much again. Well, these spaces are already here. We can click on rooms again. Okay, there's already a room here. So I'm just going to click on tag room, and I'm going to tag this room here. Then I'm going to click on reveal hidden elements, or I'm just going to click on room separator and separate this space here. Click on room separator here and separate this space. So I'm now going to click on this and move this here or delete it since there are 2 room tags. Then I'm going to click on room and I'm going to set it from second floor to third floor. Then place another room here and I'm going to call this the lobby. So after giving these rooms all these names, I'm just simply going to go to crop region, turn on this show crop region. Then I'm going to click on this and crop this to the building itself. And just crop it. Then I'm going to go and turn it off. So I'm going to go under this view. I'm going to go to view template, going to click on apply. Then I'm going to set this at 000 presentation as we've created before. So after doing this, we have the second floor plan ready. So we're going to go to the sheet where the second floor plan is, and we're just going to drag this to that sheet. And one last thing we forgot to do, that is the room schedule, the color fill legend. So once I've placed this within this sheet, I'm just going to double click on it. Click on this and drag this back here. Then I'm going to go to annotate and I'm going to click on color fill legend and I'm just going to place this here. So I'm going to click outside the view and I'm going to select this view as a whole. Click on this drop down and change it to no title. Then try and visually centralize it. So I think now we are done with all the floor plans we need to create. So I'm going to go back to DPC. So the next part I want to work on is the section. So sections are an important part of architectural orthographic drawings. So you can use it to see the cross section of a building. So to create it in Revit, we are going to click on views. We are going to click on section. Then we're just going to go where key structural components of the building are, especially like the staircase and elevator shaft. Then I'm just going to draw a section in between because the main aim of a section is to show information and show details. So we're going to click on this section and we're going to just click on this zigzag in between the lines. So this zigzag is kind of to make sure the section is not interfering with the project graphically. Okay, so we're not going to go into a detailed section now. I've done a dedicated video to that, so you can check that out. We're just going to be doing a presentation section for this. So if now we have created this section, if you go to this your project browser and you click on this plus icon, you're going to see where the sections are. So we're just going to open this section 1 and you're going to see the way the section cut through. So there's one important thing we're supposed to do in this main nave of this church. We're supposed to model a ceiling. So typically, if you want to model a ceiling, it's ideal to go to this reflected ceiling plans, then go to the floor in which you want the ceiling to be above. Like let's say we'll go to DPC, and you just go to architecture and you click on ceiling. So once you click on ceiling, you're going to see options for ceiling. You're going to see the level where you set it, and you can now set the height offset. So we can set the height offset to 4.5 or 4.2, depending on what you want to do. Then to give you the option to sketch ceiling or automatically place ceiling. So let's just say we click on automatically place ceiling and we place a ceiling here. So you are going to see the ceiling graphic set here. So now we have placed this ceiling. If you go to 3D view, we have a problem with this ceiling. So if I click on this roof and I click on double H on my keyboard, that is HH to temporarily hide it, we're going to see it's going to create a flat ceiling, which is not bad, but when I was envisioning this project, I didn't envision a flat ceiling. So if I click on this, I will need to delete this ceiling because we'll need to create our own custom ceiling. So I'm going to click on HR to undo the temporary hide I did. So what we're going to do, we're going to be using the model in place to create a ceiling. So the first thing to do is we're going to go to this first floor. When we go to the first floor, or we should go to this lintel 1 level. So once we go to this level, at least in this lintel 1 level, we can see this wall clearly because we are going to be using sweep. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to first thing. Let me just click on this and okay, I'm going to leave this visible here. So let me go back to lintel level. I'm going to go to architecture, click on component, click on model in place, then select ceilings and click OK. Click OK again. Then we're going to be using this sweep tool. Like I said, sweep tool is you need to sketch a part or pick a part. Then you're going to draw the cross section of the profile you want it to sweep through that part. So we're going to be using this sketch part tool. And this sketch part tool, once you're in a plan view, it is automatically going to set the plan view as your reference plane. So if you click on set work plane, you are going to see that plan view. That is lintel level 1. So we're going to click OK, and we're just going to draw our sweep part from this point up to this point. Since it's up to this point, we want to create that ceiling. So after doing this now, we're going to assign a material to it by clicking on this. I'm going to look for any ceiling material I have on this template. So if you have transferred the template, you are supposed to see any ceiling. So I'm going to click on this default ceiling and click OK. Then I'm going to click finish and edit profile. So now once you click on edit profile, it's going to ask you to go to an elevation or section view. So for this, let's go to maybe north elevation or south elevation, since south elevation is the front of the building. So in this south elevation, we're already seeing the front of the building. Then the thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over here. Since we want the ceiling to be an offset from this roof, I'm going to draw a line from here up to this roof here. The same way, I'm going to click on this and go to this point too, and click on this line, go to this middle point of this ceiling, click on mirror and draw a line and mirror this to this other wing using this point as a reference point. So we have the line also here. I'm going to please pick line tools and I'm going to pick this roof here and pick here. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to change the value to 600 millimeter. So I'm going to uncheck this copy so it's not going to duplicate it for now. So I'm going to offset this line here by 600. Then I'm going to trim this to this point. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to change this to 15 millimeter. And I'm going to make sure I check this copy. So I'm going to zoom in here, offset this 600 backwards, offset it by 15 millimeters. This time I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. Do the same here. So I'm now going to go to trim and I'm just going to trim this to this point here, trim this to this point here, and also trim this to this point here, and trim this to this point. So I'm going to click finish and click finish. So if you look at this, if you go to maybe 3D view, or we go to this our section view, you are going to see the thing has created the ceiling. Okay, as you can see we are already cutting through it in this section. But the issue is that if you look at some part of this project, this ceiling bulged into some working space of this project. And the reason why is that virtue the shape of this building, you can see the shape of this building is staggered. So the ceiling also cut into that portion of the building that protruded outward. So what we're going to do to kind of rectify this issue is we're going to be using the void extrusion. So we're going to go to that ceiling lintel 1 again, and we're going to go to create and we're going to click on void forms, void extrusion. So I'm going to click on this line. I'm going to draw it to this point here. since this is the part I want to cut out from the ceiling, and draw, just basically follow this shape that I feel the ceiling is going to be redundant. Then I'm going to put an extrusion value and set this extrusion end at, let me use 18 meters. Then click on finish. So if you go to 3D view now, you are going to see that this void form has already cut through the ceiling, and you can almost see it. So if you go back to this section view that we created, this section 1 that we created, you are going to see that there is no more ceiling there, and we have rectified the issue. So I'm going to click on finish. So now we are going to start working on this ceiling view, this section view, since we have the ceiling here and basically everything is set. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to click on this crop region, and we're going to drag it to where we want to crop it. So after doing this, okay, I'll need to extend this a bit here. I'm going to click on this, some of these levels here. Click on this icon here, this zigzag icon, to displace the levels so it will not be looking too convoluted due to the small scale. Then I'm going to drag it into the sheet and see whether I can still increase the scale. So I'm going to click on this section 1 and drag it into the sheet. So I feel that this section is too small for this sheet, so I can click on it and increase it to scale 1:200 and see whether it will still enter, which it barely does. So I'm just going to change it to scale 1:250. Then try and centralize it. So after doing this, I can click on this, change this form to no title, then double click on this view. Then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click on this hide crop region. So for this section, I'm going to click on this grid lines. I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by category, and I'm going to half tone it because they are very imposing graphically. I'm going to also display some of these levels here, like this lintel, this ceiling level, and maybe this one here. All these lintel levels, I'm going to displace them a bit. So after doing this now, I'm going to also click on this lintel, right click, override graphics in view by category. Okay, I mistakenly hid it in view. So I'm going to click on one, right click, override graphics in view by category. Then I'm going to half tone it. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on VV, that is visibility graphics. Then I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to go over under this row where walls are, and I'm going to go to patterns. Then I'm going to select this pattern override, and I'm going to select solid fill. Then I'm going to click on this color, and I'm going to drag this dark color till these three values are around 20. Somewhere close enough. So I'm going to click on OK. Click on OK. I'm also going to click on this line weight, change the line weight to 5, and I'm going to click on OK, apply, and OK. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on these floors that we use to model the site, right click them, hide in view by element. So I'm going to try as much as possible to hide every single one of them. So after doing this now, we are going to start using the field region to put indicate some discontinuity between the floor, the walls, and the foundation footing. So we are going to go to annotate now, and we are going to go to field region. So we are going to be using this solid black, but the only thing is we are going to be using wide lines since their thickness matches that of this wall. So I'm going to change this to wide lines. So the reason why I'm using it is because wide lines are also 0.5 thickness, and if you remember from the visibility graphics, I set the cut section of the width, the width of the lines at the cross section to be 5 millimeters. So after doing that, we're just going to try and draw something imitating a foundation footing. So we're going to start from this and just draw a line up to 450 here. Then we're going to draw another line 450 here. So since we are not conclusive on the kind of foundation that will be used, we are going to graphically indicate that it's not really in our control to set the depth of the foundation. So we are going to be graphically indicating that the depth of the foundation is not yet set. So to do that, we are going to leave a gap between this. So the gap doesn't necessarily need to have a fixed distance. It just needs to have a relatively good distance to show it's separated from this point. Then we're going to draw another line here up to 450 deep. We are going to close it at this point, and go all the way here. So I'm going to click on this line again, click on drop down and change this to 10 lines. Then I'm going to draw a line here and a line, kind of just draw a zigzag, this kind of stuff. So I'm going to select these few lines here, click on copy, select this point and copy it to this point here. Then after doing this, I'm going to click on line work again. I'm going to change this back to wide lines. Then I'm going to go here, go 225 from here, go 150 here, 675 all the way, 150 again back and back here. So I'm going to click on this line and delete. So after doing this, I'm going to click on finish and I'm just going to copy it. So now you can see that this crop region is kind of interfering with the completeness of this footing. So I'm going to click on show crop region, click on it and just drag it down a bit. Then I'm going to click on this to hide the crop region. So I'm going to select this wall here. I'm going to click on copy and I'm just going to manually copy it to all these walls here. All these walls we are cutting through. I think we can copy it here, but I can decide to click on this, move it here first. Then click on this and extend this one here. So I can click on this and continue copying. So after we are done setting this now, we are now going to go to visibility graphics again. So the same thing we did for these walls, we are going to do it for the floors. So remember I said we are not putting any details in this section because this is just a presentation section. So we are going to go to floors. So under these floors, we are just going to click on these patterns, click on override. Then we are going to set the pattern to solid fill. So we're going to set the color that we are going to make this just the same color around these three values being around 20. So it's going to match that of the wall. So I'm going to click on OK. Click on OK. Then I'm going to change the line width to 5 as well. Click on apply and click on OK. So now this is done. We're now going to create footprint for the hardcore. So for that, if you go to field region, I think in this template there is already a hardcore here. So you can see this 01 hardcore. So we're just going to click on this box too, and we're going to draw a box from here up to this point. All right, so now we have created this box. I'm going to click on escape. So I'm just going to click on this lower part and make sure this dimension from this beneath this slab is 300 millimeters. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish and I'm going to save this project. Then after this, you can see that this hardcore is on top of these wall footings we created. So what we are going to do, because graphically this is incorrect, we are going to select this field region. We are going to click on send to back and send it. Click on this drop down and click on send to the back. So after this, the final footprint we are going to create is we are going to click on field region, click on this drop down, then select laterite. So we're just going to select a line from here, draw a wide line from here up to this point. Just follow this hardcore here up to this point again, then go to this point here. Then we're going to click on escape. We're now going to click on line again, click on this drop down and change it to invisible line. Then we're going to draw a line from here and we're going to go down up to this point and join this line here. Then we're going to click on finish. Then just as we did before, we're going to select this. We're going to click on send to back and send to the back. Then we're also going to click on this footprint here. Click on copy, select this point here and copy this here. Then we're going to click on move and just move this here to complete this. So now this is done. We're now going to click on GD, that is graphics display. Turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing, goes to shadow. Only click on show ambient shadows. Click on lighting, increase the sun amount, increase the ambient light to 40, change the shadows to 5, then click on apply and click OK. Then the good thing about using rooms in Revit is that if you go to architecture and you click on tag room, you'll be able to tag those rooms you've created on the floor plans. So we're just going to tag the ones we have here. And that is good. So now our section is complete. So we're now going to go into the final part of this tutorial, which is picking the 3D views. So we're going to go to NGL, which is where I preferably pick 3D views from. So we're going to be picking about 2 3D shots. So I'm going to click on 3D view, click on camera, change this to 900. Then I'm going to go from here and I'm going to try and pick a perspective, a 2-point perspective from here. So by doing this now, I think this is good, but we can go to this NGL. We can adjust this here, drag this focal point to this point, and just maybe drag this to somewhere here. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to this 3D views and go to 3D view 1. Then we're going to look at how it's looking. So far, it's looking good, but I'll still see how I can adjust this. Alright, so I'm just going to go over here and try and crop this view to a good position. Then crop it from the top here and crop it up to this point here. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on this scope box. I'm going to right click. I'm going to hide in view by category. I'm also going to zoom in, click on TL to turn on these 10 lines. Select this room separator lines, right click, hide in view by category as well. Then I'm just going to go over to this sheet where I named 3D view 1, and I'm going to go over to this 3D views and drag this in this 3D view 1 here. So the thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to recrop this thing or resize this thing to fit into the sheet. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on size crop. Then I'm going to make sure I check this scaled lock proportion. Then I'm going to change this longer side to 400 millimeter and click on apply and click on OK. So I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to no title. Then I'm going to drag this and manually use my Visual Prowess to try and centralize it. So after doing this, we're just going to double click into this 3D view and we're going to start editing the visibility graphic settings. So I'm going to click on GD, that is graphics display. Then I'm going to first check this smooth line with anti-aliasing. I'm going to click on this drop down and change this from hidden line to shaded. Then I'm going to uncheck this show edges. Then I'm going to go to shadows. I'm going to click on cast shadows, show ambient shadows. I'm going to click on lighting. I'm going to click on insertion lighting. I'm going to select still and I'm going to set it as spring. Then I'm going to set it to either an evening time or maybe let me set it at 4 p.m. and click on apply. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to increase the sun amount to 100, the ambient light to 30, then the shadows to 10. After doing this, I'm going to go to background. I'm going to click on this drop down and set this at gradient. Then I'm going to click on this sky and drag it towards blue, somewhere blue, and make it light blue and click OK. Then I'm going to click on this ground color. I'm going to drag it somewhere brown and just make it dark brown and drag it down to reduce the saturation, then click OK. Then I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to see how it's coming out. So I'm going to close this for now, then zoom out a bit. So this is looking kind of very dim. So I'm going to click on GD again. I'm going to click on lighten now. So this time I'm going to click on this spring and I'm going to change it to false. Then I'm going to change it to 11 a.m. and click on apply. So this is too bright, so I'm going to reduce it to 9 a.m. and reduce it to 8 a.m. Then I'm going to click on apply. OK. I'm still feeling it's still too bright, so I'm going to hit GD again. I'm just going to be adjusting this lighting settings till it reaches where I want it to suit. So I'm going to go to spring again and change it to 11 a.m. spring, 8 a.m. spring. Then I'm just going to, let me just make this 9 a.m. click on apply. Then I'm going to reduce this ambient light to 15 and click on OK. So I think so far this makes sense to a high extent. So now I'm going to hit Ctrl S to save this project. Then we're going to be printing this sheet we have worked on. So to print in Revit, we'll just need to hit Ctrl P. Then an interface is going to come out. So you are going to set some parameters right before you print. So you are going to make sure you click on this select views and sheets. Then make sure you set this at combine sheet, multiple views and sheets. Then we're going to click on select. So you are going to click on this multiple and it's going to show a drop down. Then you are going to uncheck these 2 and 3D views and you are just going to make sure that what is only set is the sheet. Then you are going to click on check all and you are going to click on edit print order and you are just going to make sure is sheet number ascending and it's going to click OK. So we didn't put any view on the last sheet, so I'm going to uncheck this last sheet and I'm going to click on select. It's going to ask us whether we should save these settings. I'm going to click no. So I'm going to click on setup. The first thing I'm going to do is to make sure it's set at landscape, since the sheet we created is a landscape sheet. So we're going to set the size of the printout. We're going to change it from letter to A3. Then we're going to check this zoom icon and make sure this is 100%. So I'm going to click on OK, and I'm going to click on OK. Then your file explorer is going to pop up. Then you're going to navigate to the folder where you want to save the printout. So let's do that quickly. Then we are going to just, once we locate it, we are going to give it a name. So I'm just going to call this church file. Then I'm going to click on save, and it's going to print. So depending on how fast your system is, it might take longer to export this printout. So while this is saving, I want to congratulate you if you have gone far, or if you have followed this video to this point. So it's not an easy feat. So with that said and done, let's just wait for it to print, and then we'll round up. So once the printout is ready, you are going to, if you open your file explorer, you are going to see it under recent. So you just select the PDF, right click, and open file location. Then if you have any PDF reader you have, you are just going to use it to open the file. So you can see the file will start from the site plan, where we have all the annotations, we have all the site zoning and all the facilities that are associated with those zones. So we'll go to the floor plans. As you can see, the graphics of the floor plan, the color schemes, and also the color scheme legends. So the first floor, the second floor, the section view, and the 3D view. So basically, this is what you can do with Revit, and I think we have done a great job so far. So if the video was helpful, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to this channel for more content like this. Don't forget to hit the notification bell to get notified once we release new videos. With that said and done, I'm going to wish you good luck till we see you again in the next video. Thank you.